Hi guys, welcome to your YouTube channel, your great family. This book has several volumes. I made a playlist of 10 videos for this book. In this video, I will read to you, For a Quantum Model of Achievement Individual 3 Forward into the Past. Audiobook. OmarTV. Enjoy your time. Let's go. Transurfing from the same publisher. New Zealand Transurfing Quantum Model of Achievement Individual 3 Forward into the Past. Preface by Jean-Jacques Crevecoeur. 2nd edition. Editions Exergue. 27, Rue des Grands Augustins. 75,006 Paris. 5. Forward 10. Preface by Jean-Jacques Crevecoeur 12, Chapter 1. Energy 19, Vital Force 19, Stress and Relaxation 21, Energy Vampires 23, Protective Envelope 25, Strengthening the Life Force 27, The Energy of Intention 31, The Step of Intention 32, The Pendulums of Diseases 35, Chapter 2, Failing 39, Intention and Relationships 39, The Current of Relationships 46, Tuning in on the Frill 52, The Energy of Relationships 57, Indulgence 59, Looking for a Job 60, Chapter 3, Coordination 68, The Labyrinth of Lack of Trust 68, The Coordination of Importance 72, The Battle with the Plaster Soldier 77, The End of the Struggle 82, Liberation 86, Coordinating Intent 91, Apples Are Falling in the Sky 96. Chapter 4, Forward into the Past 105. The Transaction 105, The Nuances of the Decor 109, Slide 114. Chapter 5, Letters from the Past 119. Dark Times 119, The Game of Partners 122, Charity 125, Esoteric Knowledge 127, How to Bring Back the Beloved 130, Intent 134, 6. Potentials of Importance 137, The Inversion of Reality 143. Chapter 6, Conclusion 148. 7. Reality lies outside of you as long as you believe it. Thanks to transurfing, you are able to control reality. 8. In tribute to Tanya Sokovich. 9. Forward. Dear reader, throughout the ages, people vaguely sensed that there were latent forces directing their destiny. Bias fear of the unknown has always encouraged the emergence of all sorts of fantasies and myths. From ancient legends to sophisticated models where man is nothing but a tiny piece in a grotesque and monstrous system. We are all concerned about how far we can control our destiny and how to do it. It is for this reason that magic, as well as the psychic potentials hidden in man, has always aroused and still arouses considerable interest. No doubt, this book will satisfy your curiosity, because it deals with this question from a totally unexpected point of view. Transurfing opens a magical door to a world where you will encounter strange and unusual phenomena. You will learn that reality is controllable. And for transurfing, the goal is not to be reached, but to be achieved by itself. It only seems unbelievable within the confines of the ordinary view of the world. We are all in a box filled with false boundaries and stereotypes. The time has come to wake up from this illusion. Although the idea of controlling reality may seem fanciful to us, it has already been confirmed in practice. Long before its release in hard copy, transurfing was highly appreciated by a large circle of readers on the internet. The world of the transurfer is transformed in inconceivable ways before his very eyes. When everyday life takes on an unfamiliar appearance, it's dazzling. And without any mysticism, all this is real. The pioneers of transurfing are already convinced of this thanks to their experience. Here are a few observations that speak for themselves. It may sound strange, but it works. Unbelievable. Some things that have happened to me since can only be described by the word miracle. I never would have thought that would be possible. This book has a huge impact on me. I experienced childlike joy when I began to understand things that I had previously sensed. I suddenly saw the happiness around me, and since then it has only grown every day. Weird, he was there all the time, but I didn't realize it. I must confess that I have always missed a book like this. It accurately describes the relationship between my soul and my spirit. First, I had a sense of reality slipping. I disappeared. I was in the stream of energy radiated by my words? By meaning? I cannot explain. It is then as if a powerful blow pushes you towards the surface above, and for a moment, you do not. 10. Don't understand. All my problems in life started to resolve slowly. Everything is fine and put in its place. Cool. I lack the words to describe my current state. It's basically silence, peace, happiness. It really works. The rest, it doesn't matter. 11. Preface by Jean-Jacques Crèvecoeur. Of all the scientific revolutions that marked the 20th century, the quietest was that brought about by quantum physics. Paradoxically silent, because it is what has most upset our conception and our understanding of reality. Today, more than a century after its birth, more and more scientists, philosophers, theologians, therapists, doctors, neurobiologists, biologists and even mediums are interested in the quantum vision of the real and human. This new science has fundamentally transformed not only our relationship to the world, but also our view of the new possibilities available to us in matters of healing and therapy. When I studied quantum physics at the Notre Dame de la Paix University faculties in Namur, Belgium, in the early 1980s, I had neither the hindsight nor the maturity necessary to grasp the extent of the epistemological and paradigmatic upheavals that this scientific approach represented. Today, I begin to see how quantum physics carries the seeds of real change for humanity, in all areas of existence. Quantum fashion. If today, the term quantum is very trendy, it is sometimes for the better, often for the worse. In the 1970s, to be fashionable, we had to qualify our approaches as psychological, transpersonal or systemic. In the 1990s, to be fashionable, it was enough to add the qualifier energy to one's practice to see, overnight, the volume of one's clientele increase. This is how energy medicine, energy therapy, energy massage, energy balancing, energy nutrition, energy agriculture, energy cleansing, energy communication, energy sexuality and so on have flourished. Today, exit energy. You have to be quantum to be connected and to be listened to. The public in search of renewal rushes to all the colloquia on quantum medicine, quantum therapy, quantum massage, quantum nutrition, quantum sexuality. Looking closely, the content of the speech has not really changed. Because in the minds of many people, quantum is wrongly considered a synonym of energetics. What is it due to? Probably because quantum physics is full of paradoxes that neither our senses nor our brain can grasp. Strictly speaking, quantum physics is inconceivable, in the sense that it cannot be conceived, thought of, or represented from the concepts forged at the heart of our three-dimensional universe. Despite this, until now, the predictions of quantum physics have never been found wanting, in more than 100 years of experimentation and verification. It seems that, until proven otherwise, the quantum model of the real is mathematically correct, but impossible to interpret from our sensory experience of reality. Besides, if you ask any quantum physicist, throughout the world, about the nature of the real, he will answer you, if he is honest, I don't know what the real, in an ultimate way. 12. In this, one could say that the questions raised by quantum physics join the multi-millennial questions of philosophical traditions around the world, whether Eastern, Western or shamanic. Since the dawn of time, these questions have been repeated ad infinitum, without any satisfactory answer, on the rational level, having been provided. Why is there something rather than nothing? When we perceive reality, Is it really reality that we perceive or its reflection? Why do objects that are actually more than 99.99% empty seem so solid and material to us? What are the relationships between matter, energy, and living things? What is life? Where does our consciousness come from? What is reality, after all? Beyond the phenomenon of mode recovered by the opportunists in search of easy recognition, I am convinced that the public is not mistaken by being more and more interested in the quantum vision of the real. Instinctively, individuals in search of meaning have understood that the quantum paradigm can truly get us out of the impasses in which Western thought has engulfed itself. The scientific rationalism born in the Age of Enlightenment has led our world to morbid and deadly aberrations in almost all areas of life. The analytical method has divided and separated what should always have remained united. The world is divided and at war, humans are separated from each other and from nature. The individual is cut off not only from his body, but also from transcendence. In this context of division, the greatest contribution of quantum physics is to recreate bridges between worlds that were no longer able to communicate with each other. For lack of common language, for lack of transdisciplinary thought, for lack of paradigmatic height. Thanks to this approach, the physicist observer is no longer entrenched in his ivory tower and rediscovers his fundamental interaction with the world he observes. The doctor rediscovers the link between body and mind. The biologist rethinks the cell between biochemistry and electromagnetism. The neurologist reweaves the nervous system between neurotransmitters and wave resonance. The geneticist discovers DNA at the crossroads of nitrogenous bases and biophotons. All these bridges were designed, formalized and consolidated from the end of the 1970s, mainly in the field of natural sciences, medicine and biology. In the field of psychology, few thinkers had ventured into the search for bridges that could connect consciousness and objective reality. The great psychoanalyst Carl Gustav Jung approached Wolfgang Pauli, Nobel Prize in Physics, to explore with him how consciousness and physical reality could dialogue through the phenomena of synchronicity, a term coined by C.G. Jung himself. He had also proposed a bold vision of individual destiny by postulating for our superconsciousness an inversion of the direction of the flow of time, from the future to the past. For him, the causes that make us make choices today come from our future to direct our life towards the realization of our destiny. When we know that in quantum physics, time actually runs backwards from the point of view of elementary particles, we can only salute this visionary and avant-garde spirit. Among the pioneers who sought to establish bridges between subjective consciousness and objective reality, let us also mention Regis and Brigitte Duffel, who proposed a fascinating model of the superluminous man, by bringing together the reflections of philosophers, research on death experiences imminent, the phenomena of synchronicity, the recent discoveries of psychoneurobiology and certain paradoxes of quantum physics. For their part, physicists such as Filippo Bolla, Jean-Pierre Garnier-Milla, Emmanuel Ransford propose models which describe how consciousness integrates material reality and can influence it. 13. The quantum basics of transurfing. The world was therefore ready at the beginning of the 21st century to welcome the visionary genius of the Russian physicist Vadim Zeland, the designer of transurfing, whose worldwide success hardly surprises insiders. Unlike other approaches that had taken up the term quantum only as a gloss, the originality of transurfing is that it is an intrinsically and deeply quantum approach. If you are not a connoisseur of the laws of quantum physics, the following will enlighten you, I hope. The reader wishing to deepen his understanding of quantum physics without being drowned by his mathematical formalism can usefully obtain the trilogy of lectures by Jean-Jacques Crevecoeur devoted to quantum physics and available on DVD on his website, www.jeanjacquescrevecoeur.com. NDT. One of the great paradoxes of quantum physics is what is called particle-wave duality. Behind this somewhat esoteric concept hides an abyss of the unknowable, the inconceivable and the mysterious. Indeed, the physicists of the beginning of the 20th century discovered that, in the domain of the infinitely small, at the atomic scale, The objects called electrons, protons, neutrons, among others, can manifest under the instruments of the observer-experimenter either as very material particles, with all the typical characteristics of the solid world, or as immaterial waves, with also all the typical characteristics of the vibratory world. Already, this discovery makes it impossible to answer the question, what is the intrinsic nature of the real? Corpuscular or undulatory? But what is even more shocking is that these quantum objects appear in one light or another depending on the expectation of the observer-experimenter. In other words, if the observer expects to see the electron behave like a particle, the latter will behave like a particle. If the observer expects to see the same electron, under the same initial conditions, behave like a wave, the latter will behave like a wave. Thus, for quantum physicists, the real manifests itself to arise in conformity with the conception that we have of it a priori. In other words, quantum objects choose their form of manifestation in harmony with the consciousness of the observer. There is therefore no absolute reality separate from the observer. The world and the observer form an inseparable whole. Finally, the observer will perceive of the world only the reflection of what he carries in his own consciousness. Better, the observer, by his conscience and by his act of observation, modifies the manifestation of the world in which he lives. Reading the writings of Vadim Zeland, I immediately grasped the extraordinary potential that transurfing offered us by translating the implications of wave-particle duality to our daily life. What it teaches us is to become observers of our reality, not just to be aware of it, but to be able to change the manifestation of our reality. Observing, according to transurfing, places us well beyond a passive attitude. It transforms us into true creators of our reality. In this sense, there are as many realities as there are observers on this planet, because it is the act of observing that creates the manifestation of our reality. The observation of the real is therefore an act of manifestation in its own right. Despite appearances, we are poles apart from the fashions developed around positive thinking, creative visualization or the law of attraction. To understand the specificity of Vadim Zeland's approach, it is necessary to refer to another paradox of quantum physics, named by scientists the collapse of the wave function. 14. Quantum physicists have tried to understand the famous wave-particle duality, especially to situate the place and the influence of the consciousness of the observer-experimenter in relation to the system he observes. They came to the conclusion that as long as a quantum object is not the subject of a measurement, in scientific language, is synonymous with an observation, this object exists in all its states simultaneously. In other words, as long as there is no measurement, the notion of a point electron, located at a precise place in space and carrying a determined energy and speed, simply does not exist. No observer, no object. But then, you will say to me, what is there? Physicists' response, a field of probability of presence, a cloud of possibilities of manifestations, a matrix of potential states. As curious as it may seem, as long as an observer does not observe, the quantum object is truly multiplied and is in all places and in all states allowed by the equations of quantum physics, simultaneously. As if, instead of having a single quantum object, we had hundreds or thousands of them, positioned in lots of different places and carrying a multitude of different energy states. But at the precise moment when the observer-experimenter makes his observation, the thousands of quantum objects all disappear except one, which appears to him at a precise place and in a specific state. By measuring, we destroy all potentials except one, to create an object that has all the appearances of reality. We understand better why physicists call this process the collapse of the wave function. To very awkwardly illustrate this notion, let's take the example of a dice to be played. The dice symbolically represents a quantum system that I am about to observe, to measure. In this case, rolling my dice and knowing the result is equivalent to a measurement of the system. But as long as I have not launched it, I cannot know the state of the system. That is to say the result of my measurement. Nevertheless, I can theoretically calculate the matrix of potential states. Given the characteristics of the die, I know that this matrix contains 6 potential states. I can also calculate the field of probability of presence of each of these states. Each state can manifest itself to me, at the time of measurement, with a probability of 1/6, or 16.66%. Before making a measurement, my system therefore consists of 6 different dice, each showing a different face. 1 carat equals 2 carat equals 3 carat equals 4 carat equals 5 carat equals 6. What's confusing is that in the quantum universe, that's really how it goes. There are really 6 dice laid on the table with a different value for each. It is only when I decide to roll the die and observe the result that I destroy 5 of the 6 dice to allow the concrete manifestation of the single die with a well-defined face. What quantum physics calls the probability field of presence or the cloud of possibilities of manifestations, transurfing calls it the space of variance. What I find very powerful and very stimulating in this concept is that Vadim Zeland assures us that all the variations actually already exist. We don't have to visualize anything. We don't have to force ourselves to try to become creators of our lives. Everything is already there. This is the originality and genius of this approach. For one of these variants to manifest itself in our life, we need only perform the act of observation to create our reality. We understand better why Vadim Zeland compares the space of variance to a supermarket in which all realities are available on the shelves. Becoming an observer-experimenter comes down, ultimately, to choosing from which department we want to take a product and to choosing the unique product which will have our preference in this department. 15. In search of happiness in a better world. The question that remains, from there, is, how can we ensure that the variant we choose is the one that suits us, that is to say the one that makes us happy? By listening to our soul, transurfing answers us. Listening to the murmur of our soul, the rustle of its song, we are invited to put our rational and conscious mind at the service of our soul. The mind is no longer there to decide where our internal intention will take us in the space of variations. More humbly, our spirit will align itself with the desire of our soul which already knows what we need, which knows the sector of the variant space in which we want to manifest this reality already existing since always, but which we have not yet visited, chosen. When I operate the alignment of the spirit and the soul by the internal intention, the external intention will then manifest itself as if by a miracle. And out of all the realities that already existed in potential, the one reality that suits me and my soul plane is going to manifest in my life, letting all the others crumble. For me, all these other realities will no longer have a place in my existence, quite simply because I will have deployed the power of the observer-experimenter that I am. In this perspective, we are far from the temptation of omnipotence offered by the secret or other creative visualization approaches. Transurfing does not invite us to fulfill our wishes and whims of spoiled children. Transurfing invites us to humbly listen to what, in us, knows what we really need. Instead of forcing the real to bend to the will of our spirit, we put ourselves in resonance with the sector of the space of the variance which corresponds to the project of our soul. Quantum physicists call this quantum resonance. What is interesting in this concept of resonance is the potential power that can be put at the service of our projects. In wave physics, we speak of resonance when the frequency at which we stimulate a system corresponds exactly to the natural frequency of this system. What is fabulous is that we can set this system in motion with very little energy. For example, a regiment of 100 soldiers marching across a bridge may very well cause the bridge to collapse. With less than 10 tons, it is not the total weight of this regiment that can cause this, since much heavier trucks can circulate on the bridge without making it crack. It is the rhythm of the rhythmic march that can do this. For this, it suffices that the frequency of the step corresponds very exactly to the resonant frequency of the bridge. Under this condition, and under this condition only, the small amount of energy that we deliver to the system at a regular rate is amplified and multiplied by the response of the system. very quickly generating considerable and disproportionate effects with regard to the initial investment. Isn't that what we observe in our life when we really do what we have to do? When we bring our attention to the sector of variant space that resonates with our soul plan, that is where the miracles happen. Doors open as if by magic, opportunities that we would never have dreamed of present themselves to us, synchronicities guide us towards the right people and the right resources to make our project a reality without difficulty. To find the same resources and the same people, to benefit from the same opportunities through a rational and proactive approach, we would have had to invest 100 times, 1,000 times more energy to hope to obtain the same result. But if we have aligned with our soul plan, everything flows effortlessly. We truly surf through reality. In this sense, the word transurfing takes on its full meaning. 16. My personal transurfing experience. When I discovered transurfing at the beginning of January 2011, I immediately felt that I was in touch with a real novelty in the field of growth and individual achievement. You know, that kind of innovation that only comes up once a decade. For a long time, I had already experienced the miracles of existence. Very early on, in fact, a question obsessed me: what did I come to do on this earth? In the service of what have I incarnated? What is my soul plan, or to use Paulo Coelho's term in The Alchemist, what is my personal legend? I had therefore learned very early in my professional life to listen to my soul, to recognize signs and synchronicities, to be attentive to these fortuitous encounters where my interlocutors delivered meaningful messages to me without being aware that they gave me an important key in my orientation in life. I had experienced these extraordinary door openings effortlessly. For years, my seminars and conferences filled up without me investing a penny in advertising costs. And whenever I needed a human, informational, or material resource, the universe conspired to quickly grant me what I needed. For me, this magic faded little by little from 2002, when I decided to put an abrupt end to my professional activities and to emigrate to Quebec to redirect my career. Without realizing it, not only did I no longer listen to the song of my soul, but I followed the voice of my spirit, in a voluntarist and brittle attitude. As a result, my projects required more and more energy and time to manifest. Nothing was really fluid and light anymore, but I didn't understand why. It took, among other steps, my meeting with transurfing to get out of this negative spiral. I understood that the more importance I gave to the realization and the success of my projects, the more I created what transurfing calls success potentials. The physicist that I was understood perfectly that an imbalance of force automatically calls for another force, of the same intensity, but in the opposite direction, to restore the balance. That's not quantum physics, but classical mechanics. But this elementary principle made me understand that the more I wanted something with force, the more I created an excess potential and an imbalance in the space of variance. With the immediate effect of creating another potential that directly opposed the direction I wanted to give to my projects. As I was of the warrior type, I was not discouraged for all that, and I invested more strength and will to force the real to grant me what I wanted with my spirit. That's how in 2011 I collapsed from exhaustion. This exhaustion was beneficial for me, because it forced me to stop, to reflect, and to change my strategy. This is where transurfing was also one of the steps that was beneficial to me. Because thanks to this approach, I found the path that leads to my soul. As I write these lines, combat and war have given way to peace and serenity. Again, I relearn to listen to the rustle of the morning stars. Again, I pay attention to the message of my dreams and the signs of life. The warrior in me gave way to the experimental observer, because he understood that there was nothing more to be done to change the world. As Vadim Zeland rightly says, if you don't like the world you live in, you don't need to change it. Because the more you want to change it, the more you will feed it with your energy and the more it will invade your existence. Rather, you need only direct your consciousness to another sector of the space of variations. A bit as if we were leaving the supermarket sector, which we no longer like, to move on to another sector, closer to the deep values of our soul. In this troubled period of human history, I hope that more and more of us will understand and apply to our lives the principles of 17. Quantum physics. Because the more of us there are to orient our consciousness towards a more humane, more respectful and more just world, the more we will contribute, without doing anything, to the collapse of the other potentials of reality. I cannot end this preface without expressing my gratitude and admiration for the colossal work carried out by Olivier Maslot. Not only is it to Olivier that we owe the privilege of discovering these world bestsellers in French, but it is also to him that we owe the possibility of experimenting in French with the practical seminars built around the key concepts of transurfing. For many months, Olivier has been devoting his time, his intelligence and his love so that many of us can transform our lives through the concrete processes offered by the seminars. It is with joy that I join him to promote with all my heart and my expertise the deployment of transurfing across the Francophonie. Not only did magic, the place where the soul acts, come back into my life, but I also gained a friend who has become precious in my life. May the reading of this third volume of Transurfing allow you to also experience the magic of life. Jean-Jacques Trivicoeur, Montreal, January 20, 2012. 18. Chapter 1 Energy. To practice transurfing well, it is recommended to be in good health and to have a fairly high level of energy. You will find in this chapter simple and effective advice to strengthen your vitality and restore your energy to the right level. To achieve this, there is no need to exhaust yourself through sport, nor to impose a diet on yourself, nor a few other unbearable constraints. Stop fighting for your health. Don't put energy aside. Let them both come into you. Life force. To be able to practice transurfing effectively, it is essential to be in good health and to have a sufficiently powerful vital force. Let's say that basically you consider your health to be relatively good. But maybe you just don't know how a truly healthy individual feels? If you are lazy to get up in the morning, if you don't feel like going to work or school, if you are rather limp and sleepy after lunch and in the evening you have only one feel like sitting in front of the television, then you're not healthy at all. In this case, you have just enough energy to maintain yourself at a minimum level of existence. Having rid yourself of the burden of excess potentials and releasing pendulums, you have a lot of extra energy, which you used to waste in vain before. But you can never have too much energy. Later in this chapter you will find recommendations for increasing your life force to an even higher level. By the term vital force, we mean the ability to assimilate and use energy. There are two forms of it in the human body, physiological and free. We get physiological energy through food intake. Free energy is the energy of space that passes through the human body. Together, they form an energy envelope. We use energy to perform physical tasks, just as we emit it into the space around us. The energy of space is around us in unlimited quantity. But man can only assimilate a tiny part of it. It crosses the body. 19. Human in two directions. The first flow is directed upwards. It is located in front of the spine, 2.5 centimeters in men and 5 centimeters in women. The second stream goes downwards and is located very close to the spine. The amount of free energy depends on the width of these two channels. The wider they are, the higher the level of your energy. Humans discovered central energy flows a very long time ago. We are not going to delve into the details of the energy structure of man. If you are curious, there are books that deal with this subject. The circulation of energy in the human body is very complex. But do not worry. For our purposes, we only need to focus on the core streams. When a normal flow of energy is restricted, either because of plugs or because of gaps, various illnesses can occur. Conversely, when an internal organ becomes ill, the energy image becomes distorted. It is difficult to determine whether the energy disorder is caused by physiological reasons, for example, due to dross in the body, or whether the physiological problems are caused by changes in energy flows. Acupuncture, acupressure and other such methods can restore a normal flow of energy. And illnesses, caused by disturbances in the circulation of energy, then disappear. But the effect is only temporary. For everything to go well, it is necessary to take care of both the physical body and the subtle body. The vital force of man is closely related to the state of his muscles. Muscular contractions hamper the circulation of invisible flows and blur the emission of the human energy field. If a tense person arrives in a relaxed assembly, without saying anything, it changes the general mood. The tension seems like suspended in the air. This is how people perceive negative energy, without realizing it. Tension creates inequality in the collective field and triggers balancing forces. There are two solutions to restore the balance: either the atmosphere finds a common denominator, or the energy opposed to the generated potential will counterbalance it. For example, people will start teasing the unduly uptight person. Mood and vitality have a direct relationship with life force. Depression, emptiness, stress, fatigue and indifference signal a lack of energy. Physiological energy alone is not enough to maintain a high level of vitality. A physically tired person can still be satisfied and enthusiastic. And conversely, a well-nourished man without particular worries can feel sad and downcast. What determines the active dynamics of man in life is his amount of free energy. If we don't want anything, it's because we lack free energy. When we lack free energy, we can still force ourselves to do routine tasks, but create and 20. Performing a proactive task will be painful to us. Behind every active human step is intention. If there is no free energy, there will be no intention. We only expend physiological energy to perform an action. But we will mainly focus on the first type of energy, that is to say the energy that we use above all to create the intention. That is the energy of intention. It is thanks to it that one obtains the determination to have and to act. Stress and relaxation. Feeling depressed or tense blocks the flow of central flows. The main energy channels narrow and the circulation slows down or stops altogether. In such a state, the intention loses its source of energy. When stressed, man cannot be effective because his intention remains blocked. Stress can also produce an opposite effect on the energy channels. The channels can open suddenly and man then commits prodigious acts of which he is not capable in the ordinary state. We know of examples, even if this type of manifestation is not at all frequent. In most cases, when you are stressed, your abilities and resources drop sharply. During a day, man goes through a lot of stressful situations. Depending on their nature, the impact of these situations varies from very weak, which we immediately forget, to very strong, which knocks us out for a while. An organism's natural reaction to stress is to contract a particular group of muscles. These contractions are so rooted in our deep habits that we don't even feel them anymore. For example, right now, reading these lines, certain muscles in your face are tense. But as soon as you pay attention to them, they relax. In a few moments you will have forgotten your face and it will once again freeze into a mask reflecting your emotional state. Thinking that relaxation helps get rid of stress is a false stereotype. In reality, when you relax, you are trying to fight the consequence without touching the cause. The cause of a physical tension is a psychic tension. Oppression, anxiety, annoyance and anguish cause a spasmodic tension of the muscles. Of course, consciously relaxing the muscles has a temporary relief effect. But the psychic tension then brings everything back to its place. To remove the psychic tension, it is necessary to lower the importance, and that is all you have to do. You are tense simply because you give too much importance to what is bothering you. Stress results from importance. You can get rid of stress in the blink of an eye, just drop the importance. Maintain from 21. Importance is both useless and harmful. You can never change the situation for the better or be effective with a burden of importance on your shoulders. When you're stressed, all you have to do is wake up and realize that the pendulum has hooked you with something important. It is easy to detect what is important depending on the circumstances. Remember that without importance, you free yourself from the pendulum and can then act effectively. Be aware that high importance always works against you. In any difficult situation, it is enough to remember the importance and consciously diminish the magnitude. The only difficulty is to remember it in time. In a state of stress, it is as if you were asleep and did not remember anything from transurfing. To get rid of stress, it is necessary to wake up and drop the importance. If you are used to paying attention to the emotional tranquility of your soul, you will have no problems remembering it in time. Whenever you feel uncomfortable, ask yourself, why? Where did I put too much importance? No matter how important it is to you, consciously reject that importance. Act only within the limits of purified intention. Only then will your actions be effective. To immunize yourself against stress, you have to replace the old habit, to tense up at any occasion, with a new habit, to return to the state of relaxation as soon as possible. Being in a state of relaxation does not necessarily mean being weak or indifferent. Rather, it is a state of harmony with our world. It's a balance. Balance supposes the absence of internal and external importance. I am neither good nor bad. My world is neither good nor bad. I am neither shabby nor important. My world is neither shabby nor important, and so on. The absence of importance, or at least at a very low level, is the main condition for achieving relaxation. As soon as the importance is high, no matter the circumstances, then it is futile to relax. For example, you probably won't be able to relax on the edge of a tall building's roof if you're afraid of heights. If it's impossible for you to drop importance, then at least don't waste your strength on relaxing either. For in this way you expend energy not only to control the situation, but also to control yourself. You don't have to let go and worry as much as you want. To practice transurfing, you must know, in any situation, to find the state of relaxation as soon as possible. You won't need any auto-suggestions, because it's not the words that control the muscles, but the intention. We can consciously relax most of the muscles in our body, just pay attention to it. Usually, we don't pay attention to muscles unless we feel pain or discomfort. So just visualize. 22. Mental inside your whole body and release the tensions one by one. However, some muscle groups no longer know how to obey the intention. This is due to the sedentary mode of our contemporary life. For example, it is difficult to consciously control the back muscles, and with age the back becomes painful. It doesn't matter if this idea seems trivial, but regular exercise, especially for the back muscles, is absolutely necessary. The procedure is therefore as follows. Without haste but fairly quickly, visualize your entire body and release tension. At the same time, pay attention to perceiving the surface of your body as a whole. Imagine that your skin is an envelope that heats up quickly and well from the inside. Focus your attention on the surface of the body. Visualize what you want, your skin warming up, or tingling, or bursts of energy. The main thing is to feel that you have skin. Now imagine the energy shimmering all over your body, like colorful shimmers on a soap bubble. At that time, you are part of the universe and you are in balance with it. No need to try to feel particular sensations. Each person perceives things in their own way. There is no effort to be made. Do it incidentally, but resolutely. The all-over sensation of the surface of your body with shimmers of energy is a state of relaxation in itself. It is balance and oneness with the world. After a few tries, you will manage to do it spontaneously. And soon, reaching the relaxed state will be as easy as crossing your arms. Energy vampires, we are all swimming in the ocean of energy. But benefiting from this energy is not so simple, because it is distributed without discernment as far as the human being is concerned. To consciously obtain it, A person must deliberately widen their energy channels and intentionally bring this flow of energy into them. For example, you drink water, knowingly and willingly, but you cannot let the energy in so clearly and obviously. In principle, man is able to recharge his batteries from the energy of space, but this skill is still at an embryonic level. It is much easier to obtain the energy of others, already assimilated. This is the method used by what are called energy vampires. This energy is easily assimilated, because it has a certain frequency. To obtain energy from others, it suffices to tune into this frequency. In the same way, the oscillating circuit of a radio receiver does not pick up all wavelengths, but only the waves of the frequency to which it is tuned. Vampires feed on the energy of others, already assimilated. And to do this, they attune to the frequency of this energy radiation. 23. The vampire attunes to the frequency of its prey on an unconscious level. Outwardly, this can manifest itself in different ways. He approaches you sweetly with an insignificant question, looks you in the eyes in an importunate way, tries to touch you, to take your hand, he clings to you to talk to you. He knows how to adapt to characters and temperaments. In short, it seeps into the soul and tries to find its victim's frail. This type of vampire is the stealthy vampire. Generally, he is a good psychologist, sociable, but without charisma, rather sticky and inopportune, which is felt right away. But he is well aware of his importunity and tries not to appear so. The other type of vampire is the manipulator. As you know, the manipulator plays on the guilt of the person. This type of vampire subconsciously seeks people who are willing to submit to judgment or seek advice from others in a difficult situation. Similarly, the individual with a guilt complex also seeks, unconsciously, to be judged in order to then ask for clemency. The people who need advice and support are those who doubt their beliefs and submit to the judgments of others. Thus, the vampire and his victim find each other and each gets what he or she needs. The manipulator easily attunes to the frequency of his victim. The mechanism is very simple. It is enough, by the way, to approach the subject which worries the person, and this one opens immediately and offers of itself its energy on a platter. The third type of vampire is the most brutal and aggressive. He is the provocateur. Without thinking too much, he goes straight to the point, in order to destabilize his victim. You know how provocateurs work. All means are good, from barely concealed derision to authoritarian pressure. In short, do everything to make the dealer lose control. And whatever his reaction, rudeness in return, irritation, resentment, fear, hostility, doesn't matter, it will all pass. A person becomes an energy vampire without realizing it. Just as unconsciously, she tends to take advantage of other people's energy. Throughout her life, she notices that there are situations where she feels satisfaction and renewed energy, and then, without even thinking about it, she tries to repeat the beneficial experience. On the other hand, after the session, the giver feels exhausted. If, after communicating with someone, you feel down, oppressed, drained, weak or shaky, then you've been used. That said, the lion's share of free energy in people is carried away by the pendulums. You already know how they do it. Pendulums draw energy through the pipe of importance. Unlike the vampire, who acts for only a few moments, the pendulum can pump energy infinitely, all the time the person is radiating their waves at the pendulum's frequency. The power of this radiation is proportional to the importance. 24. When you are preoccupied or worried about something, your life force is weakened. The people around you and the animals intuitively feel this on an energetic level. This has the effect that you are less aware and less confident. In the street, for example, you will be the only person an angry dog barks at. A beggar will harass and scam you. An energy vampire could drain a good portion of energy from you. And finally, you could be involved in a problematic situation. Don't just look around for potential vampires either. Just worrying about it already opens access to your energy field. To protect yourself from undesirable influences, it is necessary to strengthen your energy envelope, to watch over the level of importance and to develop your state of consciousness. Your conscience will help you at times to remind you that you are being led into a game or a trap. A low level of importance will prevent intruders from tuning into your frequency. Above all, be alert to the signs of the smallest sense of guilt. If I'm empty, there's nothing a pendulum can cling to. After 1 or 2 unsuccessful attempts, the manipulator will leave you in peace. And in any case, a solid energy envelope will serve as your secure protection against all intrusions. Protective envelope. Each person is surrounded by an invisible envelope of energy. An ordinary person is not able to perceive it, but he can imagine it. Feel the whole surface of your body, as if you were immersing yourself in a hot bath. I'm not saying try. Just do it. When you don't try, but do it directly, you get there all at once and without the need for practice. The energy spreads like a slow wave from the center of your body, then it emerges to the surface and transforms into a sphere. Imagine that this sphere totally envelops you. This is your energy envelope. It doesn't matter that you can't perceive it. Just by imagining it, you are already taking the first step to controlling it. In time, you will actually perceive it. People with an extrasensory gift can see both the envelope itself and its defects. At birth, everyone has extrasensory abilities, but since we don't use them, they remain in a dormant state. It is possible to awaken them, either by sustained training or in an instant. It is only a question of the power of the intention. Admittedly, obtaining such an intention is quite difficult. But for our purposes, it will be enough for us to hand over our envelope. 25. Energy and good health. A weakened envelope is defenseless against violent intrusions. You can develop and maintain a healthy vital force through special gymnastics, which must be performed regularly. It is very simple and will only take you a few minutes. Stand up, straight, take a comfortable position, without forcing yourself or creating tension in your muscles. Inhale and imagine a current of energy coming out of the ground, entering the area of your perineum, going up along the spine, coming out of the top of the head and going up into the sky. Now breathe out and visualize a flow of energy coming down from high in the sky, entering your body through the top of your head, then down your spine and out into the earth. There is no need to physically feel these flows. Over time, your sensitivity will improve and you will learn to become aware of it. Then imagine these two streams moving at the same time in both directions, without crossing each other, each in its own channel. First do this with the help of your inhales and exhales, but then try to untie these flows to your breath. Through the power of your imagination, intention, you can speed up the flows, empower them. Now imagine the upward flow coming out and overflowing like a fountain above your head. Similarly, the downward flow turns into a fountain on its way out, but in the opposite direction, under your feet. Thus, you have two fountains, one above and one below you. Visualize the droplets from the two fountains coming together and you find yourself inside an energetic sphere. Now observe the surface of your body. Simply feel the surface of your skin, then imagine it stretching, like a balloon when inflated. When you visualize the surface of your skin swelling, the sphere formed by the energetic fountain stabilizes. Do all this without effort or tension. You don't have to struggle to feel anything. Don't worry if you physically don't feel the core flows. You are so used to them that you have ceased to perceive them, like any healthy internal organ. If from time to time, but regularly, you concentrate on the central flows, you will have the physical feeling of it in a short time. Not as strong as, say, a touch, but real enough. So here is the energy gymnastics I was telling you about. By bringing the flows together in a sphere, you create your protective envelope. By stretching the energy from the surface of the body into a ball, you fix this envelope in a stable state. The benefits of this gymnastics can hardly be overestimated. First, the envelope protects you from intrusions. Secondly, Life force training helps these narrow channels cleanse themselves. The plugs that prevented the flow of energy are expelled, and the holes, through which the energy flowed, are healed. It is a gradual process and not immediate. But from another. 26. Aside, you won't need to go to reflexologists or psychics. It is you who restore the normal circulation of your energy in your body. It should be noted that the energy envelope is not made to protect you from vampires or pendulums. These freeloaders suck energy from you by tuning into your frequency. When a pendulum tries to hook its victim, it gets out of balance. In this case, to cause the pendulum to fail, you must wake up and cause the importance to drop. The muscles relax, the vital force regains its balance, and the pendulum then falls into the void. After all, as long as you don't react to it, the pendulum won't be able to take your energy away from you. You need the state of consciousness to control the times when you involuntarily get out of balance. Strengthening vital force. Strengthening the vital force does not mean saving energy. This may sound strange, because we are used to expressions like, I lack energy or I am full of energy. What we can save or set aside is physiological energy, in the form of calories. To do this, it is enough to eat well and rest regularly. Free energy, on the other hand, we cannot store anywhere. It comes into the body from space. If the channels are wide enough, you have energy; if they are narrow, you don't. This is why having a high vital force is above all a question of the width of the channels. Free energy is always present in every point of the universe in unlimited quantity. Let's take as much as we can carry. You have to learn how to let it into yourself and how to feel part of the universe. It is not a one-time act. It is necessary to constantly seek to feel an energetic union with the world. A person thinks that if he accumulates a lot of energy, he becomes strong and can achieve anything. Such accumulation only serves to manipulate the world through the power of internal intention. As you already know, changing or overcoming the world by force is an extremely difficult, thankless, inefficient business and therefore requires a lot of energy. The person who interacts with his world using the power of his internal intention thinks he is a god. It is really just a drop in the ocean. External intention does not change the world or fight against it. She only chooses in this world what is necessary. In the store of the variant space, the external intention does not need to negotiate the price or pick up the goods from the sellers. To act through external intent, you do not need to accumulate or store. 27. Energy. There are plenty of them everywhere. We literally bathe in them. Storing it would be like swimming in a lake with your mouth full of water, just in case. Do not try to put energy aside, but allow the energy to flow simply and freely through you, in the form of two countercurrents. Occasionally, you can loop these currents into two opposing fountains. That's all you have to do. Do not seek to transform yourself into a core of energy, rather imagine yourself as a drop in the ocean. Recognize and feel that you are one with the universe. You are part of it and all the energy in the world is at your service. Do not accumulate energy within you but merge with the energy of the universe. Expand your energy sphere and dissolve it into the space around you, keeping in mind that you are an isolated particle. And there, by moving only the little finger of the external intention, you will achieve in a short time what could never have been done with your internal intention. I am talking here about achieving your goal, not about the internal intention to beat someone up. Punctual needs, in fact, can only be realized through internal intention. You will have enough free energy if your channels are not too narrow. The energy channels narrow for two reasons: pollution of the body by toxins and permanent stress. When there are toxins in the body, energy cannot flow freely. In stressful situations, the channels close even more. Punctual bursts of energy, when you recover, are followed by long periods of recession. During these periods, the person does not fully enjoy life but leads a boring existence. With age, the energy channels atrophy more and more. This is due to the fact that man ceases to develop and gradually enters into a monotonous and calculated life. From then on, the functioning of the channels is reduced to almost nothing. We stimulate the channels when we use intention to the maximum. By realizing the essential goals of his life, man stimulates the intention and, therefore, the channels. As soon as the highest goals have been achieved, the level of intention begins to gradually drop. Finally comes the time when, in the evening, and not only in the evening, we only want one thing: to crash into an armchair in front of the television. The energy channels are narrowing, there is no longer any energy of intention, and life seems to us more like a burden than a source of joy. Fortunately, everything is easily fixable. And for that, you won't have to force your intention to reach new heights. Energy gymnastics is a very good training for the energy channels. And it will be even better if you maintain within you at all times the feeling of the central channels and the subtle body. This state brings you many advantages. In harmony and in balance with the world, sensitive to its changes, you advance well with the current of variations. You communicate with the information field, the absolute source of creativity. You have access to the energy of space. You 28. Emit a harmonious radiance that creates around you an oasis of well-being and success. But the main thing is that you are acting on the border of the unity of soul and spirit, that is, closer to the external intention. Thus, you develop your ability to control external intention, and as a result, your wishes begin to come true faster and easier. It is enough, from time to time during the day, to light the fountains of the energy flows and to mentally accelerate them, but without zeal or tension. If while doing this you feel heaviness in the head, then the upward flow is stronger than the downward flow. In this case, you need to focus on the downward flow and strengthen it a bit. The flows should be in balance, with a center point somewhere in the middle of the body. From this point, direct in thought the radiation on all the energetic sphere. The sensation of the subtle body will be markedly amplified. Thus, you should get an integral feeling of both flows, connected to the feeling of your energy body. If one concentrates on the downward flow, the energy center moves downwards. Conversely, if one concentrates on the upward flow, the energy accumulates in the upper part of the body. In addition, the physical center of gravity moves in the same way as the energy center. We can use this principle in sport. When we need to be stable standing, for example on skis, it is better to reinforce the downward flow. But if we have to jump, we have to strengthen the upward flow. Martial arts masters are familiar with the properties of energy flows. Such masters are impossible to move if they were focused on their downward flow. Whereas if the master has focused on his upward flow, he can perform unimaginable leaps. During physical exercises, pay attention to the central flows. But don't be too studious either, the app won't do you much good. Simply, every once in a while, take an internal look at the area in front of your spine and imagine the upward flow moving up and the downward flow moving down. If you move them regularly in thought, then you will gradually develop your ability to perceive them. It may seem to you that certain movements are not in accordance with the flow visualization. Take your time, as you go, you will easily learn to coordinate any movement with the feeling of the flows. If you do strength training, you can dramatically increase your life force by focusing your attention on the core flows. During the contraction movement, focus your attention on the muscles. During the return, when you relax the muscles, bring your attention to the central flows. Stay in this moment of relaxation of your muscles for 1 to 2 seconds and feel the movement of the flows. Take for example pull-ups on a crossbar. Before you rise, you hold your breath, then you rise, you exhale. 29. Your attention is on the effort. Then, as you descend, you inhale, your muscles relax, and the attention then shifts to the flows. Visualize the flows moving simultaneously in both directions during the moment of relaxation. You should fully unfold your arms and stay down with your arms relaxed for 1 to 2 seconds. Then you will feel the energy flows well. They seem to be released and move slowly. During relaxation, there is no need to accelerate them. Let them go. Let them move freely. If you do push-ups on the ground, you can push the core flows vigorously. When your arms are folded, you must simultaneously exhale and mentally and vigorously push out the flows. To avoid discomfort, inhale and exhale during your exercises as you prefer. But as a general rule, when doing weight training, you hold your breath or exhale during the effort phase, and inhale during the relaxation phase. The simple fact of emphasizing your attention on the flows reinforces their intensity. Alternating effort and relaxation stimulates them even more, if the attention is well directed. When you contract your muscles, the flows stop and tighten, like springs. During relaxation, the springs stretch and the vigor of the flows increases. After the tension, the accumulated and compressed energy is released and literally makes its way through the central channels. Strengthening your vitality not only improves your health, but also makes you an influential figure. Your radiance will be more substantial. This will come in handy if you need to influence or persuade someone. There are also methods to force influence on people through energy, but they go against the principle of transurfing that we have no right to change anything, only the right to choose. There is no need to struggle against the world around us, nor to put pressure on it. This is an ineffective method of achieving our goals. As you know, when you force the pressure, the world throws the same back at you. The higher your life force, the more people respect you, because they intuitively sense the presence of energy and, in a way, consume it. But the average person doesn't deliberately feed on it like pendulums do. Rather, it is bathing in your energy, which overflows in abundance from your fountains. When you offer such an abundance of energy to people, you attract their good intentions and their sympathy. People are so used to giving their energy to pendulums that a source that gives energy by itself will always make them happy. These are generally the so-called magnetic or charismatic personalities. We talk about them saying that they have an inexplicable charm, a magnetism. And it's no wonder. What attracts you more, a puddle of stagnant water or a source of pure water? Don't worry if those around you take your 30. Energy. This small excess of energy that you give can only work in your favor. Let's say you have a very important meeting. Lower this importance and activate your central flows, that they gush in fountains. You will need far less skillful words or convincing evidence. Simply activate your fountains. By attracting and letting free energy pass through you, you fill those around you. You will feel it on a subconscious level, and without realizing it, will feel sympathy for you. The secret of your charm will remain a mystery only for him. The energy of intent. As we have already said, the energy enters the human body through the central flows, then it is shaped by the thoughts and, on its way out, acquires the parameters of these thoughts. This modulated energy is applied to a sector of the corresponding variant space, which results in the material realization of the variant. This modulation only occurs on the condition that the soul and the spirit of the individual are one. Otherwise, mental energy looks like radio jamming. Through your internal intention, you can accomplish basic tasks in the material world. But a possibility in the space of variance only materializes when the external intention works. The latter appears when the soul and the spirit are united together in their aspirations. The power of the external intention is proportional to the level of the life force. External intention is absolute determination combined with high energy potential. The vital force increases through the entrainment of the central flows and the purification of the body. But for transurfing, there is another proven method that helps you widen the channels, that's the process visualization method. To develop the energy level, you just have to have the intention. You can suggest an affirmation like this: my channels widen and the energy of intention increases. During gymnastics, Visualize this process. As you may remember, the principle of visualization is based on this factual observation: today is better than yesterday, and tomorrow will be better than today. So as you cast your fountains, repeat in your mind that your intention energy is growing with each passing day. Thus, the intention itself will sustain itself and gradually increase the life force. Remember that the intention to improve your biofield must be free of excessive potentials of desires and importance, diligence and zeal. 31. To reinforce the energy flows will produce the opposite effect and therefore the blockage of the channels. Zeal and eagerness create excessive potential, because you place too much importance on your goal. Intention is not zeal, but concentration. The only thing that matters is to focus on the process. If you do exercises with great effort, but your mind wanders elsewhere, then you are wasting your energy and your time. Loosen the grip of zeal and simply focus on action. The step of intention. Imagine a newborn like any other, introduced into a society where people age very slowly and live, say, to be 300 years old. How old do you think he will live? Exactly. I would like to say that man is well and truly accustomed to a classic scenario: with age, health deteriorates, the body decays, and eventually dies. No doubt, there are quite ordinary physiological causes for this. And yet, if we consider aging from the transurfing point of view, it is nothing but an induced transition. We can even say that it is the longest induced transition. And it is happening slowly but surely. The scenario of aging is so common and obvious that it occurs to no one to doubt it. Attempts to change this scenario have come down to just inventing all sorts of elixirs. But even the progress of modern science, pharmacology or genetics, does not bring tangible results. From there, we can deduce that the physiological factor only partly participates in aging. It is difficult to say what part goes to the induced transition. But it's not that important. The main thing is to understand how all this happens. From your earliest childhood, you are sure and certain that aging is an inevitable process. Throughout your life, you find a lot of evidence from both the experience of others and your own experience. Every birthday comes with theatrical wishes for good health and long years of life. But everyone understands very well that these wishes are worthless and have no influence on the scenario of aging. On the contrary, these wishes, interpreted in the language of facts, mean that your health is already no longer the same and that the years, too, pass. These are the light swings or, to be more precise, the flirtations of a destructive pendulum. One day or another, you realize that 10 years ago you had much more strength and energy. You want to share this idea with someone else. You immediately meet interlocutors who willingly develop the subject. And in mundane discussions, the subject. 32. Disease is just as popular as the weather. When you participate in conversations like this, you radiate energy on the frequency of the destructive pendulum. In other words, you accept his game. Coincidentally, the pendulum gives you a little push in the form of discomfort or illness. This worries you and makes you think, I feel like I'm getting sick. It is your answer, on the frequency of oscillation of the pendulum. The pendulum receives your energy and pushes you again, and the pain increases. You go to the doctor who confirms that you are sick, and the process continues on its own. The pendulum receives your energy again and oscillates more and more. When the crisis occurs, the pendulum has already taken all the energy it could from you, it leaves you alone, and you begin to recover, unless the induced transition projects its victim onto a line of life where you become disabled. Reasonable question: what to do then? Should we refuse to go to the doctors? To take the drugs? In general, should all diseases be ignored? Of course not. Refusing to treat an already advanced disease is not an out of the game, but rather irresponsible negligence. Here, I am talking about not getting sucked into the game. You can ask your colleague at work, why were you absent? He will most often answer you, I was sick, and not I went in to get treatment, but sick. To the question, what do you have? The answer will be, I am sick. Admittedly, an answer such as I was treating myself, I am treating myself, does not sound natural. It's because people are so used to playing the game called disease that healing itself, instead of being the goal of the game, is seen as an attribute, a side effect. The game with the destructive pendulum begins the moment you willingly accept the symptoms of an illness, or, in other words, as soon as you catch the end of an induced transition spiral. You can frustrate the first push of the pendulum if you don't take the symptoms seriously, calmly dismiss them, and forget about them. If you can't, you can still throw the pendulum in check by taking basic prophylactic measures. If, despite everything, you fall ill, then don't play the illness game, play the healing game. To play illness is to suffer passively, to participate in conversations about the various ailments, to moan, to lament, to claim compassion and attention from those around you. To play at illness is to consider one's suffering as an inseparable part of oneself, a fetish that brings happiness. It is to seek and consume information on illnesses. To play healing is to act, to be interested in methods that improve health, to have a healthy lifestyle, to consider one's illness with humor, to pay attention to improvements, to aspire to health, to communicate with those who think in the same way. 33. As you can see, they are completely different games. In illness, you play the role of a passive victim, you radiate on the frequency of the destructive pendulum, you are sucked into the funnel of an induced transition. But in healing you act as an active creator, as a patron, a master who directs his destiny, and therefore you are transported on lifelines of good health. Now, if you're playing healing, ask yourself, are you doing it sincerely? In fact, you could be lying to yourself, which happens very often. For example, you can recognize with all your mind that it is necessary to maintain a healthy lifestyle, to stop bad habits, to exercise, to eat healthy foods and so on. But in truth, old habits are deeply rooted. You try to follow healthy living rules, because you have to, but in fact, you are simply too lazy. In fact, you are cheating, and your game is called I'm sick but I'm being treated. On an energetic level, there is no difference with the game of illness. You are trying to play healing not by conviction, but by compulsion. Your intention is neither pure nor sincere, so the result will be in the same vein. As a wonderful image of this type of cheating, we can observe people of the fair sex, when they make efforts to lose weight. While forcing themselves, they torture themselves with diets. I'm sick but I'm being treated. They hate their weight and their body. But you know well that to radiate energy on such a frequency is the best way to reach the line of life where the body and the weight are thus. They don't like these diets. They want to eat the things they are used to. If you are playing this game, give up this meaningless self-torture. At best, it will bring you an insignificant and temporary result. When you force yourself, the subconscious gets scared, it resists, and eventually it takes over. So expect not only to stop dieting, but to gain even more weight. There is only one conclusion we can come to: if you want to have health and beauty, change your way of life. This means that you have to break old habits and acquire new ones, not out of necessity but out of conviction. You must have the intention, and it must be pure. Otherwise, you will not be able to radiate energy on the frequency of your healthy lifelines, and possibly move on to them. Everything is not as hard as it may seem. Changing habits is just a matter of intention and time. And you won't even need that much time. This is your choice. 34. The pendulums of diseases. Every person has been sick at least once in their life. Sickness brings a lot of troubles and inconveniences for man. It generates negative thoughts and emotions that radiate out into space. This energy creates a breeding ground for the growth of disease-related pendulums. These are the champions of the assimilation of negative energy. The pendulums created by diseases are among the most powerful. These are above all the diseases themselves and epidemics. Opposite are the different pendulums of medicine. Imagine how huge and powerful these structures are. Hospitals, clinics, research institutes, factories, pharmacies, science, education. The announced goal of the pendulums of medicine is the fight against diseases. But in practice, this struggle generates a lot of negative phenomena, peculiar to destructive pendulums, because their initial goal, whatever happens, consists in attracting and retaining adherents. For example, official medicine is hostile to alternative methods of care, methods it does not recognize. When adherents of natural medicine criticize outdated or false notions of contemporary medicine, such criticism is then declared to be anti-scientific. And some supporters of alternative medicine, in turn, will not miss the opportunity to throw a stone in the garden of the orthodox. A person under the influence of the pendulums of disease or medicine can no longer regain the well-being of his youth, of the time when questions of health hardly concerned him. You didn't take health seriously because it didn't bother you. And so, the mental radiation did not contain the pendulum frequencies of the diseases. With age, to a certain degree, you gradually fall under the influence of the pendulums. Tuning into their frequency, you give your energy to them, and then become dependent on them, which moves you on lifelines where you are sick. If you really want to regain your former health, it is necessary above all to free yourself from the bonds of the pendulums of disease and medicine. This means no longer letting their information into you and no longer participating in their games. In other words, apply the method of defeating the pendulum. If, despite everything, illnesses do not leave you alone, then play the game of healing and take good care of your body. In this case, it will also be the check of the pendulum. Let's look at some typical behaviors of disease pendulums. Drug advertising presents you with happy people every day, because they have taken this or that drug and have regained their health. And not only health, they know full success in all their affairs. It's a seductive bait. And it works 100%. 35. Because, as we have already shown, most people live in a semi-conscious state. A program is installed in your brain, you go to the pharmacy, you take the medicine, and afterwards you will be rewarded. Perfect order will be restored in all your affairs. But that's not all. This advertisement hides another program, deeper and well concealed. Think about it. Usually, in advertising, we are shown perfectly normal, beautiful and even successful people. And you, are you worse? All these people fall ill but recover immediately thanks to the drugs. And you are the same. But the fact is that these advertisements plant in our subconscious the idea that we are predisposed to diseases. Either we are already sick, or we will be very soon. And many people accept these rules of the game. This is the real face of the destructive pendulum, not the one advertised. His duty is not to cure the man of disease, but to make him his adherent, by suggesting that he is ill and that he should take medicine. Another interesting way to attract adherents is bad weather forecasts. They are based on information about magnetic storms, atmospheric pressure fluctuations and many other adverse factors. Notice that all of these things happen, more or less, every day. Based on this data, we get predictions, who will suffer tomorrow, and what disease. Sometimes it can be amusing to hear the pendulum enthusiastically list all possible diseases and the inevitable consequences for their carriers. But then the stuff gets a little too scary. Do you see what destructive program is taking place in the minds of people who are already unhealthy? After hearing such things, we can conclude that it is better not to go outside at all but rather go straight to lie down in a club. Admittedly, the weather conditions have a certain influence on our well-being. But why would you be willing to do so from the start? Because there are many people, and especially the elderly, who listen attentively to these outpourings of the pendulum and make a program of illnesses and acute aggravations, as if it were a verdict. Such predictions represent an example of the insolent and cynical aspiration of the pendulum to subject people to its influence. Finally, the classic subject, talking about health with loved ones and those around you. Usually, we don't talk about how to improve health. It's more about diseases and their treatment. One, all excited, tells how he takes care of his wounds, while another willingly moans in response, "Yes, it is not funny to grow old." Those who communicate in this way were actively radiating mental energy at the frequency of the pendulums of disease. This energy is as contagious as pathogenic microbes. Avoid such conversations at all costs, otherwise, without realizing it, you yourself will emit at the frequency of the disease. 36. Identifying the pendulum of diseases is very simple. It seduces you with information on diseases and their treatments. If you decide to ignore this information, that is to say let it flow without hearing it, not to take it seriously, the pendulum will become discouraged and leave you alone. This will be its failure. If you welcome the information with a good laugh and mockery, the pendulum will run away from you, terrified, it will be extinguished. Separated from the pendulums of disease, you gain complete freedom. However, this will not last very long. Man is made like this. He has to adhere to this or that pendulum. Then, sooner or later, you again risk falling under the influence of the pendulums. To avoid this, you must leave the suspended state and join the pendulums of the hygiene of life. They oversee everything that makes the body and the spirit strong. Become an adherent of a healthy lifestyle, and you will understand how joyful and exciting it is, compared to the dreary and painful fight against diseases. It is quite obvious that if man is busy taking care of his well-being, he radiates energy at the frequency of healthy lifelines and therefore, there is no room in his life for diseases. So, as you can see, there are two completely opposite ways of life, treating illnesses or taking care of one's health. Obviously, with respect to illnesses, the first is part of the internal intention, and the second part of the external intention. You choose your way of life. 37. Abstract. Physiological energy is expended only to perform an action. Intention forms from free energy. Free energy passes through the body in the form of two opposing flows. In the state of stress, the energy of intention is blocked. To get rid of stress, it is necessary to wake up and drop importance. If it is impossible to drop the importance, do not waste your strength to relax either. By doing energy gymnastics, you consolidate your energy envelope. Do not save energy, but let it flow freely through you. Having a high vital force means having wide energy channels. Energy channels drain well with energy gymnastics. The purification of the body considerably expands the energy channels. The internal intention is to be ill and undergo the treatment. The external intention is to lead a healthy lifestyle. Under no circumstances accept the play of the destructive pendulums of disease. During the exercises, bring your attention to the central flows. Intention is not zeal, but focus. 38. Chapter 2 Railing. Railing is a very charming technique of human relations. Do you think influencing people contributes to your success? This is actually the least efficient and most questionable way. There is no need to put pressure on those around you to achieve your goals. You will see that the world welcomes you with open arms. People will feel an inexplicable sympathy towards you. Give up your intention to get, replace it with that of giving, and you will receive what you have given up. Intent in relationships. We are accustomed to measuring the success of our life on the one hand, by the level of achievements, and on the other hand, by the volume of accumulated problems. Transurfing helps you, not to fight against the problems nor more especially to solve them, but rather to avoid them. Goals, again, are achieved in an unusual way, through external intent. Problems or acquisitions most often arise within human relationships, whether personal or business relationships. The question arises, can we use external intention in human relations? The problem is that the external intention is something elusive. it is difficult to control or manipulate external intent. However, there are methods that allow you to implicitly initiate the mechanism. You simply use a certain technique, and the external intention begins to work on its own, without any will from anyone, but in your favor. What motivates people? It's their internal intention. So, use their intention instead of using your own. Give up your own and allow the external intention to implement people's internal intention. To enable you to obtain what you desire from an external world, the external intention has only a little finger to move. Because it desires nothing and does nothing, but it allows the intention internal, which is in tune with the world, to function. To achieve your ends, use the internal intention of people. Despite the selfish tone of this sentence, you do not use people, in fact, you do not prevent them from doing what they want. All problems, one way or another, arise from disagreements between intentions. 39. People's internals. 1. Guided by its own interests, seeks to obtain something from the other. As for the other, he has his idea in mind and is looking for something completely different. How to balance this difference between interests in order to satisfy the needs of each individual? It's a difficult task, isn't it? But in fact, everything is very simple. To resolve this point, all you need to do is identify that something in common that lies at the root of people's internal intention. Thus, the internal intention of man rests on the feeling of its own value. The only thing that motivates people and at the same time limits their freedom in the world of pendulums is internal and external importance. The feeling of personal worth belongs to internal importance. Pendulums, like creatures made from energy and information, are created from the groups of people and then continue to evolve on their own, eventually subjecting people to their own laws. Submission occurs through the feeling of importance. This is why most of people's motivations are located where their personal values are realized. The rest of the motivations are part of the fray, that is, the wishes of the soul. As a rule, this lesser part is underdeveloped because it is suffocated by the constant need to preserve personal values in the world of pendulums. To be able to trigger the device of external intent in human relationships, you will have to break yet another false stereotype. Surely you've heard this advice, which might seem right, before trying to change others, start with yourself. This piece of advice immediately makes me feel uncomfortable. It means that I'm imperfect and that I have to change myself, but I absolutely don't want to. And you are right not to want to change. You don't have to try to change others, but you don't have to change yourself either. Whatever you do with yourself or with others will be the work of your internal intention, ineffectual and painful. There is another solution to the problem. You must allow others to realize their internal intention. Then the outer intention will go to work, and your inner intention will realize itself. For example, a woman wants her boyfriend to propose to her, but he always finds excuses not to. With the help of the internal intention, she will direct all her efforts to force him to marry her. This will get her nowhere, except to create an excessive potential of her desire and the importance of marriage. As a result, the balancing forces could take her lover away from her. Maybe he didn't actually love her? Of course not. Because this woman had transformed her love into a relationship of dependence. If you love me, you will marry me. To make the external intention work, the woman must give up her desire to force her boyfriend to marry her and instead ask herself the question, what would a man like him want from marriage? She will have no problem finding the answer to this question. No doubt he will want to realize his range of values there. I am loved, appreciated, respected, admired. 40. And so on. If the woman directs her energy to realizing all these values, she will not only achieve her goal, but she will also realize the same values at home. What if he doesn't deserve to be respected and loved? So what's the point of all this fuss? We all have freedom of choice. As you sigh, there is no need to change yourself. The main idea is that the open window is somewhere else. Usually, Man is completely absorbed in thinking about what he wants from others, but he pays no attention to what they want. By turning your attention to people's motives and desires, you will easily get what you need. To do this, you just have to ask yourself the question, what is my partner's internal intention directed towards? This is like stepping back from the window and finally seeing the window open. Once this is done, all you have to do is direct your internal intention to realize that of your partner. This is how your internal intention turns into external intention. Very often, the internal intention is oriented to draw attention to oneself and present itself in all its glory. Suppose you are simply concerned about something that is wrong. Imagine you are going to a party with friends. There, all the guests will only pay attention to you and will do nothing but stare at you non-stop. After all, they only gathered to discuss how you dress, how you talk and how you move, that's all. And if you hear laughter in a group, it is certain, we laugh at you. And imagine how many contemptuous looks you will meet. Poor you. You will surely have understood that it is necessary to understand everything upside down. Everyone is above all concerned with themselves and the behavior of others towards themselves. And what each thinks of the others comes last to mind. So relax and behave naturally. But don't try to get comfortable, just allow yourself ease and spontaneity. Note that if your goal is to be comfortable, you won't get anywhere. Or you could get results using snapshots. But you will need time, and the party is tonight. You won't be comfortable until you remove the importance. That said, dropping it isn't that simple either. You can never firmly reject your desire to present yourself in all your glory. And yet, the solution is simple. When a person speaks to you, they are above all curious about your attention to themselves. Rest assured, people only take care of themselves. So take care of them, too. Take your attention away from yourself and direct it towards people. Activate your observer and stop the game from inflating your personal value. Play the game of inflating that of others. Take an interest in them, listen to them and observe them. You don't have to go overboard to curry favor, just go with the flow. As soon as your attention goes to 41. Others, the excess potential of your personal value will eclipse itself. At that point, you will come to be at ease quite naturally. To attract attention, it is enough to be interested in others. Talk to people not about your problems, but about what interests them, including themselves. This is how your internal intention turns into external intention. Such an interlocutor will quickly please those around him. People will not be able to escape your external intention. It always works in a mysterious way. It is useless to try to attract people by your own personality, that is then the internal intention. To be interested in them is the external intention. Having renounced your internal intention, and having redirected the attention to others, then effortlessly you will receive what you want from them. It is the external intention that will do it for you. How is it possible that when I am interested in people, I then attract their attention? Alright, I'll play curious, but will that make me more attractive? In fact, even if you were 1,000 times more attractive than you are, people would be concerned about themselves first and foremost, and only then, everyone else. Yourself, when you try to draw attention to yourself, you only think of yourself. When one shows interest in a person, he succeeds in realizing his internal intention. Who is behind this achievement? It's you, of course. And who will this person be interested in now? Only you. People are interested in famous people, TV stars or showbiz stars. Here it is a different type of interest. If you're not a star, you're looked at as a potential partner, or business, friendship, or romance. Take for example an extreme case of passion for celebrities. Fans are interested in every detail of the life of their idol. They worship him. But it almost never crosses their minds to consider a star as a potential partner for relationships. In day-to-day communication, it's not how attractive you are that counts, but how well you are suited to relating to the person. It is always this aspect that she evaluates. This person, next to you, always taking himself into account, is consciously, and at the same time unwittingly, assessing whether you belong in his relationship scenario, where he will take pleasure in satisfying itself. Such satisfaction is obtained as soon as the personal value of this person is realized in such and such a form. I please, I am recognized. I am not empty, I am someone. I do better than others, I am appreciated. And now judge for yourself what you will get out of it if in the first case you impose yourself on this person, and in the other, you show interest in him. Naturally, you will fit perfectly if you provide him with the satisfaction of his self-worth. If she gets that satisfaction, she will overlook your shortcomings and forgive you. 42. Weak points. All these things are taken into consideration last. But you, what are you doing? Concerned about your weak points, you try to hide them, highlighting your virtues. I repeat to you that your strengths and your weaknesses do not matter to your partner. What interests him is the feeling of value of himself, which he receives by communicating with you. You can be excellent in all areas, but this will not help you in your search for friends and partners. On the contrary, many stars suffer from loneliness. Your admirable qualities can even harm you in finding partners. The person sees that you are excellent, but above all, he assesses how important he is going to be next to a perfect creature such as you. If you shine before her in all your glory, she'll think you're overshadowing her. Drop your qualities and pay attention to this person, let him feel his value by your side, and there, you will have conquered him. When you show interest in people, do it sincerely. Do not imply that you know techniques to curry favor with you or take advantage of them. If you really want their sympathy, they at least deserve your sincerity. Many people, trying to earn a reputation in front of an interesting interlocutor, try to rise to the occasion. I'm so smart, I've tried everything and I've seen it all. This is the work of internal intention. Step aside from this homogeneous system and take another position. Set a goal, not to show yourself as a charming partner, but to offer the opportunity for your partner to be charming. Get into their frequency and listen carefully, asking questions and showing interest in the partner's topic and personality. So you can talk for hours, since he will be the one talking most of the time. At the end of the conversation, your partner will be absolutely convinced that he met someone very good, or rather, a completely remarkable person. This is how your external intention works. It allows the internal intention of others to be realized. Therefore, you get what you gave up. You gave up displaying your personality and allowed the personality of another to be revealed. As soon as you have done this, this other becomes your admirer, because you have allowed him to blossom, to fulfill his internal intention. No star will ever be able to give her anything like that. Good. What if you want to interest someone who doesn't see you as a potential partner? For example, she must accept your business proposal, which simply does not interest her. In this case, to be able to count on his interest, you will have to forget all the more about yourself and what you are doing to redirect your full attention to this person. Show yourself sincere and curious about what excites her. 43. Talk to him about it constantly. It is on this condition alone that she will express her interest in your case. You may ask yourself, why do I have to listen to others, be interested in them, give them my attention, love them and respect them, when they are only concerned about themselves and do not want me listen to me? Okay, and why would I have to admire you and care for you, love you and respect you? Everything you have imagined about yourself, I am this and that in relation to them, is only an illusion. A fiction of internal intention, dressed in the excessive potential of relationships of dependency and importance. Your internal intention is to be important. And you will truly become one on one condition, if you give up your internal intention and allow the internal intention of others to be realized. Your advantage is that you exploit your external intention, while they do the opposite. Take advantage of your advantage. In general, When you want to get anything from a person, you can apply a universal method. Its principle is to renounce the internal intention to receive, and to replace it with that of giving. It's very simple to do. Do you want to gain recognition and respect from someone? Don't demand respect from yourself. Respect this person yourself. Make sure they feel important to you. Do you need compassion and recognition? Don't look for them. Be sincere in taking part in this person's problems. Take care of them. Are you looking for sympathy? You will not have it for your beautiful eyes. Sympathize with a person yourself, and you will be sympathetic to them by definition. Do you need help and support? Help others. Thus, you will reinforce your personal value, and the person will want to show up to you and will not remain your debtor. Finally, do you want mutual love? Relinquish possession and dependent relationships. You will get there if you simply love, without expecting anything in return. Such love is very rare, and no one can resist it. In any case, you will definitely receive what you have given up. There is still a question: how to motivate a person to do something. With your internal intention, you can push her to do so, if you have such power. You can also persuade her the need to do so. But the most effective way is offered to us by the external intention, to arrange things in such a way that this person wants to do it on their own. To do this, it is necessary to match the task in question with the goals and aspirations of the person. Ask yourself the question: what links are there between what I want and what this person wants? To begin, define the person's needs, what they tend towards, what they lack: money, power, respect for others, satisfaction for a job well done, love of children, prestige, the 44. Reputation in society, fame and so on. All of these things are variations on the theme of self-worth. In the end, every individual feels uncomfortable if they have little meaning in this world. If he represents nothing, if he has very little influence, he tries to increase his own value. Having reached his target, he aims for a new one, and the bar of self-worth rises each time. Thus, he spends his life in pursuit of internal importance. There is nothing wrong with that. You can't judge someone for their desire to be valuable. Everyone does it in their own way, and everyone tries to make it happen. The opposite case, where the individual has stopped growing and wants nothing more, is pretty ugly. But it is rather rare. On the whole, he is always looking for something in his life, however small, and it is usually his position or situation in society that does not suit him. So your goal is to figure out how the task at hand will increase his sense of self-worth. And after, present it to your partner by highlighting that its value will grow. Allow his value to grow, and he'll gladly do it for you. As soon as he's finished, generously tell him your gratitude. Guided by this principle, you can easily motivate people to act in your interest. The internal intention pushes you to force them or beg them. But thanks to the external intention, you are only manifesting a wish that everything will work out on its own and in your favor. To realize the external intention, it is enough to make people, while thinking of themselves and their business, act for you. For this you just have to wake up, put aside your own interests and remember the interests of others. For example, if you're in retail, you're probably thinking about how to sell a product to a customer. But he, for his part, does not think of making you happy by buying it. He doesn't want anyone to sell him anything. He wants to buy. Do you understand the difference? All of them, as many as they are, try to give me stuff, but I don't want it. I want to choose myself what I need. Don't think about how to sell your items. Think about what your buyer needs. The idea of selling is internal intention. The external intent is the opposite, knowing what the customer wants. You don't have to know exactly what product he is looking for. If he suffers from rheumatism and you sincerely take part in his problems, advise him of a doctor or a remedy, he buys from you. Not because your products are better, but because by selling bricks you tell him about his rheumatism. It's just an image, but the underlying principle works 100%. Whenever you need to get something from another person or encourage them to do something for you, let go of your internal intention. Ask yourself, what is it made of? 45. The internal intention of this person. Do what you can to encourage the realization of his intention. At that time, when you're already helping her achieve it, think briefly about what you want to achieve. Like this, by the way, insert your request, while remaining committed to the realization of the partner's intention. It might even very well happen that you don't even need to hint at your affair. She could manage on her own. Therein lies the magical power of external intention. There is even an even more effective method of influencing people. It is to try to induce in them the internal intention. If you want to understand, it's quite simple. Internal intent or motivation is almost always determined by internal importance. Each person in this or that way, to some degree, seeks to protect, emphasize or increase their own value. If you need to solicit people, just imagine how they might increase their value. This is called challenging them. You can challenge a group of people, so who's going to do better? Or play on professional honor, we're not going to let it get you down. Or just address the inner importance, let's show everyone who we are. If the person accepts this challenge in the context of their own worth, they will carry out your will as their own. It will be so, because you have given upon your internal intention and have paid attention to its value. Use other people's intention, not your own. The stream of relationships. Usually, you or your company manufactures what will eventually be consumed by other people. How do you encourage people to want to buy that particular product? If you think they'll choose him just because he's awesome, think again. This typical error is the point of view of internal intention. We create masterpieces, so people have to buy them. The point of view of internal intention makes a triple error. First of all, the phrase "we create masterpieces" accentuates the internal importance. You consider your creation to be a masterpiece, so it's important to you. And since you are not indifferent to it, you will not be able to evaluate it objectively. On the other hand, your internal intention is geared towards selling your product to people. They won't want to buy it because they don't think it's a masterpiece at all, and they don't like it either. Finally, the main error is that the internal intention focuses on the product itself, and not on the needs of the customers. The narrow focus of internal intention. 46. Will lead to the creation of a miracle product that no one wants. And this happens very often. The perspective of external intent is to define what people want, what they lack, what they need, what motivates them, what captivates them. External intent follows the stream of variance. By crafting a masterpiece invented by your mind, you are trying to move against the tide. The mind always tends to idealize its faculties. He involves himself in the creative process entirely and radically, without seeing anything around him. The mind seeks to control everything it can. But consumer demand hardly obeys control and always follows its course. In order to somehow manipulate demand, you need big advertising, and even that doesn't always work. The mind is not able to predict market trends. And you don't actually need it. All you need to do is go with the flow and be aware of the slightest deviations in direction. No need to invent an object for the demand. Almost all inventions ahead of their time do not find application in life. This does not mean that you absolutely have to give up creating new things. The thing is, if you're going to profit from your masterpiece ahead of the mainstream of variance, then you're likely to lose your bet. On the other hand, if your discovery is really great, it can explode the market, but this rarely happens. The guarantee of success is for the company that aims to satisfy current demand. Now back to our question, how do you get people to want to buy your product? The answer could be, there is no solution. Even if there is such a possibility, it is hardly realized. In fact, with your internal intention, you will seek to impose your articles on others. External intent, following the flow, seeks to sense what people want, and what they already have more than enough of. Demand is determined by the current of variance. The variance stream itself already contains all the answers, only he can guarantee you success. It is not without reason that many inventions or fundamental discoveries have been made almost simultaneously and independently by several people. Thus is manifested the phenomenon of advancement in the space of the variance of the material realization. Things that must happen in due time. Leonardo da Vinci anticipated many of the inventions that only recently materialized into physical reality. This seems quite obvious no matter what. Yet the mind constantly forgets this and seeks to escape the flow and bring it under its control. I have already said that the current of variance is a luxurious gift for the mind. You should always be aware of this and take advantage of such a chance. And many problems and obstacles would pass you by. 47. Most problems in human relationships arise as a result of the mind's struggle against the current of variations. Criticism is a form of manifestation of this struggle. Criticism is the direct product of internal intention. The encouragement and enhancement of the positive sides of the person belong to the external intention. Criticizing someone is the same as fighting against the world. It doesn't bring you any profit, unless you consider it to be beneficial to you to indulge and vex the adversary. In contrast, encouraging and fostering is a driving force for people. By accusing and criticizing a person, you are trying to influence him with your internal intention. By emphasizing its merits and qualities, no matter what, you lose nothing, but allow the situation to develop in your favor. Don't blame others for anything. Many people tend to blame themselves and carry a sense of guilt within them. But no one is willing to take blame from others. Sometimes, by blaming themselves, the person can become a masochist. However, the accusations of others are always painful for the one who receives them. The person will be upset in any case, even if he is wrong and the accusation is just. But you, what are you going to get out of it? Make you bile to relieve yourself? But in doing so, you only create excessive potential from which you yourself will suffer. If your main goal is to convince the person that they are wrong, again you will not succeed. Hearing your accusations, this person has a hard time fully acknowledging their wrongdoing, even if they confess verbally. It is possible to achieve some results by attempting to use accusations to assert yourself over others or establish your power. But in this case, you become manipulative. If you don't have any of these goals, let go of criticism and judgment. Otherwise, you'll be clapping your hands over the water, going against the current. Let go of the person's weaknesses and think only of their qualities. And you will go with the flow, which will bring you invaluable benefits. If your observer is not sleeping, he will always help you find an explanation of how the person you are about to judge is acting. The benevolent watcher will not allow you to drown in an argument or quarrel. Watch the game as a spectator, remember that criticism will only bring you trouble, and keep going with the flow. Judgments and criticism cannot be beneficial, because they disturb man, disorient him from his track, cause him to lose the path he was following. The path led him to his goal. Because, deep down, all people are driven by their goals and motivations. When you encourage the person, whatever happens, you steer them on a track that is also favorable for you, without disrupting their journey or upsetting their aspirations. Seer. 48. Wishes and his become parallel. None of your respective rights are prejudiced. Neither is your pride injured, and your interests become common. And you, do you like being criticized? Either you hate criticism or you try to prove to yourself that it is fair. Either way, you don't accept criticism unless you have developed a guilt complex. Criticism can whip, incite to act as it should be. But it is only the mind that can be forced. And never the soul. Either it always does what it wants, or it prevents the mind from doing what it should. Criticism makes the soul an enemy to the spirit, and encouragement makes it its ally. Thus, encouragement is a constructive force, and criticism is a destructive one. It is for this reason that company executives are trained not to criticize bad work, which any saboteur knows how to do, but to organize an enthusiastic climate so that people want to do their job well. And when does this happen? When each individual, engaged in a common cause, feels personally important. If you want to make enemies, prove everyone you're right, no matter what. In Volume 1, The Current of Variance, we have already demonstrated how useless and harmful it is to prove at all costs that you are right. If the argument makes sense to you, and if your interests really do not allow you to let go of your position, argue. In other cases, allow others the right to clap their hands on the water. You won't profit from winning a controversy. On the other hand, to win a new enemy, it is quite possible. If a confident person comes out with nonsense and you make it clear to them, they will never agree. Or else she will accept it if she tends to self-flagellation and guilt. But do you really need to triumph over such a person in this way? As long as your interests are not affected, let others say things you don't approve of. Thus, you do not create excessive potentials and fight against the current. Those who argue are usually thrown headlong into a game. They sleep soundly. In order not to be drawn into a game, it is necessary to wake up and activate your internal observer. If there are several participants in the argument, come down from the stage and watch the room play for a moment. Take on the role of a savvy spectator, and get a huge advantage, as each participant tries to realize their internal intent and argue their point of view. You'll come up with a solution that none of the other participants could have seen. Simply, do not rush to want to impose it on everyone. The main thing is to propose it. Breaking the spear is someone else's business. 49. If you won in an argument, consider having suffered a loss. Even if the opponents have officially recognized your victory, you can be sure that in their heads they will find a lot of informal arguments in their favor. Either way, the loser's sense of worth takes a hit. And who strikes this blow? The one who managed to maintain his point of view. After all, wouldn't you want to punch that person in the face? Likewise, you shouldn't want to hurt another person's sense of worth. Very often people hurt each other in this way. It's always a hidden pain, because people suffer it without saying anything. People do not like to display their desire to reinforce their value. It is implied that the value is already there at the base, which is why no one wants to show their battles for their own worth, although everyone does at every opportunity. If a person got a hit on their value when they didn't say anything, don't think they weren't upset and took the hit. The resentment will continue to exist, if not in his mind, it will be in his subconscious. You have won the argument, and your value seems to have increased. But you did it at your opponent's expense, by reducing his value. You understand well that the hidden resentment that always appears in these cases does not bring anything good. In addition, for nothing in the world the defeated opponent will want to recognize that you have weight. There's a fantastic way to make someone your opponent. Let them know how much better you are compared to them. You shouldn't make an idol of them and you shouldn't make an enemy of them. That's the main motto of relationships that go with the flow. Avoid hurting people's sense of self-worth like the plague. And let it be a kind of taboo. By doing so, you will protect yourself from heaps of problems and troubles whose reasons would be incomprehensible because of the hidden nature of the blow to the value of others. The person who is arguing with you, what is he doing? It defends its own value in this or that form. Walk halfway towards her. Approve what she says. Having given your consent, you will give her what she wanted. And there, you can calmly expose your point of view. Not to impose it, nor to prove it, but just to talk about it. In this case, not only are you going with the flow, but you are also using external intention. And the result will then be unmatched. No intellectual stratagem will bring you such a result. At the very beginning of your conversation, you must arrange with the person to both look in the same direction. If the first thing the person answers you is no, then it is useless to try to convince them afterwards. She has turned in another direction and is not going to follow the current of her interlocutor, you. It's important to get the person to say yes to you right from the start. 50. Never approach the subject through the sore points. Start with what you want, as long as your interlocutor agrees with you. Afterwards, very gently, you can channel the progress of the subject on the more controversial issues. Now you have a much better chance of finding an agreement, because you are automatically moving in the same current and in the same direction, and your mental radiation is not in dissonance with his. If you have played poorly somewhere and are expecting a legitimate rebuke, don't prepare your defense. More simply, preventively recognize your mistake. The person who wanted to crush you under his vigilante anger will rather adopt an attitude of big heart and clemency. In this case, you cannot say that attack is the best defense. You happen to agree with your adversary in anticipation and thus gave him the green light to carry out his internal intention. Through your preemptive submission, you realize its internal intention to put you in your place and at the same time, increase its value. And since you're doing it voluntarily, without obligation, your worth doesn't suffer. In this way, you kill two birds with the same stone, to increase the value of your opponent, which he will be grateful to you, and not to drop yours. When you defend your mistakes, you row against the tide and give your energy to the pendulums. The desire to justify yourself at all costs is caused by the high level of internal importance. Let go of this unbearable burden, give yourself the right to make mistakes and allow yourself to make mistakes. Don't defend your mistakes, but consciously acknowledge them. And immediately, life will be much easier for you. I have already said that people's remarks, which annoy you, can be quite useful. Other people's suggestions, which may seem hostile to you at first, are ultimately not meaningless. If the remarks and suggestions of others affect you so much, it is because you have exceeded, here or there, a level of internal importance. Drop your worth, stop resisting the current, and acknowledge that the other may be right, or at least take notice, or guidance. Tell that person they were right when they told you this or that. You will see the result. You don't have to tell her she was right, but do it anyway. After all, you have nothing to lose. Anyone can be wrong, both the sane and the foolish. But unlike the latter, the sensible recognizes his mistakes. So by acknowledging out loud that the person was right, you will immediately gain their favor. People live in the aggressive world of pendulums, where they are forced to defend their position and protect themselves at all times. And here you are, offering someone to do it for them. At that point, the problem of defending yourself against you no longer exists. She immediately feels relieved. She is grateful to you for helping her in this fight. And 51. For her, you are no longer a potential enemy, but an ally. This entire situation is happening in an instant in your partner's head on a subconscious level. You reason the same way when you sleep awake. But if you practice the state of consciousness, it will not be difficult, even interesting, for you to take on the role of witness to the common sense of the other. If someone is right, others won't say it, but don't be afraid to admit out loud that that person is right. If this is a defining moment for her, she will owe you. In any case, she will be grateful to you, even if it is unconscious in her. Imagine the jungle in which man lives. He must always be on his guard, considering everyone as a potential enemy, even if the relationship seems friendly. Everyone thinks only of themselves and is in a perpetual state of defense. In such an environment, you are a real godsend for people tired of struggling. Can you imagine how many lies you could acquire? What it takes is to simply drop your value and not be too lazy to admit that the other is right. You are acting deliberately, and it is to your advantage. But people are sleeping and won't thank you. But if they could wake up and deliberately express their attitude, you might hear, "Yeah, that person isn't stupid. She is very nice. I like it." No one will tell you out loud, no one will consciously mean it either. But if one expressed the unconscious feeling, it would take exactly this form. People, preoccupied and overwhelmed by their own value, no longer notice anything around them except value. You have a huge advantage, the state of consciousness, the lack of importance of your own value and attention to others. Use this advantage, and you will see gold, where others only see stones. Agree on the fray. When communicating, people more or less adapt to each other. They take into account the character of the interlocutor, temperament, intellectual level, habits, etc. If they cannot tune into their partner's frequency, they cannot understand each other and socialize, and their exchange is reduced to the stirring of the air by words. Until you are attuned to your partner's frequency, you will not be able to understand each other. The term tuning to the partner's frequency is purely symbolic. You understand that I use this simplified model because it is practical. How it happens on the physical plane is not important to us. The main thing to know is that each 52 individual has a set of parameters that make up his own personality, his fray. When you establish close contact with someone, you are frailing, you are attuning to their parameters. The success of communication directly depends on how well you managed to capture the essence of the partner's frail. It's not as complicated as it may seem. The main condition is to pay attention to the interlocutor. Without attention on your part, useless to discuss agreement. That goes without saying, but commonly, during a conversation, the man is concerned only with his own thoughts. A great businessman once said, "Everyone tries to offer me something, but no one ever asks me what I want." People who seek to get something from others think only of their problems and how to solve them, with the help of others. This is the internal intention itself. On the other hand, as soon as you start thinking about what people want, you start the mechanism of external intention. How do you find a connection between what you want and what another person wants? First, you must consciously focus on what interests him. Transmit the internal gaze of yourself to your partner. The person will only be interested in your case in the context of their own concerns and goals. Your thoughts revolve around what you want to achieve. But for others, it doesn't matter. After all, do other people's desires interest you? Well, they think like you, about their cares and their problems, and they don't care about other people's desires. That's why the only way to find understanding and common ground with someone is to conduct the conversation in the context of one's own interests. You have, more than enough, been able to think about your problem. Now shift your attention to your partner's interests. Let the basis of your conversation be the context of his intention, and your problem, place it above. For example, you plan to take a vacation in August. You stick to it, and you think about it. But your boss, what is he thinking? He thinks of your work, and absolutely not of your holidays. There are two solutions to this problem. 1. You go to see him and start exposing your problems and desires. 2. You remind him that in September there is an additional volume of work, and that you would like to have vacations in August to be operational in September. Which of these two approaches do you think will work? If it is, the boss will tell you to take your vacation in October, but it is likely that he will be rather favorable, because you speak his language. When you speak to a person in the context of their interests, you tune into their mental frequency. If the donkey does not obey and refuses to go where it should, it is because the rider and the donkey are not thinking of the same thing. The donkey thinks of a carrot. Show him a 53 carrot, and it will get you where you need to be. So you put your intention in the context of the donkey's intention. What will he gain by performing your task? Ask yourself this question every time you need someone to do something for you. If you find the answer, you will get there for sure. To tune into the frequency of the interlocutor, it is necessary to listen carefully to what he is going to tell you. Unless, of course, you want to impose a topic to discuss, as well as your opinion. In a large group of friends, everyone tries to express themselves, but it makes no sense, since no one listens to anyone. Or, people can pretend to listen to you. but 90% of their attention is taken up with their own thoughts. To make a good reputation for yourself, you don't have to shine with your intelligence or your erudition, you just have to listen carefully to your partner. If you remain indifferent to an individual, encourage him to participate, talk to him about what interests him. For the moment, forget what worries you. It is a completely different frequency. Adopt your partner's frequency. Put yourself in his place. By doing this, you will understand what motivates this person to do this or that, you will understand their point of view. Once on its frequency, you can gently place the emphasis on the subject that interests you. The first and simplest key to a person's frequency is their first name. We cannot overlook the fact that from birth, the person always recognizes himself by his first name. When speaking, call her by her first name more often than not, and it will have an effect. Addressing someone by their first name is like a password that will inform them of your friendly intentions and your recognition of their personal value. Each person more or less constantly watches over his protective field, which houses his value. You will not be able to agree on the frequency of the partner, as long as he is surrounded by the protective wall of officiality or mistrust. This obstacle can be removed thanks to your disarming frankness. If you yourself show that you have no field that protects your value, nor any intention to attack, then the partner lowers his protection shield, too. But the most effective means against any dividing wall is the obvious manifestation of sympathy for the person. Why do we love our pets? Because they sincerely show us that they were happy to see us? They wag their tails, purr, jump, yelp, in short, express their joy strongly. There are other, less sociable creatures, such as goldfish. But these beings do not inspire us with so much affection. They are like plants that are part of the decor. Those we love almost tell us, "I'm not asking you for anything, I'm just happy to see you." This is one of the reasons we love our pets. 54. In contact with people, if you want to sympathize with them, just make them understand that you are happy to see them. Without expressing the joy of a dog, all you have to do is smile at the person, give him an enthusiastic hello, call him by his first name, listen to him attentively. Because if you behave like the little fish, their attitude towards you will be the same. The operation is very simple. In his subconscious, your partner will adopt a position like this: I met someone who is happy to see me. So, I am not nothing, I have weight in this world, since this person confirms it to me. Still, this person is nice and friendly. Your attention and your involvement must be sincere. There is nothing more vulgar than high interest in etiquette rank. People carry a smile as an attribute. It's not a smile anymore, it looks more like a tie. To the usual question, "How are you?" we expect the classic answer. If the response is not the one expected, it is perceived as an anomaly. No one cares about other people's problems. So why ask the question? During a conversation, you can resonate with the person, emitting your mental energy on their frequency. Each individual has his own resonant frequency, his hobby, his workhorse. This is what excites him, captivates him, and what he is proud of. His workhorse is a string that rings at the resonance frequency. If you have figured out what his passion in life is, talk it over with him and let his spirit speak. This is the most effective way to establish contact. Having captured this little thread, you can easily endear yourself to this person. Likewise, you can easily win over someone's good disposition, if you ask them to help you find a solution or perform a non-binding favor for you. To ask a small favor of a person means to give up one's own value, increasing one's own. He feels greater if you let him know that you need his help, and so you give him the opportunity to come forward and accentuate his worth. Having rendered a service, this person will feel useful by your side, and you can certainly be in his little papers. The feeling of self-worth is very expensive. Whoever you make experience this feeling will never forget such generosity. Admit that you yourself still remember with gratitude people who appreciated your qualities. You may think I'm exaggerating when I talk about the sense of human worth. Indeed, seen from the outside, the frailing seems to see anyone behaving like a big fish with airs of importance. However, value does play a huge role in behavior and 55. People's motivations. What do you think? What action on the part of others will hurt the man the most? The negligence, the insults, the beatings, the mutilations? No, the most serious injury is humiliation. After his own life, there is nothing more serious for man than his own worth. The strongest thirst, after the physical thirst, is the thirst for power. Certainly, this is the supreme and final stage of the struggle for importance. Few people let their values go to such extremes, far from it. But still admit that when the person has everything he needs, he only has to seek power. Nothing is as exciting as power. You can deduce from this the role that the sense of self-worth plays in human behaviors and motivations. Any criticism hurts the feeling of value. It's a kind of anti-frailing. Never honestly tell anyone they are wrong. Even if you are sure of it, it is always more profitable to remain neutral. Thus, you preserve the value of the person and protect yourself from the effect of balancing forces. Again, you can seriously hurt someone's sensitivity if you touch their negative. The cliché is on the film of the value, therefore, by touching it, you sting this person to the quick. The negative cliché is something the person doesn't like about them. As you know, a person with a negative cliché is always trying to hide it from themselves and project it onto others. But just try to answer him with a counter-accusation, that is, throw his projection back, and you will see what a violent reaction will ensue. The person will never accept your opinion and will become your worst enemy. So, it is better not to touch the negative clichés of other people. And even worse, don't try to suggest that they have a cliché in their head. The finest and most precise agreement on the frail of a person occurs of course in the state of love. It is very difficult, if not almost impossible, to understand why and how this happens. So much had been said about it. To know reciprocal love, it is necessary to renounce the right of possession and to love, quite simply, without seeking anything in return. You can preserve love if you don't turn it into a relationship of dependency. But you won't be able to do anything to force yourself to fall in love. That's all I can add on the subject. So, I have just described here the basic principles of frailing. As you have noticed, the division of relationships according to intention or according to current is quite formal. Flow-following communication can also be viewed from the perspective of intention-driven communication and vice versa. But in the end, it's all part of the frailing. You tune into the partner's frequency, because you look to them, act on their interests, and move in the same direction as them. In the end, you get from that person what you could never get by the usual methods of internal intention. 56. The energy of relationships. I have already mentioned beneficial visualization. I'm just going to remind you of its principle. Let's say someone is making trouble, harassing you, or attacking you. Or on the contrary, it is you who seek to obtain a service from someone. In this case, you have to get a vague idea of the problem of this person, what bothers or worries him, what makes him sick or what he lacks, health, self-confidence, inner peace. Be sure, each of us can feel oppressed, even to a small degree, and this especially concerns the one who creates a problem. And now imagine a situation where that person gets what they need. Imagine her, for example, doing her favorite activity, when she feels pleasure, satisfaction, peace of mind, comfort. You don't have to think too much about a beneficent scenario, just quickly visualize any image that comes to mind. For example, the person is sitting in his armchair, a beer in hand, in front of his fireplace, or he is bathing happily in the sea, or walking in a valley of flowers, or riding a bicycle, or jumping from joy. If you manage to satisfy them, the person, for no apparent reason, will feel sympathy towards you and will do what you ask of them, or even alleviate the problematic situation. What is happening here? much the same as during the session of a good movie. A good film, in my opinion, is a work of cinema that brings a feeling of celebrating life. You look at it and in your soul you feel a climate of lightness, pleasure and celebration. So cinema creates the feast of the soul on a mental and emotional level. And the beneficent visualization creates this celebration on an energetic level. If you have personally come to agree on a person's frailty and to guess his needs, then he will feel a wave of well-being. The difference between the energetic feast and the mental feast is this: having received an energetic delight, the person feels well-being, but does not understand where it comes from. And this is not so important. The main thing is that she felt it with you. Where does his disposition come from? It should be noted that beneficent visualization must be carried out sincerely, in accordance with the aspirations of the soul and the spirit. If you manage to wish the person well in all sincerity, the effect will be significant. As you know, it is a surplus of free energy that makes a man a charming, attractive, strong and charismatic person. Often people unconsciously feel the energy force of such a person. Depending on the softness or the ardor of its irradiation, its energetic personality is perceived as charming or strong. In all cases, the radiation power is proportional to the amount of free energy. And 57. The degree of harmony between the soul and the spirit. The excessive free energy spurts out in a fountain on the surroundings, and he feels it. Free energy is modulated by thoughts. The closer the aspirations of the soul and the spirit are, the more the modulation is perceptible. It is no coincidence that all strong personalities give the impression of integrity and inner wholeness. In general, as I have already said, charisma is a reciprocal love between the soul and the spirit. When the soul is released from its box, the personality regains the magnetic force. The attraction is not of the order of force, but of the agreement of the soul and the spirit. This is just what people lack, and they feel attracted to such a person, like moths to light. Energetically, charisma manifests as the clear radiation of the unity of soul and spirit. If, in addition to this, the power of the energy fountains is high enough, the personality seems to shine with an exceptional charm. The charismatic personality lives in harmony between soul and spirit, that is, according to his creed. She is in the celebratory state of the soul, enjoys life and bathes in her love, without having narcissistic tendencies. It's that sense of celebration that people get. These people are not many, but you can be one of them. To do this, it is necessary to turn to your soul, to love yourself and to begin a path towards your goal. Then, your personal qualities will change, but not only, the body too. You will become attractive. Your face will be friendly, and your smile, fascinating. On the lifeline towards which you are heading, your appearance, that is to say the decorations of the sector, will correspond to the parameters of irradiation, according to which you are happy with yourself. It's not as unbelievable as it may seem. If you don't believe me, find photos of yourself taken during a dark time in your life. When you train your energy channels and increase the life force, you develop extraordinary abilities within you to influence people and attract their favors. In general, to be the soul of a society, it is necessary and sufficient to give up your worth and turn on your energy fountains. The person, who has free energy in abundance, always arouses the interest and good disposition of those around him. Especially if the mental frequency of his free energy resonates with that of people. For example, in a group or a gang of friends, you discuss a common topic. The frequency of the mental thoughts of your interlocutors is tuned to the same object, all seem to swing in unison. Light your fountains, and let them flood people with your energy. Become aware of your energy envelope and feel it expanding and enveloping each of you. There, your comments will have much more weight. People will feel the power of your ideas. When there are only two of you talking, you can mentally launch a beneficial visualization for your partner. With the help of your 58 fountains of energy, you will make the most favorable impression on him. This process is very advantageous in circumstances where you need charisma and strength. You will be successful in business negotiations, during exams, in a private life. Beneficial visualization tunes you to the speaker's frequency in the most efficient and forgiving way. Energy vampires, tuning into the fray, touch the heartstrings or intrude into the soul of the person. You, on the contrary, do not scratch the frill with your paws nor do you take away energy, but give it. Your partner will undoubtedly appreciate it and will be grateful to you. Indulgence. If you know which of your faults may prevent you from achieving your goal, and if you think you lack the necessary knowledge or skills, humbly accept them. Accept yourself as you are. Allow yourself the luxury of having the flaws and not having the necessary qualities. It will help you tremendously and bring you relief and tranquility. If you struggle with your flaws and try to hide your shortcomings, they will nevertheless eventually show up during a litmus test. Not accepting yourself as you are will always manifest as obstacles. You create the obstacles yourself. On the one hand, feelings of guilt and inferiority generate excessive potentials. Balancing forces make the situation even worse. On the other hand, the external intention will do everything to materialize your worries. The things you try to block will most likely get included in the storyline. For example, you will necessarily be asked the question you dread the most. Or you will be called upon to demonstrate something you cannot do. But the worst thing is that at this time you will fall into a sudden state of rigidity or stupor. What do you spend your free energy doing? To maintain the excessive potential of importance, to fight against the balancing forces and also, to control the situation which, in turn, quickly spirals out of control. The more importance you give to your faults, the more violent will be the resistance of the balancing forces. The tighter you squeeze the control handle, the stronger the current pressure of the variance will be. Suddenly, all the energy of the intention will have dried up. What are you capable of doing in such a state? Imagine that you have to carry a little pig with you all the time. He tries to escape, he screams, and you do everything to hold him back and calm him down. But here you are. You let go and immediately you feel light and 59. Free. The energy you previously spent to hold the jack is entirely yours, and you can invest it for other purposes. The comparison with the jack is not as grotesque as it may seem. You will hardly be able to hide your faults. Better to focus on your qualities. You will see for yourself how light and free you will feel, after letting go and then accepting your flaws, before an important event where you have to show your best side. It can be an interview, an exam, a speech, a competition or finally, a date. Take away your inner importance. Grant yourself an indulgence, remission of sins, for your shortcomings, and you will feel as if a stone has fallen from your shoulders. It is the excess potential that has disappeared, and the energy of intention that has fallen away is released, liberated. Fighting your flaws is the clumsy work of internal intention. It's a work of the fly slapping against the glass. The elimination of excessive potential and the release of energy offers you an enormous privilege. It is not without reason that we say, the devil is not as black as he seems. Which is better, tearing oneself apart with one's own doubts, dabbling in one's complexes, drooling over one's desires and concealing one's faults in the turmoil? Or just drop all that rot and calmly do the work of purified intention? If it is impossible to let go of importance, then it is necessary to let go of control of the situation and replace worries with concrete actions. In other words, start taking action, no matter how. Even if the results are not very good. Allow yourself to work horribly wrong. The potential for significance will disperse in your movements, the energy will release, and everything will work out for you. Russian saying which means that fear of a large volume of work dissipates as soon as let's start. Looking for a job. To conclude this chapter, I would like to demonstrate the application of the principles of transurfing, including those of frailing, on a problem that concerns everyone. You have probably learned from different sources how to write a CV and how to behave during a recruitment interview. The following may provide you with some useful new tools. First, you need to determine what job is right for you. Here, you can totally rely on the method of choosing your goal and your door, so I won't repeat myself. Just remember that you have the real right to choose. Your possibilities are limited only by your own intention and the level of importance you attach to it. While determining the job that suits you, don't think about 60. Its prestige, nor the means of obtaining it, nor your faults, but only how badly you really need this job. Let's say you have doubts about getting a place for the job you've chosen for yourself. In this case, you must know that the pendulums will bring together all the conditions for worry, disappointment and even despair. You have to realize this and repeat, over and over, that you have the right to choose. And if you placed an order, sooner or later it will come true. In a dream, your intention is realized immediately, but in the material world, the realization is inert and sticky, like resin, so it takes time, patience and an unwavering belief in your right to choose. In a bad restaurant, you have to wait a long time to be served, but you always know that the order will eventually arrive. So I advise you to use the following cliché. You make your choice, you determine what job you're going to get, but where it will come from, that's none of your business. In the space of variance, there is everything. They are pendulums trying to suggest otherwise to your mind. Your only task is to choose and have the firm intention to obtain your order. Granted, if you can't wait, then you'll have to settle for what's available at the time. Hopefully that's clear. But while being in this position which ensures your subsistence minimum, you can place an order for a better job and wait for it to be realized. If you love your job but feel constrained, constantly project the shot in which you do it well and you will get a lot of pleasure and satisfaction out of it. If the stress does not dissipate over time, then it is the discomfort of the soul. In this case, you will have to try other options. As soon as you are set on the job you want, start mentally projecting the shot where your goal has already been achieved. At the same time, don't sit idly by, but take action as you go. Before you start your resume and prepare for the interview, you need to focus your intention in the right direction. It would be a mistake to choose to aim to be hired for the job. Rather, your goal should be present in your mind as a snapshot of where all of this has already happened and where you are already working. When you hesitate about whether or not you will be accepted, you are creating a failure scenario. Remember transfer chains. The first link is to write a CV. This is where you need to focus your internal intention. When writing your CV, mention everything you can do, but only indicate one job for which you are applying. There are good reasons for this. First, your inclination for such and such a job reveals your lack of confidence and you risk not appearing credible in the eyes of the employer, who will think that you will accept any position. 61. Any price. Second, by spreading several goals in front of you, you spread yourself out on a surface, and the heart of your intention turns into an amoeba. Third, by wanting to take on too much responsibility, you generate excessive potential around you, and in the end you get nothing. You can choose, but only one trait at a time. After all, when choosing a toy, do you ask that it combine the qualities of a doll, a board game and a weapon? Determine who you really want to be. What job suits you best? Do not be shy, since you choose a job for you. Remember, you don't have to fight for a place under the sun, you have the right to choose. Indicate the exact profile you have chosen. Do not worry if this trait is in deficit on the labor market. If you allow yourself to have, you will have exactly what you want. Don't think about how this happens. Let external intent solve this problem. While making your resume, the internal intention is busy showing what a brilliant specialist you are. But the external intention is directed towards what the employer wants. Do you see the difference? Of course, everyone needs brilliant specialists. But if you are new to job hunting, You will be perplexed to learn that the employer has preferred someone with more modest qualities, the brilliant specialist that you are. This competitor will have beaten you because its parameters better match the employer's expectations. But you correspond to this position too, and even better than him. Precisely. This better than him creates a situation where the best is the enemy of the good. The employer is completely absorbed by his internal intention to find a specialist who corresponds to his own parameters. So he bumps into a window pane, without seeing the wide open window that you represent. The mind is not able to predict market demand. He will always attempt to portray you as the masterpiece you are in his imagination. But the market has its own requirements and criteria. You can and should present yourself under your best profile, without exaggerating. But in doing so, direct all your thoughts and motivations to the employer's issues. Ask yourself all the time, what is he looking for in you? What does he need? Put yourself in his place. You can just do it. Examine the offers that relate to your profile and copy all the skills and qualities requested. You will see that they will repeat themselves in most cases. Through this mask, select those that concern you and you obtain the profile sought by the employer. Openly copy into your resume everything it asks of a candidate. In trying to embellish yourself further, do not use self-made phrases, but speak the language of the employer. Imagine that you are not a candidate, but the employer, who writes the ideal CV to find his employee. In this case, your CV will correspond to 62. Their criteria, not yours. But for that, it is necessary to read as many advertisements as possible and to get into the skin of those who write them. You can, and even you must, indicate absolutely everything you know how to do, beyond what is requested. But above all, underline and accentuate the points requested by the employer. Your CV must sound in perfect harmony with his requirements. Before publishing your CV, on the internet for example, put yourself in the shoes of the employer and look for other CVs that match your profile. I promise you, you will make quite a few discoveries and gain a huge advantage. The problem is that most applicants, guided purely by their internal intent, go straight to the job listing sections and post their resumes there. So first try to find the specialists in your field. Imagine that you are the one choosing an employee. And there, you will see all the qualities and all the defects of your competitors. You will learn how the employer feels by reading these CVs and understand how to modify yours. After writing your CV, you can send it to various companies. But don't rush into closed doors. Let them open on their own. That is to say, propose without insisting. Let them choose you themselves. For example, publish your CV in various mass media. Don't pressure the world with your desires and goals. Target your job search to advertise your presence on the labor market. As much as possible, let the work find itself. Never send your resume to the same employer. You have to respect yourself and know your worth. If you are an exclusive specialist, send your CVs and cover letters to temporary recruitment agencies and wait quietly for the right catch. Don't count on an immediate response. It may happen that your order takes time to be fulfilled. It depends on the purity of your intention. If your desire burns like a living flame, the balancing forces will interfere by all means. The order often comes true when hope runs out. The more indifferent you are to your order, the faster it will come true. The absence of desire guarantees the freedom to concentrate on the intention to act instead of worrying about possible difficulties. That's it, you have been offered an interview. Now you have to be careful about the direction of your intention. Thoughts about what working in this society will bring you would be generated by the bounded internal intention. Focusing your thoughts on what you can bring to this society would then fall under external intention. Now is the time to throw the cliché of the goal out of your head. Turn away from yourself and focus on the needs of the employer. From now on, you must imperatively only be interested in its internal intention. Find out as much as you can about the company from their advertising material. Identify what she is particularly proud of. What 63 sets it apart from other competitors in the market. Make it clear to yourself, and definitely bring it up during the interview. Any business, like any pendulum, has its own resonant frequency. This frequency is defined by many parameters. Determine the spirit of this business. What are their corporate ethics, strictly regulated or liberal? What is the mode of communication, official or rather friendly? Which is more valued in attitude to work, enthusiasm and initiative, or discipline and sense of duty? Personal and creative work or teamwork? And so on. All this imposes limits on employees, determines their type of behavior, and makes them members of society. If you can already capture the entrepreneurial spirit during the interview, you will be perceived as one of them. Before the interview, give yourself some indulgence for your flaws and lack of qualities. If you know the faults that could prevent you from obtaining this position, and you are aware that you lack certain knowledge or skills, accept it. Accept yourself as you are. Accept in yourself everything you would like to hide and go quietly to your interview. There is no ideal candidate, just as there is no ideal employer, so you can safely let go of internal and external importance. You don't have to justify yourself, either to yourself or to anyone. That said, all of this doesn't mean you don't have to work on your flaws. But at the time of the interview, you must imperatively allow yourself to have them. Everyone knows not to be nervous during an interview. Many people try to fight anxiety with the force of internal intention. But no matter how many times you repeat to yourself that you are quiet and persuade yourself not to worry, all of this will be in vain. You will not be able to manage your anxiety without removing the source of it. Fighting your worry can lead you into a stupor, where you will behave like an Egyptian pharaoh mummy. The only way to get rid of worry is to accept failure in advance. The desire to be accepted generates excessive potential. The more importance you attach to the positive outcome, the fewer chances you have left. You must purify your intention of all desire. You go to an interview not to be taken, but to have an interview. Not to pass it, but just to pass it. Don't go straight to the point but focus on the process. Live and enjoy the interview process. No one will eat there, you have nothing to lose. This is precisely the time when you need to relax and experience pleasure. Tune into this wave. After all, an interview is an amazing opportunity to show your best side. So allow yourself such happiness. You can dismiss any thoughts about the shame of failure. Since you have come to terms with failure, you have nothing to lose. 64. During the interview, the candidate thinks only of showing his best sides to the employer, which is internal intention. How to illuminate your most beautiful sides. External intent focuses on a sincere interest in the employer's issues. You can only illuminate your best sides in the light of his problems. When answering questions, your task is to constantly bring the course of the conversation into the context of the employer's problems. At the same time, you must respond precisely to the questions asked, without arguing or deviating from the subject. Hearing vague explanations instead of a specific answer to the question can irritate the employer. But whenever you have the chance, talk about the business of the company, its pride and its concerns. You need to build your conversation solely on these foundations. Your qualities must be presented taking into account the problems of the company. Talk to the employer about his concerns and how your professional qualities can help solve them. This will be your external intent. If you manage to direct the conversation in the channel of employer problems, then you can consider that the game is already going according to your scenario. If in the end you weren't able to get this job, then it's not for you. In fact, you still don't know what problems you just got rid of so easily. Be reassured, wait again and you will have it. Your job. Because if you got the job from someone else, you can expect trouble. So it is better to look for your own work again, and now you know how to do it. Reflections on work should not cause any discomfort to the soul. This is precisely the case when you go to work just as when you go to party. 65. Abstract. Use people's internal intention to achieve your goals. Internal intention is based on the feeling of internal value. It is useless to change others, but changing yourself is not a solution no more. To be comfortable, shift your attention from you to people. Play the game of increasing the value of others. To attract attention to yourself, all you have to do is show interest in those around you. During a conversation, your interlocutor estimates not how interesting you are, but how suitable you are for realizing his internal importance. When you show interest in people, do it sincerely. The external intention makes it possible to carry out the internal intention of the others. Give up the intention to get and replace it with the intention to give. Finally, you will get what you gave up. Dispute and criticism are the struggle of the mind against the current of variations. Refuse actions that hurt someone's worth. At the beginning of a conversation with a person, stand in their direction following the current. Don't defend yourself about your mistakes, but knowingly acknowledge them. Take on the role of witness when someone else is right. The obvious demonstration of sympathy towards a person removes the shield of protection. Asking for non-binding service puts the person in a good mood toward you. Beneficial visualization brings comfort on an energetic level. The force of influence is proportional to the amount of free energy. Charisma is the mutual love between soul and spirit. 66. Allow yourself the luxury of having flaws and not having all the skills. The excessive potential of internal importance dissipates in action. 67. Chapter 3 Coordination. To achieve your goals, you don't have to be strong and confident. There is a much more effective alternative. Coordination is a simple way of thinking and acting so that good luck is always with you. It's like learning to ride a bike. As soon as you get there, your life will turn into pure pleasure. I don't want, I don't hope, I intend. The labyrinth of lack of confidence. When you are on your way to your goal through the right door, nothing and no one can disturb you except yourself. To be more specific, what can hold you back is a lack of faith and trust. In principle, lack of faith and lack of trust are of the same order. Both render internal intention ineffective, and external intention becomes practically impossible. No matter what you do when you lack confidence, it will all be done wrong. The more stressed you are about doing well, the worse the outcome will be. Lack of faith in one's abilities combined with overestimating the complexity of external problems causes a state of petrification or daze. The nature of daze is that it contracts and tightens on its own. External importance about the goal causes the persistent desire to achieve it. Internal importance generates doubt in your personal abilities. Together, the two importances merge into lack of confidence. Lack of confidence throws its grip on the inner intention with all its might in order to achieve the goal. Even without taking balancing forces into account, such a grip still produces the opposite of what is expected. Energy is expended to maintain several excessive potentials simultaneously. Look at how many there are: the internal and external importance, the persistent desire, the urge to control oneself as well as to control the situation. There is simply never enough free energy for all of this. You then feel embarrassed and stuck, your actions are clumsy and awkward. This leads to further strengthening the grip of control. This is how you come to be dazed by it, to be unable to move or say something clearly. It may seem like your intention 68 is clamped in a vice. But in fact, the intention is quite absent. All the energy of intention is gone in holding the excess potentials. Lack of confidence, in the form of anxiety and worry, will directly feed the pendulums. Anxiety arises from a prognosis like, what could happen, if? In a state of lack of confidence, this prognosis is usually on the pessimistic mode. Immediately, the energy gets busy mentally playing negative scenarios and thus creating the resulting worries. There, too, the energy of intention is expended. But in this case, it is not the fact of spending that is serious, but what it is spent on. Worry, anxiety and angst are the powerful generators of the worst expectations which, as you know, come true. Another fruitful source of lack of confidence is the feeling of guilt, which blooms in bouquets of inadequacy, inferiority and uncertainty. What confidence can we then speak of? The feeling of guilt, and all that goes with it, leads to a narrowing of the energy channels. There is then barely enough intention energy left to be slow, hesitant and mediocre in action. In addition, if you tend to feel guilty, all kinds of manipulators will circle around you constantly, like moths around a light bulb. Having sensed your weakness, they assert themselves at your expense and devour your unprotected energy with pleasure. They play on your feelings of guilt all the time while in front of them, you constantly explain and justify yourself, which reinforces your lack of confidence. Lack of trust creates a vicious circle. The higher the importance and envy, the greater the lack of trust. The tighter the grip of self-control and the situation, the stronger the days. The stronger the anxiety and worry, the sooner they will justify themselves. The feeling of guilt actually turns the whole of life into a miserable loser's existence. To escape this labyrinth, the person tries to gain confidence by all possible means. One way is to go directly on the offensive against the world. Through a preemptive attack maneuver, the person tries to show his strength by concealing his lack of confidence. By influencing the world with pressure and force, the person seeks to erect a wall of self-confidence. Such a journey requires a lot of energy because, whatever happens, the wall of trust tends to crumble anyway. The energy of the physical force is used to create the excessive potentials and to resist the current of the variance. In any case, the person sooner or later suffers a defeat and again has to resume his struggle and rebuild his wall of trust. Another way to gain self-confidence is to bet it all on it without building any foundation. Self-confidence is then the same thing as shyness, it is simply put upside down. It's a bit like when, in the middle of nothing, appears the illusion of something that has nothing to do there. When confidence has no foundation, then you create excessive potential. But the problem is not so much the potential itself. 69. Same thing, but the fact that when you act with that kind of self-confidence, then you affect someone else's interests. Imagine this scene, a man screams in the middle of a desert, "The whole world is at my feet." Good news for this man, as long as it doesn't bother anyone, the balancing forces have nothing to do with it. But if your bogus confidence comes to be compared with the abilities of others, you automatically create relationships of dependency. Confidence based on comparing yourself to others is sheer potential excess. Especially, if this confidence is coupled with a contemptuous attitude towards other people. Fake confidence like this will sooner or later be put down by a smack on the nose or, excuse the expression, a kick in the ass. There is still a kind of elated confidence that manifests as a state of excitement of a shy person who suddenly feels the taste of confidence. Here is another false self-confidence that is based only on a passing emotional outburst, and that never lasts very long. So how do you find true self-confidence? You will have understood that it is useless to fight against the lack of confidence. We can only hide it behind the screen of false courage. But anyway, you will fail to hide it, and the energy you put into creating this screen will backfire. Forcing oneself to be sure of oneself is just as illusory. Being brave and determined out of obligation makes no sense if that's not the case in reality. Permanent self-monitoring is also not possible. As stated above, the energy of intention does not contract, it is simply expanded to maintain the grip of control, so you simply lack it to act. Likewise, it is futile to develop self-confidence in this or that way. It would seem that it develops in the decisive actions. Indeed, when the person ceases the struggle and begins to act, The energy of the intention is released from the excessive potentials and applied to implement the action. So that's why the devil is not as dark as he seems and everything is going well. But confidence does not develop in action. It is the energy of intention that is released. You can develop trust. It's just like energy, either there is or there isn't. It's a bit the same as for beliefs. You will never arrive at trust through autosuggestion. You can repeat yourself to the madness of assertions that you are sure of yourself. It will remain a completely naive and fruitless affair. It's the same as fighting the symptoms of a disease without eliminating the cause. No matter what you do with your lack of confidence, it won't go anywhere. No matter how you seek to gain trust, you won't get it. You will also not be able to maintain an appropriate flow of thoughts to be permanently on the wave of confidence. In the morning, you can say to yourself, "That's it, I'm sure of myself. Nothing can shake my 70. Confidence in myself. I am solid as a rock." Just try to do it and you'll see what's next. For a while, you will feel really sure of yourself, and this will give you even more confidence and joy. But very soon, an infamous pendulum will slip your bad provocation, and you won't even see yourself falling from the wave of confidence. And here you are, again, angry or depressed. One more problem, something that weighs on you, and here again you are afraid or feel hatred. You thought you had seen the light at the end of the tunnel, but here you are, once again, you are at an impasse. How to escape this narrow labyrinth? You will not escape it, because there is no way out. The secret of this maze is that its walls crumble when you stop looking for the exit and relinquish your own worth. The causes of lack of confidence can be separated into two groups. The first group contains the internal reasons and, among these, excessive preoccupation with one's own personal qualities. From this come feelings such as dissatisfaction with oneself due to faults and lack of skills, the feeling of inferiority in relation to others, shyness, fear of failure, or of being ridiculous, and so on. The second group are external reasons related to the fact that external factors are inadequately overestimated, which leads to unjustified worry, inconsistency between the low level of internal qualities and the high level of external demands, fearful respect for everything external, feeling of being a small person in a big city, and finally, the pure and simple fear of any external reality. The paradox is the following: to obtain self-confidence, one must renounce it. The maze walls are made of importance. You turn in this maze and seek to regain confidence and get rid of its lack. But now trust is a pipe dream. It is another invention of the pendulums, a false mirage, a trap for importance. Trust is a game of pendulums where they always win. Where there is belief, there will always be room for doubt. Likewise, where there is trust, there will always be room for hesitation and hesitation. Confidence is a kind of belief in success. Any scenario can suffer a small negative change. A tiny change can be enough to break down the wall of trust. The idea of trust is based on excessive potentials and on relations of dependence. All of the variations on confidence go something like this: I am determined. I am firm and solid as a rock. I'm doing it better than the others. Nothing stops me. I overcome all obstacles. I am stronger and braver than the others. And so on. Confidence is only a temporary excess potential, that's all. No matter the rapper or rapper, it's just excess potential. Self-control itself is only a temporary exacerbation of tensions. Because trust is distrust with an opposite sign. Each of these two potentials requires energy. And the first potential will inevitably be destroyed by balancing forces. That's why. 71. Chasing trust is just as pointless as chasing phantom happiness that seems to us to be somewhere in the future. In doing so, we have just broken another false stereotype. But then, how to live without trust? Transurfing offers you an alternative: coordination. What coordination represents, you will learn in the following. The coordination of importance. What use is trust to you? It helps you boldly and determinedly earn your place in the sun. The pendulums have imposed an immutable postulate on us: nothing is given to you like that. If you want to achieve something, you have to fight, insist, claim, overtake the competitors, fight your way with your elbows. And to be brave and effective in your actions, you need to have confidence. As you know, the path of struggle and competition is not the only one possible. By refusing the scenario of the pendulums, you can in all serenity and without haste take what is yours, and to do this, you are not obliged to fight. What you need is the determination to have. Our freedom of choice is suicidal for pendulums. If everyone took what was theirs without any struggle, without expending energy creating the obstacles and then overcoming them, they would have nothing left. Despite the fact that our world is difficult to imagine without them, the false stereotypes established by pendulums are not as solid as, say, the laws of mechanics. Awareness and intention allow you to ignore the pendulum and achieve your goals without a fight. And when there is freedom without struggle, there is no longer any need for trust. The lack of confidence has only one origin: importance. Confidence represents the same potential as distrust, but with an opposite sign. Both have the same roots: dependence on external factors and circumstances. In the end, we obtain the following image: the pendulum leads man on his way, holding him by wires, like a puppet. The man thinks he can neither choose the path nor even move on his own. If the strings are taut, the man walks confidently, like a baby with its mother. As soon as the threads loosen and start jerking dangerously, the man begins to feel the lack of confidence and tries to pull these threads taut. It is not the pendulum that holds it. It is the man himself who does not let go of the threads of importance. He is afraid to release the threads, because he is dependent on their power, which creates the illusion of support and assurance. Eventually, the baby will let go of mom's hand and walk on its own. Mom will push it to do so. The pendulums, on the contrary, will persuade man by all means that he is not capable of choosing his path. 72. Alone and to move without the help of wires. If man gets rid of this illusion and lets go of the threads of importance, he can go where he wants and simply choose his goal, and no longer fight for it. One who has achieved freedom no longer needs to have this confidence, which creates an illusion of support. All he needs is coordination, not to fall. Dominated by the pendulum, man is accustomed to finding his stability and support by holding on to the threads of importance. But in doing so, it creates a permanent imbalance, suspended helplessly from its pseudo-reassuring nets, and giving its energy to the pendulum. If man lets go of them, the only thing he needs is to stop creating new excessive potentials on the ground of importance. As a support, trust no longer has any use, because if I don't matter, I have nothing to defend and nothing to conquer. I have nothing to fear, nothing to worry about. If nothing is too important to me, the area of my world is not distorted by excessive potentials. I give up the fight and go with the flow. I'm empty, so there's nothing to cling to. But that doesn't mean I'm hanging in a vacuum. It is especially now that, if I want to, I have the freedom of choice. I don't need to struggle. I arrive quietly and I take what belongs to me. This no longer has anything to do with wavering confidence, but rather with serene and conscious coordination. Where does serenity come from? If there is no internal importance, there is no need to prove anything to anyone, and in fact, you feel calm. When you feel you are a valuable person, then comes the desire to show it to everyone, which creates the excess potential. The balancing forces will do anything to destroy the myth of your own worth. There will always be conditions to test your confidence. The slightest feeling of inferiority also pushes man to struggle to increase and affirm his worth. Reject the need to prove anything to everyone and yourself and accept it as an axiom. By choosing to fight for your worth, you will spend your whole life doing so. By refusing this fight, you will obtain value immediately. Lack of self-confidence is above all an underesteem of oneself. How to increase self-esteem. Do you think I will encourage you to believe that in reality you are better than you consider yourself? Most psychologists, quite frankly, do so. Indeed, the esteem of those around you is directly related to yours, unless you doubt your opinion of yourself. As soon as, without fooling yourself, you accept your great value, others immediately approve of it. There is only one problem: it is not so easy to convince yourself. You can check. If you underestimate yourself, you will not be able to convince yourself of the opposite. No matter how long it takes to convince yourself, you'll never quite believe. 73. That you are really worth. Where are these qualities? Here, on the other hand, are always present, your faults. So, I'm not asking you to believe in your qualities, nor to increase your self-esteem. Otherwise, in the end you risk falling into either arrogance or even worse, discouragement. I suggest you give up the fight for your worth. No need to believe it, nor to convince yourself. Just refuse the struggle and watch what happens. And this is what will happen. People will begin to treat you with more respect, as if your value to them has suddenly increased. As soon as you realize this fact, you will no longer have to convince yourself or believe. This need will be obsolete. You will simply know it. This paradox works flawlessly. The struggle for self-worth takes free energy away from you and directs it toward the struggle against the current of variance and the creation of excessive potentials, which causes the wind of balancing forces. All this put together tightens a gigantic knot of problems, with all kinds of harmful consequences. And you won't be able to untie it? Quite simply, give up the fight for your worth, and what you will be left with is being surprised and happy with your results. In such a situation, your value will grow on its own in your own eyes. Your self-esteem will rise, and as a result, those around you will accept it. Just as it is useless to artificially inflate one's self-esteem, it is useless to force oneself to express one's feelings of guilt. If you tend to have this feeling, you will never be able to stifle it or chase it away. So, how to do? The same as with low self-esteem. Stop justifying yourself in front of everyone. Only do so in the extreme case of being asked to explain your actions. Remember, no one has the right to judge you for anything if you have done no wrong. Do not accuse yourself publicly, nor defend yourself. Let the manipulative punches fall into the void. Without slamming the door, silent, leave the courtroom where those who like to profit from the fault of others have gathered. Leave them with nothing. If you have a strong enough guilt complex, then in the first place you will even have to suppress your good conscience a little. Do not allow your self-esteem to be judged by others. It is only by this means, and not by that of the internal struggle, that you will get rid of the feeling of guilt. You will see for yourself that it will vanish no one knows where. So, having given up the fight for your worth and having stopped justifying yourself, you will settle accounts with a considerable part of your internal importance. The feeling of guilt and the preoccupation with one's own worth are the main manifestations of internal importance. All other excessive potentials are but the products of these two. You will no longer need to defend yourself, because there will be nothing to defend. Trampling others to anticipate their attack will also. 74. Useless. There's a good saying that goes, don't scare anyone, and you yourself won't be scared. Likewise, if you reduce the importance of external things, their gravity will cease to prevail over you. There are two most oppressive kinds of external importance, problem complexity and the unknown. Both generate an oppressive potential for anxiety and worry. Everyone, at one time or another, is concerned about at least one thing. People with a lack of confidence prefer to bend under the weight of their problems, dragging them down like a burden of sorts. Strong personalities seek to overcome difficulties with perseverance and determination. They storm this fortress and break its wall with the excessive potential of their confidence. Lack of confidence, like confidence, requires the expenditure of energy. In the first case, energy is spent with anxiety and worry. in the second and forcibly overcoming obstacles. These are two very extensive methods of relating to the world. But in reality, everything is much simpler. Once you knowingly let go of external importance and stop struggling against the current of variance, the obstacles go away on their own. Do you need confidence then? No, what you need is coordination, to pull the tide and control, not the script, but the level of importance. The energy that was once used to hold all kinds of excess potentials is now only used to keep the balance and lightly aid the flow with an aura of purified intention. Certainly, you will not be able, just like that, to permanently relinquish importance, no matter how powerful your efforts. Don't fight against importance. Simply let go of the grip and transform the energy of worry into the energy of action. Take action, any action, without stressing yourself out and without insisting. The energy of excessive potentials will dissipate into action, the energy of intention will release, and complex problems will turn into simple solutions. As for the fear of the unknown, you will not be able to fight it either, neither with autosuggestion, nor with blind belief, nor with false confidence. If you recall, I strongly recommended not thinking about ways to achieve goals. You can never force yourself to believe in the reality of an elusive goal, and in its 100% success. Abandon these meaningless efforts. In any case, your beliefs will not help you, and the confidence temporarily reached will quickly fade. It's not faith you need, or trust, but coordination. Coordination means taking pleasure in thinking about your goal, as if it had already been achieved, letting go of control of the scenario and moving forward with the current of variations, with the help of an aura of pure intention. Behavior like this has nothing to do with blind faith in success. Where there is belief, including blind faith, doubt. 75. Will always find its place. What blinds you is the overly inflated potential of trust. When you move consciously with the flow, everything falls into place without wasted effort. If you act in accordance with a coordination, soon after, what you did not dare to believe before and which frightened you by its uncertainties, will appear behind a bend in the current. The doubts will disappear, when your spirit will be put in front of the accomplished fact. Faith, then, will turn into knowledge, and fear of the unknown will turn into joy at the feeling of your power. The key is to give up importance and let go of control of the storyline. It is important to recognize that it is up to you to decide how much complexity to attribute to the problem. And the changes in the scenario will work in your favor, if you allow it yourself. And, finally, absolute coordination will be achieved with the agreement of soul and spirit. If on a conscious level it seems like you want and are confident, but in your subconscious there is a hint of doubt or depression, coordination is lost. To reach an agreement between the soul and the spirit, it is enough to listen attentively to the voice of its heart and to live according to its creed. As for how and why to listen to the voice of one's soul, enough has been said. Life according to his creed is when I love myself, accept myself as I am and feel no remorse or guilt torment me, act without hesitation from my mind and heart. A creed breaks down when self-esteem goes down, and then disagreements between mind and soul arise. Living by your creed is wonderful, and you know it. But what's even more extraordinary is that you don't have to create it, modify it, or fight against it. Although many people seek to do just this, to literally carve their creed like a marble statue, it brings nothing, apart from sterile self-analysis, agitation and torment. The creed is not molded by struggle or effort of will. Your creed, you already have it but, like the soul, it is sealed in a box of importance. As soon as you reject internal and external importance, it releases and you feel it right away. When importance is zero, you have nothing to defend and nothing to gain. You live in accordance with your creed and in all serenity. And without insisting, you take what is yours. Thus, having given up the struggle for your worth, having ceased to subject it to the judgment of others, and having cast off external importance, you will find what is considered genuine confidence. It will no longer be that unstable confidence based on excessive potentials, but a serene inner force, coordination. Authentic serene coordination has no relation to anything external, it needs no confirmation or proof. You have surely met or seen in the cinema people whose confidence cannot be questioned. Genuine serene confidence is based only on 76. Self-sufficiency and internal wholeness. Which means you are not comparing yourself to anyone, and you are in the state of wholeness and poise of mind. Such a balance is possible with the agreement of soul and spirit, when you feel no guilt, dependence, superiority, duty, or worry. In other words, you do not disturb the balance of the outside world, nor of yourself. You live in harmony with the world and with yourself, according to your creed. Of course, that's ideal, but you should seek it out, since that's the only way to gain genuine confidence, that is, coordination. Trust achieved by any other means will be artificial. Coordination will guarantee you the freedom of the pendulums and will allow you to obtain all that you desire. If, for the moment, you are obliged to carry out painful tasks, put yourself in rent, imagine that you play in a film. Take your trouble patiently. You have to play your part until the end, at least until the end of this series, until you find your door. Visualize your shot without thinking about the means and wait for the external intention to open your door to you. The battle with the plaster soldier. Here I am freed from the burden of excessive potentials. Henceforth, neither internal importance nor external importance exists for me. I no longer have to defend my superiority or hide my inferiority. I have no fear of the present or the future. I have nothing to defend and nothing to gain. Finally, I am free from the influence of the pendulums and I can take care of my own person. If only it was true. The power of pendulums is very strong, especially because people have no idea about it. But it would be foolish to compare them to a secret society of extraterrestrials weaving a conspiracy network against humans. Pendulums are an integral part of our world. They dominate people and exert their control through the influence of informational energy. This influence is exerted on 3 levels: mental, emotional and energetic. With the help of the threads of importance, the pendulums pump free energy into people. It has always been so. But recently, pure informational influence has started to grow at an exponential rate. The history of human civilization is thousands of years old. However, in just the last few decades, the situation has radically changed due to the latest developments in the field of information. The amount of data accumulated on different media is increasing exponentially. But the threat comes not from the volume of information, but from the methods and processes of its dissemination. Man is surrounded everywhere by a web of telecommunications, which every day becomes more and more dangerous. You do not feel this danger because the 77. Development of the information industry continues under festive anesthesia of new amusements and pleasant conveniences. It is quite obvious that the objective of the pendulums is not at all to distract their adherents, but to subject them to their power. The expansion and refinement of the web of information allows the pendulum to simultaneously capture an incredible number of adherents. For example, the more people watching the same show, the more energy the pendulum collects. And the stronger it is, the greater its influence and the more readily its adherents follow the do-as-I-do rule. The pendulum rule works perfectly and pushes people away from their true goals. But now this process is entering its final phase, where man is completely deprived of his freedom of choice. One day, he will find himself in the situation where he is only one element of a monstrous matrix, based on energy and information. Man will be enclosed in the box of conditioning and will turn into a mere part of this mechanism. The matrix cell will determine how its element should act and what it should desire. As you know, science fiction tends, at some point, to materialize in reality. This process is already taking place, invisibly and regularly. And we can't do anything about it. Submitting does not require physical strength. It is enough to mold the vision of the world in man so that he simply has no idea what freedom is. This is what is happening now. Preserving one's freedom under such conditions is not an easy task. It is for this reason that we are going to review certain aspects of your protection against pendulums. As you know, the only thing the pendulum can hook you with is importance. In the end, he may even cling to the fact that you worry too much to hold your importance to zero. Everything that has been said about pendulums is very serious. But here is the paradox: if you declare war on them now, with all your seriousness, you are doomed in advance. The fundamental principle in the fight against a pendulum lies in the refusal to fight against it. You have to understand that this is not a battle with an ordinary opponent, but a battle with a plaster soldier. It's a game. Or rather, it's up to you to decide what it's going to be. If you take it as a battle, in any case, you risk losing. It is not possible to defeat a pendulum in battle. Let's say you challenge the plaster soldier. Now I know he's just a plaster soldier, you'll see now. That's it. You can already consider having lost. On the other hand, if you take it as a game, in the worst case, you risk losing the game, but not the battle. The pendulum remains a plaster soldier until you understand the principle of its game and do not submit to its rules. The pendulums. 78. Rest watching their victim whenever you feel confident. Be prepared for them to try and throw you off balance. That's how the game works. You swallow the bait, lose your balance, and energize the pendulum. You are calm, happy, balanced, but it does not last long. The pendulum is preparing a provocation for you. For example, you get into an undesirable situation or receive bad news. According to the scenario of the pendulum, you must take the head, be frightened, lose heart, express displeasure and annoyance. All you need to do is, without wasting time, wake up and remember what kind of game is on and then immediately drop the importance. If you did it consciously, the pendulum will fall into the void. You are only able to break the rules of the game if you are not sleeping awake. In an unconscious dream, the man is always a victim of circumstances. The dream comes, and you are not able to do anything with it. In reality, we have all been used to reacting in a mechanical and standard way to any negative influence for a long time. I don't need to explain what happens next. But you're still not an oyster. And you are quite capable of reacting inappropriately. Do it intentionally, and the pendulum's plans will fall through. You just have to catch yourself in time and bend the rules of the game. Imagine how pleasant it will be for you to realize that the pendulum tries with all its might to destabilize you, but that you resist its provocations. You will have this pleasant feeling not only because of your pride, you're the powerful. It is a fact, when you give your energy to the pendulum, you lose strength. But if the pendulum provokes you and you thwart its provocation, the energy of the pendulum intended for the provocation is transferred to you, and makes you stronger. This extra strength manifests as a pleasant feeling. Now you can imagine what pleasure the pendulum receives when it receives your energy. Don't give him any opportunity to do so. He'll stick you over and over again, but don't give in to him. Let him expend his energy on you. In such a game where you violate the rules, do not give in to the temptation to get angry with the game itself. As you play mindfully, but with pleasure and without care, you fight against a plaster soldier with sugar swords. He can't do anything to you. If you break the rules of the game while keeping your balance, the plaster soldier falls apart. But as soon as you get angry, the pendulum's sugar sword turns into a sharp blade. Such a game can turn into a real battle and end for you with an induced transition. Don't struggle with your reaction to provocation. Look at it differently. Emotions are the consequences that your attitude causes. You absolutely must consciously choose your reaction to a negative factor. It is not difficult to show an inadequate attitude. 79. Because you are aware that it is only a game. Let the clown jump. It's like fighting against an invisible opponent in the Hall of Mirrors. It seems to you that the pendulum is there, next to it. But in reality, it's not him you see and not even his reflection. What is reflected in the mirror is your importance. As long as there is something too important to you, you have an adversary, and it pops up in the mirrors all the time. If your importance is 0, you have nothing to fear, nothing to defend, and no one to attack. Important mirrors will fall apart, as will the plaster soldier. You don't have to be firm to fight the pendulum. The vacuum is much more efficient. The terms invincible, nerves of steel, iron will, resistance, self-control, coldness and others imply defense, tension, will to fight. To maintain such a protective field, you need an enormous amount of energy. As you understand, all of this energy is going to power the pendulum. But if I'm empty, I don't need to keep my shield. The energy is not spent, the plaster soldier falls into the void and disintegrates. All you need is to constantly remind yourself of the rules of the game, and to consciously keep the importance to 0. The need to keep the importance at 0 must not become a permanent and obsessive readiness to repel any attack. In this case, you give too much importance to the game itself. Relax and allow yourself to lose, once in a while. The goal is not to gain the upper hand by any means. As long as you keep your grip, the pendulum can manipulate you however it wants. He will shake you like you do with the dog and the stick he refuses to let go. If the game does not make you laugh, show the greatest indifference and lose without being disturbed. If the pendulum has won this time, do not persist and accept losing this game. You lost your balance by getting angry. There is nothing wrong with that. You don't have to worry about this, the next one will be for you. Just don't swear it was the last time. Don't give yourself ultimatums. Don't prepare traps. It would be an ultimatum not for you, but for the pendulum. And he is just waiting for that. An ultimatum like this is nothing but a powerful wall of protection. By having erected this protection, you turn the game into a battle where, inevitably, you will lose. Pay attention, pendulum taunts can be soft and insinuating. Many people, burdened with problems, find comfort in cigarettes, alcohol and drugs. If once again you're trying to quit a harmful habit and you're like, okay, that's the last one, that's not you talking. It's a pendulum that has captured your mental radiance to such an extent that it can literally impose its thoughts on you. Every time you swear to yourself this is the last time and then over, wake up and cast off that illusion. It is the pendulum that 80. Speak. Realizing this fact will help you break the habit in a detached way. Exactly, detached, and not radical. To attract members, pendulums stop at nothing. They emasculated all that was Zen, starting with ethical principles and ending with religion. The world is the manifestation of the unified spirit, the affirmation of unity in multitude. The divine essence penetrates everything living and non-living. God is in each of us. We have already spoken of this when we compared the human soul to a drop in the ocean. As soon as God by his manifestation announced his existence to people, the pendulums immediately took control of religion. You can verify this for yourself if you refer to the original 10 commandments. The first commandment, under different interpretations, can be summed up as follows: I am your only God, and you shall have no other gods. This statement requires man to have faith in one God who directs his creation. People immediately violated this commandment and created a multitude of religions, pendulums. Specifically, they allowed the pendulums of religions to dominate. The pendulums of religions hide behind the name of God. In fact, religious servants sincerely seek to preach the word and work of the Lord. But, since they are the adherents, they are under the authority of the pendulums and therefore, little depends on them. After all, do wars and strife for religious reasons please God? The second commandment, you shall not make an idol, nor any image of what is in heaven above, nor of what is on earth below, nor of what is in the waters below the earth. You will not bow to it? This too was said on pendulums. To them, nor will they will enforces them in all cases stire vectims in peer institutus, exordal mesitsoifs hajordis and the initians behind which it hides. Exodus 20-2:17. Matthew 22:36-40, Synod Edition, 1994. But in fact, all the commandments can be reduced to these two. When asked by one of his disciples, "Master, what is the greatest commandment in the law?" Jesus replied, "You shall love the Lord with all your heart, and with all your soul, and with all your mind. This is the greatest commandment, and the second, similar to this, you shall love your neighbor as yourself. On these two commandments rest all the law and the prophets. Love God in yourselves and in others, without idolizing the pendulums. This is what the commandments teach you." Matthew 9:29. With regard to the problem of the influence of the media on the human mind, here you need, above all, conscious attention. Do it. 81. Deaf ear to any negative information. From all sides, they are trying to captivate you with something, to drag you along, to impose something on you. Behind every group of people there is a pendulum, adherents executing his will, most often unaware of the true aims of the pendulum. Constantly ask yourself the question, who needs it and why? And you, do you need it? At the same time, actively seek out and bring into all information regarding your purpose. It's okay, your impatient mind will begin to ruminate, "I already know that." He knows it, so what? He knows everything, but every time the pendulum starts his game, he falls asleep and gets screwed. Do not allow pendulums to take you by the hand and train you with them. Generally speaking, your task is to consciously violate the rules of the game. You can do this in two ways. Either reject importance and let the pendulum fall into the void of your indifference, or defeat it with an unexpected reaction. If you still can't manage your importance, prefer the second method. Any unexpected reaction is a flagrant violation of the rules of the game. The end of the struggle. Freedom of choice lies in an incredibly simple fact. There is no need to strive for your goal. All you need is the determination to have. As soon as you are determined to have, you calmly begin to move your feet in the direction of your goal. The pendulums impose a completely different scenario on you. They force you to fight to achieve your goal. For this you must declare war on yourself and everyone else. Pendulums offer you to start with yourself. They suggest that you are imperfect and therefore will not achieve your goal until you change. After transforming, you must fight for your place under the sun. This whole scenario aspires to only one objective, to steal the energy from the victim. In struggle against yourself, you give your energy to the pendulum. By fighting against the world, you do the same thing. A battle implies constant tension, struggle, discipline. You have to be ready to fight all the time. So do the warriors who have the vague idea that in this world there is freedom somewhere. But they are mistaken in thinking that freedom is something to be earned. All their lives they find themselves in a state of war, but they always postpone their essential battle until later. It seems to the warriors that it is not possible for them to come forward and take their freedom like that. They convince themselves and others that doing so is extremely difficult and requires years of hard work and struggle. The transurfing pilgrim does not participate in the struggle for his freedom, because he knows he already has it. No one can force you to struggle. But 82. You have no other choice if you are filled with internal and external importance. All that remains of battle in transurfing is the intention to act impeccably. And for that, it is necessary to have not readiness for combat or discipline, but the state of consciousness. If you can just move on and make up your mind to have it, you can postpone it for later. But how long will this last? This tendency to postpone can last a lifetime. Postponing until next time means that every current moment is seen as preparation for a better future. The man is never satisfied with his present and comforts himself with the hope of a near improvement. With such an attitude, the future never comes and always looms somewhere ahead. It's the same as chasing the setting sun. The conviction that we still have a lot of time ahead of us is only an illusion. Waiting for a better future, it's all life that passes. No wonder we often speak of the temporary that lasts. In reality, there is no time to wait. You must not wait for the future, but include it in the flow of the moment. Allow yourself to have, here and now. This does not mean that your goal will be realized immediately. It is about determination, that is, about the intention to have, instead of the permanent struggle with yourself. The determination to have possesses an incomparably greater force than the will to act. All your life you have been part of the battle for the place in the sun. Did you win a lot with this battle? For example, you have to go to your job which you hate and which bores you, or to college as if it were a criminal conviction. But at the same time, others spend their time skiing in the mountains or basking in the sun by the sea. Maybe they won their battle and are now enjoying life? Most of the participants in the battles, despite all the efforts, are not able in a lifetime to accumulate enough funds to go skiing in the mountains. If you personally manage to allow yourself, in 1 year, to put aside enough to have a few days of fun, that's already not bad. But once there, bad weather or an elevator breakdown or other troubles fall on you. Even if everything is going well, you will still have the little thoughts that will accumulate in your head that you cannot afford a lot of things, that you have to save. You remember with what difficulty you won these few days of celebration, and now they are already coming to an end. You are happy of course, but you are forced to rediscover the grayness of your daily life and your hard work. You have won the battle and you deserve the celebration, and yet every now and then the melancholy shadow crosses your mind. And do you know why? Because you are convinced that you had to do long and hard work to receive short-lived pleasure. You are not totally ready to allow yourself to have. 83. Those who have allowed themselves to have do not participate in the battles. That's all they have to do. For example, last week a happy couple was resting at a ski resort in Switzerland. It was their party. Every party has an end, but each has a different end. There, this couple argues over where to go next. He wants to go to the Austrian Alps, and she to the French Alps. This may remind you of a bad soap opera, but for them it's serious business. This is because the levels of preparation to have are different. You're going to work another year to have your party, and for them, the other party starts in a week already. Rational thinking revolts. It's sure, they were born with their millions, but I have to go to work. If not, where will I find money? I keep repeating it. Don't think about the money. If you win the battle and allow yourself to have, the external intent will find a way to give you what you desire. It is impossible for me to prove it there, on the spot. Check yourself. Without trying, just do it. Not tomorrow, but now. Allow yourself to have from now on, unconditionally and without doubt. Not once, but all the time. If you don't expect instant results, but keep allowing yourself to have, there will come the day of what others will call a miracle. Those who are born with the millions are already ready to have. They don't need to think about it. But for you, it is necessary to work a little on your shot. The mind will worry about the reality and about the means to reach the goal. But this is the way of struggle, and it leads nowhere. On this path, you can earn enough money, while remaining perpetually in want. Earn the determination to have, not the money. To concentrate on the goal, as if it had already been achieved, opens your doors and the means of its realization then find themselves. This is head-spinning freedom, literally. If you don't accept this freedom, you are also making a choice. There's nothing simpler than saying it's all delusion and continuing to drag your burden for the rest of your life. Everyone makes a choice and only gets what they are willing to have. Your choice is an immutable law. It is you who create your reality. Making the choice in the space of variance happens in the following way. People come into the supermarket, where they are asked, "What do you want?" One of the customers said, "I want to be a pop star." The seller responds, "No problem. Here is a great model, perfect for you. International fame, Fortune. Luxury. You take? The buyer is surprised. How can I put it? It's still not that simple. Only a few isolated people achieve such success. These chosen ones have exceptional abilities, and I am a person like the others. The salesman shrugs his shoulders. But what does this have to do with your abilities? Here's the merchandise, take it. It's yours. The buyer, actually, in showbiz, it's hard to get a place. It's the jungle. You can't imagine how many big heads there are. 84. Inside. Salesman. Okay, I'm adding a big head that will promote you well. Take it, you won't regret it. The man, these stars, they have such beautiful houses. Luxury cars, they hang out with the beautiful people, the cream of society. Can all this really happen to me? I don't really believe it. The salesman replies. Well, I'm sorry. In this case, unfortunately, there is nothing more we can do for you. And he puts the merchandise in its place. It's the same as if a person asks someone suspiciously, do you know how to fly? No problem, the other person will answer. I just sit on the seat, then buckle up, and the plane takes off into the sky. You just have to admit that reaching the goal depends only on your choice, and you will feel how ridiculous the fears of the buyer in the variant space store are. What matters is to be ready to have. That's all. You can give in to the temptation to fight against yourself to get the decision to have. Under no circumstances should you force yourself to allow yourself to have. Don't project the cliché of your strength goal to yourself. You don't have to force yourself or pressure yourself. Otherwise, it will still be a struggle. Simply, indulge yourself by thinking of party ideas. Relinquish importance and cease your battle. In battle you can achieve nothing. If you continue the battle, everything is of high importance to you. You can never afford to have it by fighting furiously for your place in the sun. For example, you are determined and full of confidence that you will get what is yours. You persuade yourself vigorously and not without pressure that the choice is yours to make. To act under pressure is to create excessive potential. What is needed is not decision, but restful, carefree determination. Relax. Let go and just notice that you are taking what is yours. To go to the kiosk, to look for a newspaper, you do not need determination, nor pressure. If there is no newspaper, you will not be upset, but go and get it from another kiosk. Release your fatal grip. If you try to let go of your grip, you will strengthen it further. Zeal and effort aggravate excessive potential. Importance is the cause of striving and convulsive clinging. You won't be able to loosen your grip if you start to struggle with importance. Give up importance, and the grip will weaken by itself. Decrease importance redirects the intent arrow from the inner area to the outer area. All pressure is generated by importance. When you apply pressure, you work the internal intention. Willpower is needed to overcome obstacles. But, as you know, obstacles stand on the foundations of importance. As soon as you reduce the importance, the obstacles fall apart, and you no longer need the will to overcome them. As soon as the importance disappears. 85. The decision to achieve turns into the determination to have, and there the external intention begins to operate. You already have the right to choose. You don't have to fight for it. If you're dead set on getting your right to choose, prepare to be disappointed. To be completely resolved is a decision. Once again, you maintain a fatal grip. The balancing forces will quickly cool your ardor. And the pendulums, having sensed your importance, will immediately organize provocations for you. You will see well, that's how it's going to be. Do not be confused by these unsuccessful attempts to find this objective determination. People are used to directing their energy, not so much for their own ends, as to feed the pendulums. In the end, you will learn to distinguish decision from determination. Simply, the determination to have, it is the ordinary and objective intention to take what is, with all certainty, due to you. Does this sentence seem funny to you? I am fully determined to get the mail from my mailbox. You must use your right to choose in the same way, calmly and without insisting. In life, people are constantly expected to pass exams, competitions, tests and all kinds of aptitude checks. But the decision to have depends only on you. You're the examiner. All evaluations are reduced to whether the person considers himself incapable or unfit, or he considers his goal difficult to reach. She does it out of inertia, out of habit. All it takes is to allow yourself to have it anyway. It's unusual, yes. But you, there and allow yourself to have. Let Newton's apples or others fall to the ground. Whatever happens, let your apples fall from the sky. Do you desperately want the determination to have? Give up this desire. Enough desires. You will have what you need without it. Just think what you take is yours. You take it quietly, without demanding or insisting. After all, since I want it, then what is the problem? I will have it. The liberation. The determination to have is formed by the free energy of intention. There are two reasons why you cannot afford to have. The first is the contradiction between soul and spirit. And the second is the excessive potentials of internal and external importance, which mobilize free energy. It would be a mistake to believe that the determination to have is just ordinary thoughts like I will and I will do. In reality, these thoughts must be filled with the energy of intention, otherwise it will be just a habitual mumbling of the mind. It goes without saying that these 86 thoughts must come from the unity of soul and spirit. Otherwise, the modulation of the energy of the intention will not be pure. If a significant amount of free energy is occupied by excessive potentials, the intention will have no force. The difficulties in finding the determination to have are comparable to the hesitations one experiences when riding a bicycle for the first time. You know that in principle, it's possible, but you also know that you won't get there all at once. You question your abilities and at the same time, you are filled with a desire to succeed. The mind tries to control the learning process, but it doesn't know how to go about it. Thus, 3 excessive potentials are created at the same time: doubt, envy and control. These 3 carry the energy of intention. The mind tries to keep the balance by all means, but nothing helps. There is neither unity with the soul nor free energy. And there, at some point, the control of the spirit weakens, and the spirit and the soul agree on the fact that we must keep the balance. And finally, we get there. The mind doesn't always really understand how it did it. But that's the whole secret. The mind always thinks of the means, that is to say of the how to do it. He establishes control and tries different options. The soul does not think, it is just ready to have without condition. The mind, too, is ready to have, but on condition that everything is clear and rational. Disagreements between the soul and the spirit come only from the fact that the spirit doubts the possibility of attaining the goal. As soon as the grip of control weakens, the restraining conditions of the mind disappear, and then the unity of soul and spirit arises. Stunned, the spirit is confronted with the fact that his control was unnecessary. Let everything happen by itself. Moreover, this observation is enough for him, even if he does not really understand what happened. The balance is there, it maintains itself, and the mind has no choice but to accept. He will no longer impose his control, since he has discovered that it is not necessary. After a few exercises, the remaining excess potentials disappear, the energy of intention is released, and the problem of riding a bicycle becomes a pleasure. Thus, to attain the determination to have, it is necessary to achieve the unity of the soul and the spirit and to release the energy of the excessive potentials. Unity of soul and spirit is achieved on the way to your goal and through the right door. It only remains for you to determine your true aspirations and to engage in this path. Having thrown off your shoulders the unnecessary burden of internal and external importance, you release the energy of intention, the driving force that carries you into the space of variations. But keeping the importance internal and external, You expend 95% of your energy in holding the excessive potentials. Where can you take free energy from, if it is fully engaged with the potentials? 87. To reject importance, it is necessary for you to act in a state of awareness and realize what you are giving too much importance to, and what the consequences will be. Unfortunately, consciously dismissing importance on a mental level is not always easy. In this case, there is only one thing left to do: take action. The energy of excessive potential dissipates in action. Keep projecting the goal cliché to yourself, keep visualizing the process, and quietly take the steps in the direction of your goal. This will be your action. How not to be afraid. Find a safety net. The hardest potential to overcome is that of fear. You can't force yourself not to be afraid. If something is of enormous importance to you that you cannot give up, for example your life, your career, your family, and if these values are threatened, then the only way to reject the potential is to cover its rear, provide an emergency door, a plan B, an alternative route. How not to worry or worry. To act. Potentials for anxiety and worry dissipate in action. Inactive worry will weigh you down until you take action. The type of activity may not be related to the subject of your concern. You just have to start doing something and you will immediately feel that your worry starts to lessen. How not to desire. Accept the possibility of failure and act. Eliminating this potential is also difficult, because rejecting all desire is hardly possible. However, if you accept the possibility of failure in advance and find ways of escape, the potential of desire is balanced. Either way, desire can turn into action. As you know, desire is what precedes intention. When one directs the desire towards the intention to act, the energy of the potential dissipates. The energy of desire will then feed the intention. How not to wait. To act. This potential dissipates in action by definition. Dispel desire and expectation into action. How to give up its value. If you understood everything correctly, this question must perplex you. Of course, transurfing does not offer to reconcile you with your insignificance, but to take your value for granted. The difficulty is that your mind will only feel important if the attitude of outsiders demonstrates your value to it. Given this fact, the secret to increasing your value is as simple as it is effective. It is enough to cease any act which you make in order to increase your value. Observe yourself. What do you do when you defend your worth? You demand attention, respect, you need to be right, you feel offended, you engage in conflict, you show pride, contempt, you seek to be the first, to diminish the dignity of. 88. Someone, to point out the faults of the other, to display your qualities, and so on. If all these efforts to increase your value are gradually reduced to zero, the people around you will immediately feel it. Since you are no longer defending your value, then it means that it does not need it, it is already high. People will immediately start treating you differently. As soon as your mind senses that people are treating you more highly, it will know that it is valuable. If you yourself accept your great value, the people around you will immediately agree with your decision. That is absolutely correct. Thus, you will receive what you have given up. How not to get angry. Playing with a pendulum and breaking the rules of your game. This is the only way to eradicate the habit of reacting negatively to bad news. You already know how to do it. You need to remember without wasting time that it is only a game, and break its rules with pleasure and enthusiasm. Respond in an atypical way. Welcome good news with great joy and inspiration, it should not be treated lazily. Then you will transmit your radiance towards the wave of success. Pendulums throw you into trouble to destabilize you and get negative energy out of you. By your inappropriate reaction, you deceive the pendulum by breaking its rhythm and you leave it with nothing. Play this game. It's really fun, actually. How to get rid of the feeling of guilt. Stop justifying yourself. As I have already indicated, you are the one who placed yourself in the courtroom. You are the one who acts as a prosecutor, as a lawyer and as a defendant, and the manipulators take advantage of this. Leave the courtroom, no one can hold you back. Those who have gathered there out of habit, just to listen to the trial, will stay a few more moments and then calmly disperse, for lack of presence in the accused's box. In the end, your case will be closed. There is no other way to get rid of the feeling of guilt. How to overcome resentment and indignation. You won't experience them if you have let go of the guilt and accepted your own worth. Cease the battle and go with the flow. But it could happen that someone grabs you and pulls you against the current, while you are moving with the current. What to do in this case? For example, if you know how to do something in particular, then you are able to find solutions. But there is a category of people who only know how to find problems. They rummage around for problems and then triumphantly present them to others as something of their own merit. These people are sincerely convinced that others just have to provide them with solutions. And if you start looking for the solutions, a crowd of lazy people gather round you. The first criticize you, the next find new problems, the third give 89 counsels, the fourth commands and demands. No matter how hard you try to go with the flow, you are strongly hindered. Of course, this causes resentment and indignation. What if you can overcome resentment and outrage? You just have to allow yourself this weakness. It will be worse if you start attaching excessive importance to the need to keep the importance at zero. And you, who do you work for? For someone? In this case, you are constantly brought to experience resentment and indignation. Go on the path that leads to your goal, and afterwards, if you are going to work, do it just for yourself. But until then, allow yourself to waste time and create excessive potentials. Don't force yourself to always be a winner. So instead of struggling with excessive potentials, act within the limits of purified intention. The intention is purified in the movement. As you can see, the determination to have is obtained not through theoretical exercises, but through concrete actions. Begin to take steps in the direction of your goal one way or another. Your actions will be effective in movement. The determination to have goes through 3 stages. The first stage is the constraint provoked by a somewhat unusual situation. Is all this mine? When you mentally project the shot of the goal, you can't quite get used to the idea that it's possible. Stage 2 is ecstasy, similar to weightlessness. At some point you are going to realize that the constraint is gone. You have accepted the goal into your comfort zone and have experienced the delight that the goal feels real to you. The feeling of weightlessness also has a real basis. It is the energy of intention releasing excessive potentials. It is she herself that you feel. Eventually, over time, the determination to have will pass through stage 3, banality. You keep projecting the cliché in your head. You get used to it and little by little, everything you projected in the cliché becomes ordinary to you. The cliché is on the film strip of importance. As long as you desire, doubt and think of ways, the determination to have stands on an unstable foundation. As soon as the importance dissipates, the determination to have kicks in. The main thing here is not to lose the determination to act, that is, the intention to move in the direction of the goal. If you've gone through these 3 steps, you're on the right track. Finally, how not to bend under a burden of problems. In any situation, there is always something in life that concerns us more or less. It's really hard to move on and give up all importance just by snapping your fingers. In these cases, transurfing has an interesting and very powerful method. It is the coordination of intention. 90. Coordination of intent. The man believes he is under the influence of circumstances. It seems to him that little depends on him. Sometimes he gets lucky and rides the wave of success for a while. When it seems to him that he holds luck in his hands, he feels the need to act at all costs and begins to fight vigorously. But despite all his efforts, it is defeat that relentlessly follows each victory. It is as if people are walking along a path around which there are either high hills or deep ditches. Strong, Confident people constantly turn away from the horizontal road and, for whatever reason, start climbing hills. They are seduced by the brilliant trophies that the pendulums have left up there. Sometimes, with incredible effort, they manage to get the prize, but more often than not, this is not the case. Anyway, once on the hill, the man rolls madly to the bottom of it, destabilized by the breath of the balancing forces. Once again, he feels abandoned and thinks that little depends on him. Another type of people, the negativists, believe that nothing is up to them. They prefer to dabble desperately in the pits of the worst expectations. And the worst expectations soon come true. The negativists not only suffer from their helplessness, but, as infantile, they entrust their destiny to the hands of others. Supposedly, everything is God's will. It's not that they advance in the current of variance, but they don't resist it either. They dabble, they express their discontent and poison the energetic climate of those around them. The only thing they manage to do well is fulfill their worst expectations. This is why the negativists find their account here. At least here, they are right. The only thing they have learned to do perfectly is to justify their negative attitude. These people find a certain sadomasochistic pleasure in negativism. They are able to turn nothing into a tragedy. Their credo is, life is ugly, and every day it gets worse and worse. It's their choice, and negativists look for evidence in everything to find confirmation. So goes their lot of martyrs. Everyone condemns and mistreats them, and their fate is cursed. They literally bathe in the negative and seem to find pleasure in it. Do you know why? Because the negative is the only thing the outside world agrees with them and welcomes them with. They build confidence that their worst expectations are coming true. It can happen that a negativist finds himself on the wave of success by accident. He is content and happy for a while. But this does not last long, because very soon he begins to search around him for the darkness to which he is accustomed. Of course, all good things have 91. An end, because always being lucky is not normal. It's against nature. The negativist begins to actively seek ways to catch up with the darkness to find himself back in his usual hole, where everything is going wrong, but, at least, there everything is predictable. He begins to seek where to satisfy his discontent, to listen to bad news, to make complaints, accusations, to make demands. And if he is unable to do so, he slips into the role of a victim, who needs to be reassured and comforted. It is very difficult to get the negativist out of the habit of finding pleasure and self-torture. It is a serious case. The misfortune is that he is not only poisoning his life. By transforming his layer of the world, the negativist drags into his pathetic little hell those close to him, those whose layers apply to his own. But here is the paradox. Despite his pitiful appearance, he possesses great strength which he uses to the fullest. His strength lies in his firm belief that life is ugly and that every day it gets worse and worse. This firm conviction is none other than the determination to have, and his negative choice is successfully realized. The negativist truly makes his choice, and the world indeed welcomes him with open arms. It becomes clear that the man is not pitiful at all, and a lot depends on him. The realization of the negativist's worst expectations confirms that everyone is capable of influencing the course of events. Everyone is able to determine the scenario not only in a dream, but in reality. Perhaps it would suffice to replace the negative orientation with a positive one? Life is beautiful and every day it gets better and better. But by taking this creed, the man will fly away in the clouds. If he begins to doubt even for a second and looks in fear at his feet, he will immediately fall. Here's why the negative mood holds so tightly, because from birth man is used to seeing evidence of the world's hostility towards him. Immediately after his birth, the little man is under an aggressive influence of great power. He was quiet in his mother's cocoon, comfortably warm and calm. But he is pushed hard to leave this comfort. He hears his mother's screams and perhaps realizes that he is the cause of his suffering. The foundations of the guilt complex are then in place. The strong light hurts the eyes. He wants to squint and see nothing. Damp heat gives way to dry, harsh cold. He wants to curl up and isolate himself from all this horror. But without delay, the umbilical cord is cut, thereby breaking the unique link with its source of life. The man is already in a state of fatal shock. He is suffocating without knowing that he can breathe. He is patted on the back, causing lifelong drama. Like a razor blade, the air sinks into his lungs. He's having trouble breathing, but there's no other choice. The conditions are harsh, either fight for survival or die. The pure and innocent spirit receives its first lesson. The struggle for survival is an integral part of this world. The man is in pain and he is also very scared, but in addition to all the above, we separate him from his mother and place him in a rigid box. Exhausted, he tries to escape from this world through dreams. 92. The first encounter with this world happens like this. Fear, loneliness, offense, rage and total helplessness. These are the first lessons printed brutally and inexorably on the blank page of the mind. The starting base necessary for pendulums is in place. Little wonder that this practice of childbirth shock practiced until today is quite widespread and considered quite civilized. Few people are aware that such a birth is quite perceived as a nightmarish shock that leaves a deep, lifelong wound in the human subconscious. No being in the animal world experiences anything like this at birth. Clinics where one can be born in a humane way were still rare and expensive. The first brutal lessons of the world of pendulums are well assimilated and become even stronger during life. One day, the baby lets go of his mother's hand and, courageously, runs towards life, joyful and confident. But the world of pendulums shows her that she is not without risk, and voila boom. The child falls to the ground. And his mother is already scared, fearing that he will be hit by a car. I tell you all this to show you how ingrained the predisposition to negativism is in a man. That said, the good intentions of positivism often lead to man flying his head in the clouds and building castles in the sky, or gathering all his strength to assault earthly fortresses. So what to do to stick with coordination and walk on a flat road without falling into ditches or climbing over obstacles? Should we reject importance and consciously go with the flow? Yes. That is exactly what needs to be done. But it is very difficult to get there, because it is impossible to get rid of the importance, the mind, which is never quiet with its desire to control the flow and which, at the same time, sleeps awake, prevents you from moving forward. Nevertheless, there is a way out of this situation, and it is simple, like everything ingenious. You can take advantage of this habit of the mind to control everything by offering it a new game. The principle of this game is that, in adverse circumstances, one must wake up, consciously assess the importance and change one's attitude. You can check for yourself, your mind will like this game. How to play? You already know that. It's a fun battle with the plaster soldier. But that's not all. There you will learn a fundamental principle of coordination. Guided by this principle, you will be able to achieve the same success in the positive that negativists achieve with their worst expectations. Here it is: if you intend to view as positive a change in scenario that might appear negative, it will be so. It hardly seems reasonable. In any case, not very convincing. That's for sure. What can be positive in an obvious failure? Or what can be good in a misfortune? However, this principle works flawlessly. I don't force you to believe it. Check for yourself at 93. Least once. And as for the mind, there is also an explanation for this phenomenon. As you know, our world is based on the principle of duality. Everything has its opposite side. There is light and shadow, white and black, positive and negative, full and empty, and so on. Any natural balance can drift either way. When you step on a log and lean to one side, the other raises your arm to compensate for the gap. Any event on a lifeline has two branches, the favorable branch and the unfavorable branch. With each event you encounter, you make a choice about how to deal with it. If you consider it positive, you are going to the favorable branch of your lifeline. But the tendency towards negativism pushes the man to manifest his discontent rather than to choose the unfavorable branch. From the early hours of the morning, the man begins to get irritated at the slightest reason, then again and again, so his whole day turns into a series of problems. You yourself must have already noticed that even in small things, as soon as you lose patience, immediately the dramatic development of a negative scenario takes place. As soon as you are annoyed by something, what follows is a new annoyance. And this is how unhappiness never comes alone. But the series of problems follows not the misfortune itself, but your attitude towards the event. The sequence of events is the consequence of the choice you make at the fork. A little nothing has bothered you, so you radiate on the frequency of the unfavorable branch. Moreover, the negative attitude creates a potential of tensions which takes away part of your energy of intention. You're already less effective, and there you encounter a new, even bigger concern. You can imagine where this chain of unfavorable branches takes you throughout life. This is the reason why the generation shift occurs. And now imagine another scenario. You encounter an annoying circumstance. Do not rush into a negative attitude and react in a primal way, like an oyster. Say to yourself, stop. After all, it's just a game with a plaster soldier. So okay, my little soldier, let's play. Whatever happens, take a positive tone and pretend you're having fun with the incident. It's not for nothing that there are sayings like in every tear there's a silver lining and misfortune can be a hidden blessing. Try to find something positive in a boring event. Even if you don't succeed, be happy anyway. Get into the dumb habit of celebrating failure. It's much nicer than getting angry and whining at every opportunity. You will see that in most cases, your bad luck does indeed work in your favor. And even if this is not the case, rest assured, thanks to your positive attitude, you have found yourself on a favorable branch and have avoided other worries. 94. Generally speaking, trouble is always a violation of the norm. They were unpleasant only to you, because troubles constitute a great deviation from the state of equilibrium and require additional expenditure of energy. It is you who spend this energy, when you create the obstacles and overcome them. On the other hand, good luck, the one that makes you happy, is the norm. Besides, you are unhappy when an event deviates from your scenario. As soon as the mind notices a violation in the scenario it has created, it immediately considers it negative, and that is why it reacts as it does and struggles to regain control of the situation. Now explain to your mind the rules of the new game. Tell it that it will always keep its control, except that henceforth the function of that control will be to take all events as positive. Activate the observer at the start of the show, for example, at the start of the day. Usually you have a vague idea of how daily events will unfold. As the scenario begins to change before your eyes, you must accept these changes, agree with them. After all, you consider an event to be negative if it is not foreseen by your scenario. Do exactly as if that's what you want. Thus, you get mobile and dynamic control over scenario changes. Don't be in a hurry to express displeasure and fight the situation, just because during the show your script has changed. By giving up control of the situation, you get it. Your control will move to follow the current of variance, not to fight against it. The secret of coordination lies in letting go and simultaneously taking control of the situation. As long as the mind holds sway, it does not allow the situation to develop in accordance with the current of variations. If you accept any change in the scenario as self-evident, you relinquish control. It means giving up control and at the same time keeping your attitude, and therefore the situation, under control. In fact, you only want one thing: to avoid problems and to live so that everything goes well. And so it will be, if you use the principle of coordination. It is even more effective than influencing events by your external intention. The problem is that the mind, as I said before, is not able to calculate all the changes in advance. Because, after all, You are not the only one living in this world. The layer of your world cuts through a bunch of layers of other people who are also looking for something. But your mind doesn't need to calculate all of its interventions in advance. All you have to do is project your goal shot and follow the principle of coordination. And the external intention will lead you towards your goal, without fail. 95. Note that coordination develops with practice. If you accepted the principle of correct coordination from a theoretical point of view, it is not enough. You must constantly develop and improve this ability. Your observer must be involved all the time. Do not miss the moment when you will be drawn into a negative game without realizing it. Coordination. This is the most effective method of advancing through the space of variations. You welcome every event as positive and, at the same time, you always take the favorable branch, and more often you meet the wave of success. Without flying off into the clouds, because you do it intentionally and consciously. In this way, you are riding the wave of success. This is the central idea of transurfing. Apples fall in the sky. As it says in the Gospels, according to your faith be it unto you. And this is absolutely true. You always get what you are ready to have. The external intent is beyond reproach to serve the order. You have what you have according to your model of the world and your idea of your place in this world. Now you know all the basic principles of transurfing, so you can control your destiny according to your choice. Your destiny will be made up according to your personal choice and according to your faith. Matthew 8:11. You already know how to make the choice. It remains to know how to believe in all this. I have already said that you are not able to convince your mind until it is faced with a fait accompli. The mind can pretend. Also, you may blindly and fanatically believe, but it is a false belief, based on extremely strong excess potential. It's when you attach excessive importance to persuasion itself. The spirit is so dazed by its fanaticism, that it cannot see or hear anything. He not only led the soul into a box, but directed himself there as well. So this faith is blind. The sail of false belief will never be filled with a wind of external intention. False belief is a trap, set by a pendulum in the maze of lack of trust. You may feel like you've stepped out of the maze, but it's actually just an illusion. Deep inside you will have doubts without realizing it, because you have isolated yourself from doubts with a protective wall of faith. How to distinguish false belief from true faith. True faith is no longer belief, it is knowledge. If you are forced to persuade yourself, to convince yourself, no matter how, with 96. Enthusiasm or by force, then it is a false belief. Knowledge is built not from conviction, but from tangible facts. As soon as your mind is faced with the fact, it is already knowledge. False belief is under the control of the mind. The spirit, being in an illusory chamber of the labyrinth, ensures that no doubt can sneak in. If the mind wants to hope, it doesn't want to hear anything else either. Never persuade yourself or try to believe, otherwise you risk getting a false belief that gives the impression of being real. The illusion goes away as soon as you start listening to the rustle of the morning stars. Let go of mind control and redirect it to discern any signs of soul discomfort. If you have discovered discomfort, do not try to convince and persuade yourself further. When the soul and the spirit have agreed, you will not need to convince yourself. There is no need to torture yourself with affirmations. Repeating to yourself "I'll get there" will not abolish a shadow of a doubt, on the contrary, this shadow will have good ground to evolve. The soul does not believe, if you try to persuade it. Logic is foreign to the soul, as is the language of the mind. Moreover, it does not accept semitones either. If you ask him the question "Will I achieve my goal?" she will answer either yes or no, and never maybe or most likely. At the slightest shadow of doubt, the answer will be no. So, if the soul has doubts, it is impossible to convince or persuade it. What remains to be done? The answer is in the sentence given above: the soul does not accept semitones. Doubt is when you believe to a certain degree, but not quite. The soul transforms this not quite into not at all. She neither believes nor doubts, she simply knows what will happen, either yes or number. Now you have to go through a crucial step, discarding the word believe from your model and replacing it with the word know. If the mind simply knows that such and such is going to happen, the soul will agree with it without being asked. Do you believe that you are reading this book? It goes without saying, you know it, that's all. Where there is belief, there will always be room for doubt. Now, having discarded the notion of faith, allow yourself to know that your goal will come to pass. You know it, because it's the law. Your goal will be achieved. If you have the determination to have, and you can achieve the determination to act through your doorstep. The choice is yours. You're the master, so any argument about what if I don't is simply moot. Suppose there are two versions for events, get there and fail. Trying to persuade yourself, to convince yourself that you will succeed is useless. But now you have the knowledge that you can choose your 97 version yourself. Knowledge is the basis on which we can build trust. There is not much left for you to obtain this knowledge. For that, you just have to get used to this knowledge, accept it. Over time, people get used to any incredible things, for example, on the telephone, on television, on the plane. In any case, absolutely incredible things in the world, there's already a bunch. Apply the cliché technique. You must house the knowledge in your head and nurture it until the external intention makes it a done deal. But your task is not to convince yourself of this, but to remind yourself from time to time that you know that your goal will be achieved. When you think of your goal, you will be surprised to have doubts involuntarily, out of habit. Again, you are thinking of ways to reach the goal. Of course you will have doubts, but you have to catch them and put them in their place. I know that success depends only on my choice. And this choice, I made it. What doubts can I have? Gradually, they will leave. Where in place of faith there is knowledge, doubts cannot exist. Only, don't try too hard to get rid of them and, even worse, to fight against their presence. At the end of the day, you can calmly reassure yourself with the notion that doubts are not yet a guarantee of failure. It's just that on your way, you're going to have a few little bumps. Once again, I would like to underline the main point. Remember that it is you who decides to reach your goal or not. Therefore, you have nothing to worry about. Remember this whenever you are in doubt. I draw your attention to the fact that we have this bad habit of oblivion in semi-unconscious existence. New knowledge is easily forgotten, while old habits are deeply rooted. Always remember that you are the master of your destiny. I don't think Jesus felt ecstasy when he walked on water. Because for him, it was as natural as for us to walk on earth. People could also walk on water, if they could dismiss all doubts, worries and emotions about it. Unbelievable? But the history of humanity is an uninterrupted succession of surprises with absolutely incredible things. For example, iron vessels cannot float on water, let alone fly. As soon as people see that one can sail in iron vessels and soar through the sky in heavy airplanes, no one discusses the possibility of such achievements. By dragging your doubts with you, you radically reduce your chances of success. In the space of variance, there are two lifelines. On one of them your goal is achieved. On the other you suffer failure. The whole time you are immersed in your doubts, you are radiating energy down the line of failure. In this case, do not expect too much success. Failure will be 98. Conditioned by circumstances which are created during the irradiation of your thoughts. You have to ask yourself the question differently. Not will I make it or not? But what do I choose, success or failure? It's hard to get used to this way of asking questions. All your life you keep telling yourself that apples fall to the ground and don't fly up into the sky. However, if you realize your doubts and remind yourself that success is only a matter of choice, you will get used to it. Imagine that from today, the apples began, we do not know why, to fall in the sky. At first it will be very surprising, but eventually you will accept it and get used to it. What can we do there? This is the peculiarity of apples. After all, are you surprised to find that balloons soar into the sky? And now wake up and try to grasp. What was I trying to persuade you of a moment ago? Doesn't it seem to you that I have dragged you into a labyrinth in search of faith? If you believe in it, you have been trapped. Don't take this the wrong way, dear reader. I just wanted to demonstrate how the mind wanders through this maze of despair. Our wandering began with a phrase, "You must now pass through a crucial stage," followed by attempts to substitute knowledge, still in a virtual state, for faith. Pendulums do the same when they want to gain your belief. Don't worry, transurfing is not a trap for the mind, and everything I've discussed in this book is not the product of idle contemplation. And even our little wondering will cease to be a trap, if you take it not as a call to believe, but as the hope of attaining freedom. The belief of others is only useful for pendulums, but for transurfing, it is useless. I'm not trying to persuade you, but I have a very different purpose, to destroy the stereotypes of the ordinary worldview, so that you can free yourself from the box of conditioning and wake up from your daydream. Awakened, you will realize your ability to control your dream. And you don't have to believe it to do it. Just put yourself in action, and then you'll see what's going to happen. Check it instead of believe it. From the moment you see that transurfing really works, it will be your knowledge. Surely you must have heard the idea more than once that with unshakable faith in victory and in one's strength, one can reach any peak. But where to find this faith? How to get rid of doubts? There's no way to get rid of it. The desire to have faith is a waste of time. If a shadow of doubt has visited your soul, no amount of faith will help drive it away. You can deceive your mind. He will pretend to have forgotten his doubts, but they will continue to live in the soul. 99. Let go of these illusory efforts to obtain unshakable faith. There is another more realistic path. Do not think of the means, but project the cliché in the head and take steps towards the goal. It will not be a futile reverie, but concrete work. After all, your worst expectations come true, right? So, do this concrete work, in a conscious and determined way. Redirect your irradiation towards the realization of better expectations. If you have a goal, but there are doubts about achieving it, the doubts will keep you from achieving it. And you won't be able to get rid of it. And it's not worth it. The mind needs faith only to justify that achieving the goal is possible. Leave faith aside and avoid thinking about the means, but rather, get used to the cliché where the goal is achieved. This is concrete work without conviction. Treat yourself to such a pleasure. And the external intention will do its thing, and the apples themselves will fall from the sky. Apples fall from the sky when the mind is confronted with a fait accompli. There he lets go of his control and just lets the fact happen. It does not matter that the situation is not sufficiently comprehensible to him, the main thing is that it is real. We live in a world where people ride bikes. But if someone entered a world where everyone was stealing, they would also start stealing. I have already said that by attuning your radiation to a lifeline of your purpose, you initiate the mechanism of external intention. You project the snapshot of your goal in your head and visualize the process. And all the while, the wind of external intention is slowly and steadily advancing the frigate of the material realization of your world in the space of variations. In front of you, new possibilities, which you never knew existed, begin to open up. Also, the external intention begins to channel actions in ways that bring you closer to your goal. Warning: sometimes you will have the impression that circumstances are unfolding in a very bizarre way. But how do you know which path exactly leads to your goal? You're not going to teach the chef in a restaurant how to cook a dish. Always remember that your mind is not able to calculate all the possibilities in advance, and it does not know how to achieve your goal. After all, he can't do it with conventional methods, can he? And why do you try again and again to slip into procrusts instead of the usual stereotypes? Leave the worries about the ways and means of achieving the goal to the external intention. Trust the variant space. Even without knowing it, you will act in such a way as to achieve your goal as soon as possible. Procrust, brigand of the Attica region. He offers hospitality to travelers, for he ties them to a bed, exactly where they are too small. If wire tortured like this too much, large, he cuts off the protruding limbs, if 100, until they reach the required size. Procrust has become the symbol of conformism and standardization. This is how external intent works. If you're trudging through the mud in the freezing rain to get to a job you hate, but with the party in your heart, then pretty soon those inconveniences will go away. You will see how for yourself. In fact, your settings no longer match those of this whole situation. And even now, what I'm trying to do is not to persuade you, but to give you hope. There is no exit from the labyrinth of faith. But you have to hold on to the hope that the walls of the maze will come down when the external intention shows you that the apples are falling in the sky. Without this hope, it is impossible to practice transurfing, and besides, you will not even try. With hope, the spirit will have solid ground under its feet, and the soul will awaken. Faced with a vexing misfortune or a complex problem, people give their energy to the pendulum and experience the worry, the collapse, the pressure of the situation. Either the man goes into a state of alert, or he lowers his arms. Both of these reactions are abnormal and lead to stress or depression. There is no more peace, the point of support has been lost, the inner core of trust is broken. To find support, people seek salvation through cigarettes, alcohol, drugs and other means. But eventually, they get caught for the servitude of new pendulums. You will always find support within yourself, you just need to wake up and understand how the problem situation has arisen. The problem is created by a pendulum. There is nothing serious in that. The danger comes not from the problem itself, but from your attitude towards it. If you have accepted the importance of the problem, then you are energizing the pendulum. It is necessary to realize that in any problematic situation, the pendulum requires you to either make an effort and struggle, or give up and succumb to despair. You can do either. But what to do without support if the inner core of trust is lost? You find support in understanding how the pendulum is trying to subdue and drain energy from you. You may wonder how a simple knowledge could help and reassure you. And yet, it can do it. Hope is also knowing that all is not lost and that there is an escape route. Understanding the mechanism behind the problematic situation carries the same weight as hope. You are no longer a puppet, nor a paper boat. You can figure out what's going on yourself, and can consciously give yourself a little smirk and say, "No, pendulum, I don't have any energy to give you. I know what you want and how you're trying to hook me. But you will have nothing. You won't be able to impose on me the importance of your problem. I can choose. And I choose not to depend on you." 101. In life, every person makes a bunch of regrettable mistakes. You may think that you are already too far from your original goal. All is not lost, transurfing can correct the situation. Even if the initial goal has closed objectively speaking, you can find yourself another one. There is not just one goal that is yours. So at any age you always have possibilities and you must take advantage of them. The mistakes you have made are your capital. If you take this position, stunning success awaits you. Everyone who has been successful has gone through a whole forest of failures. Indeed, some say, up to the stars by arduous paths. Remarkable personalities have had to go through all the trials before arriving at success. This part of their life is not always highlighted. So if you made a big mistake and didn't succeed, be happy, you're on the right path to success. If, on the other hand, you flagellate yourself, moan and complain about life, you will continue to collect one failure after another. Any useless experience, in your opinion, will necessarily serve you along the lifeline that leads you to your goal. Ad astra per astra is a Latin phrase meaning to the stars by arduous paths. There is also the variant per aspera ad astra. Apathy goes away as soon as new hope appears. Animals or humans, wandering in the desert and losing all their strength, quickly forget fatigue as soon as they see an oasis on the horizon. Imagine a fly fighting against a pane of glass, while a window is open right next to it. All his life, he was hammered in a head that he always had to get straight to the point. She sees her goal. She fights against a window pane, but no result. The same thing happens to you when you don't understand how to achieve your goal, deprived of choice and forced to settle for what you have. But now that you know an open window exists and it's nearby, even if you don't see it, you find hope again. And when you have hope, the energy of intention is released. Hope is necessary for you to take action. Put yourself in action, and you will see the apples falling in the sky. As hope completes its mission, you will become aware of the freedom of choice. And there, you will say to yourself, I have neither the desire nor the hope, I have the intention. 102. Abstract. Self-confidence is the same as shyness, reversed. The maze walls of lack of confidence come down when you give up on importance. If you have found freedom without struggling, you don't need freedom. Trust. If I don't matter, I have nothing to defend and nothing to gain. Don't fight your reaction to provocation. Just change your attitude. Know how to lose with indifference and without giving yourself ultimatums. Process all information consciously. You have freedom of choice. All you need is the determination to have. Concentrate on your goal, as if it had already been achieved. Your choice is an immutable law. You create your own reality. How not to be afraid. Find a safety net, a plan B, a solution bypass. How not to worry or worry. You act. How not to desire. Accept defeat and act. How not to wait. You act. How to increase one's own value. Give up the fight for it. How not to get upset. Play with the pendulum and violate the rules of its game. How to get rid of the feeling of guilt. Stop justifying yourself. 103. How to overcome resentment. Cease the battle and keep moving forward with the stream. If you can't overcome resentment, allow yourself that weakness. Every line of life bifurcates into two branches, favorable and unfavorable. By your attitude, you make your choice. If you intend to consider any changes to your scenario as positive, you will continue on a favorable branch. Get into the dumb habit of being happy when you fail. Redirect your control from the fight against the current of the variance to the movement with the current. Don't think of ways to get there, but project the cliché of the goal and take action that leads to your goal. Get used to the cliché where your goal has already been achieved. And there, the external intention will do its work and the apples themselves will fall into the sky. 104. Chapter 4 Forward into the Past. Magic and science fiction have the power to fascinate with their enigmatic mysteries. But that's nothing compared to that wonderful feeling of surprise and joy you'll experience when your previously unattainable dreams begin to come true. You need a little time to do this, but you want proof of what you just read right away. Well, you will have that proof. You are going to be the one creating the magic and you will see it with your own eyes. When the incredible becomes reality before your eyes, it's truly moving. This is no longer fiction. This is reality, which is far more unusual than any mysticism. The past is before you. The transaction. Do you remember times in your life when you were happy? There are sometimes musical tunes from the era that can remind you of them. At times, you may get a fleeting sense of your mood, when you were hopeful and life seemed to be, if not a celebration, then at least preparing for it. At times like this, you become nostalgic for what will never come back. You are sad because things have happened that will never happen again. Can you really bring back things from your past? In the foreword, I promised to reveal the meaning of the phrase forward into the past toward the end of the book. Now is the time to keep my promise. Transurfing has already brought you many great discoveries. And you're probably intrigued, what's up this time? All time tricks are firmly rooted in science fiction. Even if physics does not exclude in theory the possibility of time travel, we doubt the reality of this phenomenon. Yes, moving in time generates a lot of suspicion, but it depends on the location point of the observer. Remember the model of small two-dimensional beings on a flat surface. They fail to understand where the third dimension is. Viewed from the fourth dimension, our three-dimensional model similarly appears to be a 105. Flat surface. The mind, full of reasons, will say, all these theoretical models are just my own abstractions, but I see what I see. Transurfing contains a lot of incredible things, and I call on you not to believe them, but to test them. Certainly, to test them, you must have intention, put in some effort and be a little patient, because the results do not manifest themselves immediately. The action of the external intention in most cases is slow and imperceptible. It is hard to believe in the existence of this enigmatic and invisible force, whose movement the eye does not grasp, especially if you are still reading Transurfing, without putting it into practice. But here is the moment when you will be able, with your own eyes, to see your movement in the space of variance. You will see that you can move forward and backward in time. It won't feel like a trip like it's portrayed in science fiction. We only practice real things. This time, you won't have to wait to see the results of external intent in action, you'll see them immediately with your own eyes. It will not be a magic trick, nor a trip to the astral plane or to variant space. For a few moments you will actually feel movement in time and space. In practice, this process is reduced to a simple operation, a transaction, which consists of three elements. To perform the first element, it is necessary to remember the central energy flows. If you have already done this energy gymnastics, the sensation of these flows must be familiar to you. First, you quickly scan your whole body with an internal gaze and release muscle tension, thus entering a state of relaxation. Next, you mentally imagine your energy moving up and down along your spine. To quickly start the energy fountains, you can use an effective method. Imagine that from the very center of your body come horizontally two arrows in the opposite direction. One of them is directed forwards and the other backwards. The arrows come from the body and protrude about 20 or 30 centimeters or more. Now mentally turn the needles simultaneously, the front one up and the back one down, so that they lie along the spine. You will immediately feel your energy flows come alive. This exercise can be done standing, as well as walking. It's like turning the key that starts the core streams. It is not necessary to turn them into a fountain and close them into a sphere. The key is to imagine the currents of energy flowing through your body. It doesn't matter if you don't feel them yet. The real feeling will come with practice. Do this exercise during a walk or when you go somewhere. You will feel relaxed and light. The turn of the key, this is the first element of the transaction. 106. This element can be performed in any situation, whenever you need to quickly return to a state of relaxation. Try turning the key several times a day, especially if you are concerned. You will immediately notice that the key releases the contractions. We are all constantly under the pressure of problems, big and small. The weight of these problems automatically transfers to the muscles. Here you are walking and thinking about a subject that weighs on you, worries you and upsets you. At that time, remember the key and turn it. Make sure a few muscles were tense, they have now relaxed and you feel relief. It would be useful to get into the habit of doing this turn of the key as often as possible during the day. In this way, you will be able to regularly release and cleanse the energy of intention from the excessive potentials that are overwhelming you. Think of this as the key to the box of conditioning that oppressive circumstances lock you into all the time. It will not rid you of importance, but will effectively ease the process of releasing the energy of intention, both physically and energetically. The second element of the transaction is the visualization of the goal snapshot. After turning the key, launch the projection of your shot in the thoughts. Remember one important point: you have to imagine yourself inside the shot, not watch it like a movie. Imagine yourself in the situation where the goal is present. To fit into the picture, imagine the sensations you experience inside. Touch the objects around you. Imagine the sounds, smells or other sensations that come easily to you. Project this shot in your thoughts for a minute or two. The best condition for carrying out the transaction is to be walking calmly, in a familiar area. You can look around you, but it's even better to look ahead on the ground, to better focus your attention on the shot. As soon as you have managed to project yourself into the shot more or less clearly, look forward with a lucid gaze. Don't think or analyze anything, just direct that lucid gaze ahead of you and at what you see in the distance. The lucid gaze is the third and the last element of the transaction. And for a few seconds, before your eyes, there will be a change in the nuances of the surrounding decor. When you looked at this familiar frame with a lucid gaze, you noticed that the image, while remaining the same, at the same time contained a new aspect. A kind of nuance, a barely perceptible and inexplicable tint has been added to the decor, as if you had already seen it somewhere. Or it could be something completely new, a bit unusual. It's not concrete details of the image that create this effect, but a certain taste, a sensation, a mood, a nuance. 107. For example, you have looked at the neighboring building that you have seen many times, but this time you have distinguished its color or its external light, and understood it another time, in other circumstances. You have already experienced such a thing. In some cases, you may have a clear sense of something very familiar that has happened before. Surely you have already encountered this funny phenomenon, where the sensations of the past suddenly come to the surface of the memory. These are not memories but precisely specific sensations of the past, déjà vu. This phenomenon happens to you quite often, but you do not notice it, because you accept the situation as it is. In other words, you sleep awake. However, the transaction allows you to see the world changing directly before your eyes. You vaguely feel something familiar or, on the contrary, feel the appearance of a new, completely unusual shade. What is happening here? The material realization of your world's layer moves through the variant space. What do you see? You see the change in the nuances of the decor. As you know, different sectors of the variant space have different scenarios and settings. The more distant the sectors are, the more marked will be their differences. The displacement of the material realization takes place in a homogeneous way. This is why it is imperceptible. You will not be able to capture this movement, just like that of the minute hand on a small watch. One can observe striking changes in the nuance of the decor in the case where the transition from one lifeline to another is quite brutal. In such cases, you will encounter signs that clearly attract your attention. During the transaction, the visualization of the goal cliché reinforces the gust of wind of external intention. The parameters of your mental irradiation are strongly different from the current lifeline. The turn of the key strengthens the irradiation of energy modulated by your thoughts. This is why movement between sectors is accelerating. Lucid gaze makes you wake up and notice the changes. This is why you manage, for a few moments and as long as the gust of wind lasts, to notice the change in the nuances of the decor. Make the transaction impassively, as you brush your teeth or your hair. You may not get it the first time, much like learning to ride a bicycle. We must not overlook the fact that during the transaction you are in contact with the external intention, which is an elusive and uncontrollable thing. I advise you to take lightly the fact that you will not succeed immediately. Either way, you'll get there eventually. Make your attempts spontaneously. Above all, do not force yourself. Do not attach too much importance to this precise transaction technique. It is possible that you will find on your own a completely different technique that will work for you. Do it among other things as you 108. Wish. The lower the importance of the transaction for you, the better the result. Everything comes easily if you don't force yourself. You may think that repeating the transaction very often can speed up your move towards your goal. That's true, but the problem is that you'll never be able to complete the transaction impeccably, that is, impassively. What spoils everything is this old habit of desiring. If you intend to torment yourself with transactions, then you create a strong potential of desire to get a result right away. You will also have potential, if you are imbued with the need to act and force yourself to transact. Necessity is also excessive potential. This is why I have always insisted on having fun with the visualization of the shot, and not forcing yourself out of necessity. The potentials of desire and need take energy away from intention, so no gusts arise, and the transaction will not work. The desire to see the result is especially high at the very beginning. I recommend that you keep your cravings in check all the time. As soon as you catch yourself wanting to get the result, pause and try the transaction again later. If you notice that you are doing everything to make a perfect transaction, and that you are in the effort as a result, postpone your attempts again. Only transact once in a while, to please yourself and satisfy your curiosity. Don't make it a fixed idea. It only serves to allow you to see the movement and vary in space with your own eyes. When practicing transurfing, focus your attention instead on the snapshot and visualization of the process of making the current link in the chain of transference. External intent works whether you see this movement or not. But now you have a sort of window into the variant space. You have the opportunity to truly observe your movement. It's quite impressive. You will not be disappointed. Decor shades. Now, let's take a closer look at what you see during the transaction. All this is implausible enough to raise reasonable doubts. Perhaps this is an illusion due to the characteristics of human perception. How can we be sure that the phenomena observed are, in fact, the real change in the nuances of the decor during a transfer between two sectors? As I have already said, and as you yourself know, in dreams the physical appearance of close people is not what you are used to. When you dream, even though you see your reflection in a mirror, your face is both yours and someone else's. All? 109. Your familiar surroundings are presented to you in a completely different guise. Buildings and streets are the same, but look different. Over time, the real world changes too. We repaint the buildings with other colors, the trees grow, people age. All of these changes are natural. And at the same time, the movement of material realization does not follow one and the same straight line. How to distinguish the decoration of one line from that of another? One could say that it would be impossible, if an invention such as photography did not exist. Look at old photo albums. If you compare the landscapes, you will not be able to distinguish with certainty the differences in the nuances of the decorations of the different lines, because the appearance of a place changes quickly, due to natural causes. There is a more meaningful and more reliable way to do this. Compare the heads of people in photos from different time periods. It might seem that a person's appearance should change linearly with age. However, you observe a completely different story. The appearance of a person in different photos varies significantly. And these differences are not linear. Even if we do not take into account the different hairstyles and compare the images of the period more or less at the center of a man's life, when the face is not particularly influenced by growth or aging, there are still notable differences. The face belongs to the same person, but it is different. And the problem is not that this person has changed their hairstyle or aged, or they were experiencing different emotions. The face has changed its pattern, it seems to have acquired something new. This is the difference in the shades of the decor. You already knew that everyone changes. But you probably didn't pay attention to the characteristic difference in shades. Flip through old photo albums and you'll see for yourself. In some people, this difference can be so obvious that if you meet this person in a few years, you will no longer recognize them. By comparing photos of you taken in significantly different periods of life, you will see significant differences in shades. So you can get an idea of what your achievement looks like in qualitatively different variant space sectors. And what about the photos arranged in the album themselves? As you move from sector to sector, will they also acquire new nuances? Certainly, but the nuances of simple objects are so insignificant that they are hardly perceptible. If you begin to carry out the transaction by fixing your lucid gaze on a bed or on a cupboard, you will not be able to capture any change. It is for this reason that I recommend carrying out the transaction outside, and not in a too simple environment, because there, the changes will then be visible. 110. A lifeline is a chain of sectors, more or less homogeneous in quality. The decor of a lifeline is pretty much seamless, too. When the layer of your world changes lines, the scenery also changes. Depending on the quality or strength of the differences between the two lifelines, the scenery changes vary from the simplest nuances to the most considerable transformations. In any case, you observe the qualitative difference in shades. But where is this famous journey in time of which I spoke? We move naturally on lifelines. We float synchronously with time like in the current of a river. The material realization moves in the space of the variants like a film in the overhead projector. And this movement is perceived by ourselves as the passage of time. To move relative to it, we must move forward, faster than the current, or backward, against the current. It's the same as if the image had started to move on its own on the film itself. In that sense, time travel is really impossible. In other words, you cannot move forward or backward in time, as long as you stay on the same lifeline. In the worst case, there will be a violation in the chain of cause and effect. But moving in time, between different lifelines, is theoretically possible. Transurfing has no answers to the question how to do it. And the trip itself takes place from another perspective. Why do feelings from the past sometimes resurface during the transaction? This phenomenon can be explained as follows. From the earliest childhood, the soul intuitively seeks its goals through the right doors. At that time, you were still on lifelines leading you there. Maybe you had a dream. Or maybe you didn't realize what you wanted, but whatever it was, your soul knew what you needed. And yet, in life, we are all more subject to the influence of destructive pendulums than to the calls of the heart. Not to mention the endless chain of negative branches through which each of us passes, due to tendencies to negativism. It is for this reason that you gradually deviated from its original lines which led you towards your goal. By making the transaction, you are moving in the opposite direction. You are transporting yourself to lines where you have already been before, except that the position in time is different. This segment of the old line, on which you could have passed, is already behind you. But you came back to the line itself. Each line has its particular characteristics, its flavors, its nuances. These are the nuances that you perceive at the moment of lucid gaze, at the end of the transaction. Just don't confuse things like, for example, the appearance of the house in the morning and the same evening. The difference in shades of line of life, this is quite another thing. You will understand me when you have experienced this feeling. 111. It is precisely the return to the past, to lifelines of yesteryear. It might not be quite what you expected, but it is real. Do you not realize what a huge detour you have made, having given up on your way and wandered for ages through the forest? But now is not the time to regret the past, you should rather be happy to have found your way again. Be aware that many people never go back. However, you may not see the nuance of line where you were before. Because the path to your goal may pass through other lines, on which you have never passed. In this case, the return to past lifelines does not occur at all or only occasionally. In variant space, The lifelines are all intertwined and we don't need to know how transurfing works. It may be that in one case a nuance looks familiar to you, while in another it is something completely new. You cast your gaze on a familiar view, and you felt a novelty, a particular nuance. Once again, I underline, not new details, which one can discover without any transaction, but precisely the new nuances, a style, a mood, a direction, a theme, a passing feeling. Besides, you'll figure it all out for yourself when you try. I'm sure you'll get there. Just don't put effort into doing it. The mind, with its controlling tendencies, always spoils everything. As soon as you catch yourself trying to see nuances no matter what, it is better to stop this experiment and start again another time, when your burning desire to obtain a result will have cooled. Remember the rules of trading practice, it won't work if you're tense. Believe me, you will obviously and naturally get there, as soon as you move a finger of external intention. On the other hand, any effort of the internal intention will be wasted if you seek to obtain the result. If you do not observe the change in shades during the transaction, then the parameters of the current line correspond to the visualization performed. This means that you are radiating at the frequency of the current line and that your goal is ahead, on the same line of life. But anyway, while doing the transaction, you will notice transformations in the nuances from time to time. The perception of nuances does not only manifest itself in landscapes and points of view that are familiar to you. Even if your lucid gaze pauses on images you are seeing for the first time, you will have a fleeting sense of something forgotten or something fresh, new. New, not unknown. When you look at an unfamiliar vantage point, you just find that you are seeing this for the first time, not noticing anything out of the ordinary. But during the transaction, you will have a clear feeling, one thing happened. 112. Added to the view, something that did not exist a few moments ago. You will feel it. When you see shades, you will be struck by how real it is. Because, admit it, while reading this book, you still do not fully believe in the existence of the space of variance and lifelines. If you see them with your own eyes, don't be afraid. This is not mysticism. But neither is it a property of human perception, as one might think. Soon you will discover other signs of transition to a new line of life, which have nothing to do with perception. You may see a change for the better in people's attitude towards you, for no apparent reason. You will see certain everyday problems disappear to no one knows where. In short, you will notice for yourself which attributes of your daily life have undergone changes, when there was no reason for it. For example, the clock, stopped for years, can suddenly start running again. Typically, a clock stops due to the natural fouling of its moving parts. All it takes is a cleaning and it works like before. But very often, watches, clocks and other complex precision devices break down when their owners lose their balance. This occurs in conflicting, agitated or stressful situations. Device failures are not caused by the energy of excessive potentials, their quantity is too small and it is not sent separately to influence a mechanical device. The energy of moral suffering induces the transition on lines of life where the balance is disturbed, where life is disturbed, where there are aberrations. On these lines of life, everything is progressing as before. But something is wrong, there is a disorder, an anomaly. As if the decor had remained the same on the stage, but the light had changed, or the clear air had clouded over, or the water had become muddy. These insignificant modifications influence the operation of complex precision devices that are sensitive to these mists. There is even a category of people of whom it is said that everything burns in their hands. These people are usually in a permanent state of disturbance, either they are too distracted, or on edge or tense, or restless all the time. The sensitive devices that arrive on the muddy lines of these unfortunate souls break down. So if your clock or watch starts running again, you have successfully transported yourself to clean and neat lifelines. But don't worry if your watch still won't work, it just might need a repair. Now you know you're traveling not just in variant space, but in some sense, in time, too. The past will not come back. But you can regain that sense of freshness, newness, hope, and happiness that you lost as a result of moving down a chain of negative branches. At the beginning of this book, 113, we have already discussed why the feeling of freshness in life disappears over time. Moving towards your goal is like going back to your past, where the ice cream was delicious, the hopes were full of color, and life seemed so beautiful and so promising. Do not be discouraged. This past is in front of you. Slide. Finally, we've come to the point where you're ready to discover the answer to the Watcher's riddle. The assertion that everyone has the right to real freedom of choice as to their destiny is an enigma until you understand the origins of this dependence, of this unfreedom. Now, by virtue of what has been said in this book, I can give the answer. You get freedom as soon as you stop fighting. You see, the answer is short and very simple, just like the secret of the alchemists in the Emerald Tablet. But if I had given the answer at the beginning of the book, you wouldn't have understood anything, would you? Your addiction lies in the fact that you participate in an imposed battle. As soon as you emerge from your waking dream, as soon as you cease the battle against yourself and against the world and leave the battlefield, there is nothing to hold you back. The battle now continues without your participation, and you are free to go where you want and choose what you want. The world, like a mirror, reflects your attitude towards it. When you are unhappy with the world, it turns its back on you. When you fight him, he fights you. When you stop fighting, he comes to greet you. You have hardly been born when the pendulums have already indicated your place in the world. They imposed a model of worldview on you, explained the rules of the game to you, they created a role for you by locking you in a box of conditioning. At the same time, they proclaimed to you a false declaration of independence. According to her, you can choose. You were hung on strings, like a puppet, and then you were supposedly let go. Want anything and do it as you want. You start tickling the strings and seek to get what you want, but to no avail. So they make you understand that to conquer your place in the sun, you must be even more tenacious in the fight against yourself and against the world. These are the rules of the pendulum game: fight and do as I do. You have only used the freedom to participate in battle. Yes, it's a choice, too. You always get what you choose, it's an immutable law. In the battle against the pendulums, man can never. 114. Emerge victorious, he can only get a bonus, and still only if you do. The goal of pendulums is to hide true freedom. In reality, no one can force you to participate in the battle. They can only tell you that there is no other choice. And it's true, there will be no other choice as long as you hold on to the string of importance. To attain freedom, it is necessary to renounce importance, not to attach excessive importance to anything, whether within yourself or outside of you. In most cases, to drop the importance, you just need to wake up and consciously change your attitude. We are all asleep in reality, playing our roles in automatic mode. The depth of our sleep is proportional to the importance that we ourselves attach to all the characteristics of the game. That is why we are prisoners of our own importance. But, trying to change our attitude, isn't that also a battle? No, it is not. You fight against yourself if you try to bottle up your emotions. But when you know what the pendulum is all about, you can consciously change your attitude towards it, without forcing yourself. So you make the choice to leave the battle, to free yourself from it. You set the rules of the game yourself. From now on, your game with the pendulum is to violate its rules. Such a game turns the battle into a funny scene with a plaster soldier. It's as if you realize that everything that's happening is just a daydream. Coming down from the stage towards the room, you suddenly understand that it's up to you to decide whether to continue the fight, or to calmly go and take what is yours. Certainly, it is not easy to cut the strings of the importance of a blow. It is impossible to get rid of excessive values and complexes in this way. You don't have to get rid of it. because that would be the struggle again. The secret is that the strings will fall on their own as soon as you stop struggling. If there are any issues that you manage to knock down yourself, do so without hesitation. Anything you can get over, turn it into action. Project the cliché in your head, visualize the process, and calmly take steps toward your goal. That will be your action. Refusing the struggle is an action, too. Allow yourself to be yourself, and the world to be as it is. You don't have to change yourself or fight against the world. As soon as you give up the struggle, with each passing day, your freedom becomes more and more concrete. Likewise, it is impossible to free yourself all at once from the burden of problems that you have accumulated throughout your life. But thanks to the principle of coordination, you will gradually get out of the primitive forest and head towards an open path. There is no guarantee that everything will become flawless right away. The provocations of the pendulums, as well as the obstacles and disappointments await you. The main thing is not to despair and not get discouraged. Everything will get better with time after all, since you possess a powerful technique to control your destiny. 115. If you have realized that you are able to control the events of your life, if you have gained confidence and you feel elated, be prepared for unpleasant surprises. It is likely that you will receive a flick on the nose, more or less strong, depending on the intensity of your confidence and your exaltation. These are the balancing forces that react to your excess potential. Don't give in to the temptation to take yourself for the puppeteer, or for the director of the play movie. But yes, you are a director, except that it only concerns your destiny. In fact, in the play My Life, there are many other people involved. It's not just you. This is why the slightest vanity or the slightest arrogance immediately creates excessive potential. You may think you never wanted anything like this, but no one is perfect. You have the key to a powerful force, so the slightest deviation from excellence leads to concrete consequences. Ideally, the realization that everyone is the master of their destiny should be quite ordinary. Imagine that you got permission to buy newspapers from all the newsstands in town. Would you be happy? This is unlikely, since you already have this right. Would you be disappointed not to find your newspaper in the kiosk next to your home? Well, either you'd get it in another one, or you'd skip it altogether. You must view your new ability to control the events of your life in the same way. However, I must warn you about one thing. You must not use transurfing for the purpose of harming anyone. If you try to visualize to send hostile intent towards a person who has offended you, or towards a group of people, you will succeed. But then you will have big problems. So, I really don't advise you to practice this black magic. Even if you think your revenge is justified, don't. If, despite everything, you couldn't resist the temptation to send nuisances to your opponent, be ready to receive a first warning soon. You will have a sign. And if that doesn't stop you, you will be punished. Don't forget that we are all guests of this world. These are the conditions of freedom. You can choose, but you have no right to change anything. Everyone knows that ancient civilizations have perished. What remains to us of these civilizations are mere building debris, like the pyramids of Egypt, and rather incomprehensible echoes of some hidden magical knowledge. People who mastered the force of external intention took on excessive power, and for this they were not merely punished, but destroyed by the balancing forces. This was the case for many civilizations, such as Atlantis. Whenever people held the force of external intention, they forgot that they were only guests. And as you know, a pretentious guest always ends up outside. 116. Above all, beware and do not brag in front of your loved ones. If you declare out loud that you are going to get what you want, your chances of success will decrease dramatically. It is precisely in this case that self-confidence turns into arrogance. But if you know you are going to succeed, without saying anything, you preserve the balance. This knowledge is within you, and it is a reality in itself. But if you declare to others that you will get what you do not yet have, you are creating excessive potential. And the balancing forces get to work. they will suppress the emerged potential. So, in conclusion, it is better to behave in a humble way and be silent. Of course, if you have achieved your goal, you can stretch out a bit, but without falling into excitement or euphoria, otherwise the balancing forces will take your joy away from you. Turn your joy into an intention to celebrate life. Use your right to choose and allow yourself the luxury of viewing life, which you are not yet satisfied, as a celebration. Right now, you have a real, not an illusory, reason for this celebration, the hope of finding freedom. You are going to experience a peaceful joy as you move towards your goal, and that is why the celebration will always be within you. Even balancing forces can never overshadow this sweet joy. According to the principle of coordination, if you take life as a party no matter what, then it will be so. Now there is no need to continue the struggle. In this way you will have what is rightfully yours. Having given up the battle, you cut the strings and find freedom, without losing your footing. Your seat is the current of variance. Remember that your choice will necessarily be realized. Tune the mental radiation to your goal line, and the current will carry you right there. There is no force that can keep you from moving towards the goal if you go with the flow, maintain balance and respect the principle of coordination. You are no longer a paper boat on waves of circumstance, nor a puppet in the hands of pendulums. You have a sail, the unity of soul and spirit. You have a tiller, your choice. You glide through the space of variations, using the wind of external intention. 117. Abstract. The turn of the key loosens the contractions and releases the energy of intention. The transaction, the turn of the key, the visualization, the fixation of the lucid gaze. While making the transaction, you observe the change of the nuances of the decoration. Do not attach too much importance to the technique of the transaction. Make the transaction spontaneously and without constraint. Don't force yourself to do the transaction too often. Projecting the snapshot and visualizing the process are more than enough. The transaction only serves to observe the movement in the space of variations. Moving towards your goal refreshes your world layer. The world is like a mirror, it reflects your attitude towards it. By ending the battle, you get freedom. 118. Chapter 5 Letters from the Past. Prior to its publication, the excerpts from the book Transurfing of Reality have been published on the internet, under the form of letters of information. This chapter is born after at correspondence with them pioneers of space. For variance, I take this opportunity to express my thanks to you, dear readers, for the warmth of your letters, for the responses full of admiration, and for this beautiful enthusiasm with which you welcomed the ideas of transurfing. Thanks to you. And defeat or victory, you must not distinguish them. Boris Pasternak, Russian poet and novelist, 1890 to 1960. The Blackberries. I have a few questions that I can find the answer to on my own. According to your theory, if I see everything as positive, I find myself on a wave of favorable events. However, it never worked for me, I always noticed it. Here is an example. 6 months ago, I had a wonderful job that suited me perfectly, I was happy with it. That was it for me. I was surrounded by good friends, relatives, I had my boyfriend, my house, my parents. I was really happy and fully aware of my joy. You could say I envied myself. My life was simple and quiet. But I was afraid it wouldn't last long. And I had to leave. Now, I no longer have a house, far fewer friends and a job that neither meets my expectations nor my level of studies. Another example. I was finishing my studies at the university. Over the past 2 years, I spent a lot of time at the faculty where I got very close to teachers and students. During the last semester, I felt almost physically that I was living in an extraordinary time and that there was very little chance that it would ever happen again in my life. I tried to memorize each day. Afterwards, I was offered to stay teaching at the university. How happy I was. But they started firing people and they didn't hire me, after which I was out of work for 6 months. Those were the darkest days for me. 119. In other words, I found myself in situations where I was really happy with my life and for which I thanked God, but afterwards, I went through a real nightmare. This law did not work for me in any way. I was always transported on a wave of negative events. Yes. Something else. When I can't take it anymore and I start to scream, to complain, it's as if I suddenly receive an answer, help, when according to your theory, I should sink even lower. These are the contradictions I experience. I would be delighted if you could help me see more clearly. In reality, there is no contradiction in your case. On the contrary, everything is going just as it should. You don't understand why the good times in life give way to the bad. But in your letter you yourself indicated the cause. The cause is, and always has been, the same. The world is the mirror of your attitude towards it. A real mirror. The only difference between the real mirror and the world is that the former reflects changes immediately, while the latter responds with a delay, sometimes days, sometimes months. But look for a moment at what you write. My life was simple and calm. But I was afraid it wouldn't last long. During the last semester, I felt almost physically that I was living in an extraordinary time and that there was very little chance that it would ever happen again in my life. Where do you see a contradiction? You started a program with your attitude, and the world carried it out flawlessly. The world always realizes our choice impeccably. It does just that, by the way. You formulate your complaint as follows. I found myself in situations where I was really happy with my life and for which I thanked God, but then I went through a real nightmare. What was the beginning of this nightmare? So, if I reveal to you now where these dark periods come from, you will not believe me. Even if there were no key phrases in your letter which I have just quoted, it is not at all difficult to see the origin of the dark periods. Your case is not unique, because all of us always make the same mistake. The problem is that the black period that followed the correct period was not black at all, black. It was yourself who painted it in black tones. The bad cannot find its source in the good. In reality, after the good, the best still followed. But you didn't believe it was so. You did not accept the changes that were coming and sent the world a negative attitude. So the world had no choice but to reflect that attitude and, at the same time, realize your choice. 120. The peculiarity of the human mind is that it always stubbornly defends its scenario. And anything that doesn't fit into that scenario, he considers a failure. And on the other hand, only things that he programmed himself are considered successful. This stubbornness of mind stems from its own arrogance and deep-rooted social stereotypes. But how can the mind know what is really beneficial for it and what is not? Is he able to predict how things will turn out? A great success never knocks on the door, but always literally falls from the sky. Have you ever wondered why this is the way it is? This happens because in such cases the mind is yawning, and has no time to prevent success from materializing. It is only when the mind lets go of its tenacious grip on the scenario that success is able to break through this protective wall. You can plan wealth, don't you agree? Otherwise, What's the point of all these conversations? Make your plan for success, and get it. But it very rarely happens that way. The mind is not able to work out the algorithm of success. It happens that readers ask me how to act in such and such a situation. But how can I know? Don't believe anyone who wants to persuade you that they know the secret to success in every concrete case. No one can know. So, who knows, and where to find the answer? Your world, which is your mirror, knows it. Transurfing carries within itself the most extraordinary discovery imaginable. It consists in the fact that the only thing you have to do is to choose, and then not to prevent the world from realizing your choice. This is the whole paradox. Man does not need to know exactly how to succeed. More precisely, it is better not to know it at all. And what did you imagine? That transurfing would give you another recipe for success? The mind is not able to find such a recipe. The beauty of the story is that the recipe will present itself. The task of the mind is not to disturb the stream of variance, that is, the thread of events, with its control. The stream of variance is always directed towards your choice. This is precisely the reason why, once the choice is made, you can calmly rely on the principle of the coordination of intention. My intention is realized. Everything leads me there, everything is going as it should. Back to the dark times. Each time a dark period arrived, you must have apparently lacked some luck. The chance to further improve the success period. But the mind did not accept events that occurred, or rather, it considered them as 121 negative, and that is why the dark period was manifesting in all its glory. But don't worry about that. If you determine your goal and respect the principle of coordination, you will make a remarkable discovery. You will see that all your mistakes before have served this particular purpose. You could never have achieved your goal without committing all the mistakes of the past. On the other hand, if you had not committed them, you would still have arrived at your goal. But the goal would have been different. After all, you don't have just one goal. This is how, in an inconceivable, extraordinary and generous way, our world is made. So do not despair, the past is before you, if you move towards your goal. And if it is, until today, you had imposed the goals of other people. The partner game. You said that personalities that seem incompatible come together in couples, as if to punish each other. This is indeed my case. Could you please give me some practical advice to overcome this situation, how to think and what to do? I tried to improve our relationship several times, not without success, but never for long. Then I realized that we were incompatible and that I had to try to build a relationship with another woman. So I chose divorce. I want to end this relationship as soon as possible, but we have real estate in common, and circumstances prevent me from achieving what I want smoothly and with minimal loss. When I get angry and think I'm ready to end it no matter what, the relationship seems to improve for a while, for no apparent reason. But very quickly, everything starts again. What needs to be done, from Transurfing's point of view, to change the situation? I wouldn't be wrong if I said that most divorces happen for one mundane reason: partners don't allow themselves to be themselves. You may think they're wrong, and I will show you what their wrong is. Well, no, you're on the wrong track. The problem is not who is right and who is wrong. Conflicts over trivial matters have a rather trivial, but fundamental aspect, which is the state of consciousness, or rather, its absence. Nervousness is an unconscious reaction. During sleep, the dream occurs for the person, because he is completely absorbed in the game and does not realize that it is only a dream. 122. Similarly, man sleeps awake and responds by closing in, negatively, like an oyster to an external irritant. Everyone seems to understand that everyone can have their character and quirks. And if he's not like you, he still doesn't have to be. But people accept this idea only when questioned verbally. In the other cases, in the unconscious state, the trigger of the irritation turns on. The man who sleeps awake does not allow himself to be himself, nor others to be themselves. You get a dependency relationship, which then generates polarization, which causes the wind of balancing forces. Balancing forces seek to bring opposite sides of characters face to face, to extinguish heterogeneity. In addition to this, the pendulums, which feel this polarization, induce in the partners the actions which cause greater irritation. Haven't you noticed that your partner sometimes behaves as if he is looking for you? Know then that, in most cases, he is unaware of what he is doing, being under the influence of the pendulum which feeds on the energy of your irritation and which seeks to direct the actions of your partner for you. Annoy even more. You yourself, in your letter, demonstrate the mechanism of the operation of polarization. Watch, when I get angry and think I'm ready to end it no matter what, the relationship seems to get better for a while, for no apparent reason. When you agree to all possible terms, it's like letting go, like saying, come on. Let all this be seen elsewhere. At this time, the polarization weakens, the wind of balancing forces calms down, the pendulum leaves you alone, and therefore the relationship improves. In general, I would say that it is similar people who are incompatible, rather than different people. When we say, we are incompatible or our characters do not go together, to translate it into the language of facts, it must be understood as, we do not allow ourselves to be ourselves. In fact, people of opposite characters can and should live in peace and happiness. It is not for nothing that balancing forces bring opposites face to face, thus maintaining the status quo. I know, and maybe you too, couples who have separated a number of times during their long life together. And it was serious each time, accompanied by suitcases thrown out, broken dishes. 123. Burned family photos, torn up marriage records and other awe-inspiring rituals. All of this pathetic drama comes with ghastly promises that this is the last time it will be final and irrevocable. But the storm subsiding, the two warriors calmed down and got back together again. It is possible to avoid all these conflicts armed with rolling pins and plates, if you consciously step down from the stage into the room and observe the game, or rather your common life, from the outside. At least one of the two partners must do so. Why is your life together a game? Because everyone has taken on a role. I am so and so, I do this, I am annoyed by that. But people immerse their heads in this game and for this reason they act without conscience, as if they are sleeping awake. Life happens to them, and they are not able to influence the scenario, although this is what they seek by all possible means. And now remember how in childhood you played adult games. Unlike adults, children know to pretend. And at every moment, they remember it. It's a game, and they do everything consciously, like the spectators involved. Children are able to modify the scenario of their play, since they know that it is not reality. Similarly, in a lucid dream, the person is able to control events. When they become adults, people lose this ability to play with this hindsight, they sink into it like a deep sleep, and lose the conscious state. And since people sleep awake, they turn into puppets, without will, obedient to the pendulums, and life happens to them like a dream. Try, all the same, to play your common life like children. Everyone take their role and play it with detachment, pretending. For example, as soon as your partner starts doing something that you don't like, get upset, as before, but do it in a theatrical, grotesque and humorous way. And suddenly you will clearly see how this mechanism of conflicts works, which you have kindled in the state of unconscious awakening. You will see for yourself how unjustified your quarrels are, just like those in the TV series. And once you realize that, you can finally allow yourself to be yourself, and the other to be themselves. 124. The charity. For the past 2 years, I have been firmly committed to the stock market, Forex. But I still can't make it a stable and successful business. These 2 years are just continuous losses. What my colleague writes must be true. The market is a diabolical invention. As they say, render to Caesar what is Caesar's, and to God what is God's. When you gamble on the market, you lose your soul. His own soul. Unfortunately, that's how it is. And that's true. The only solution left to me is to make a donation to the church. But that does not remove the karmic consequences. Matthew 22:21. And what about the multiple variants of fate? Is it really not possible to earn a living with the stock market? How are all these stories about billionaires a myth? Or should we remove from the subconscious this idea of getting rich and replace it with the idea of helping others? I am neither a theoretician nor a beginner. Everything I write here, I have felt it on my own skin and over 100 times, and I know what it feels like. What do you think should be my choice? You ask me what, in my opinion, should be your choice. Am I or someone else able to show you your own way? Only your soul knows. I can only judge your mistakes, and again, subjectively. You say, the only solution I have left is to donate to the church. I understand that even you personally do not see it as the one and only solution. But where do you get this idea that a donation, in general, could be a solution? Adherents not of God, but of the pendulum of religion, have taught you that giving money to the church will save your soul or get rid of any karmic problems. But a true servant of God will tell you that all the money in the world can buy indulgence. Let's call a spade a spade. The pendulum of religion is not God. The church exists, not for God, but for the pendulum. God doesn't need your donations. If you see donations as the solution to your problems, you are trying to make a deal with him. Charity can remove the excessive potential of accumulated money if you have too many funds that have been idle for a long time. But since you are in stock trading, you are not likely to stagnate your finances. Charity is a good thing in the literal sense, only if it is sincere. For example, a rich man makes donations to an orphanage, but he himself never goes there. In this case, it is not a good thing, but a market. His help is not specific, it only serves a fetish idea framed by a pious sentence, I bring help to children. 125. But this man's aspirations are not sincere. He doesn't want to communicate with the children he helps, which means he doesn't like them. He appreciates himself, who helps children. Fine, but what's wrong with the fact that this man helps without loving, without being sincere about it? It's true, there is nothing wrong, everything is fine. But he should not hope, in this way, to receive a credit on his account. He will be able to increase his rating in the eyes of public opinion, but his soul will have absolutely nothing, no compensation. It is better to love yourself sincerely than to love others hypocritically. I would even say that loving yourself is absolutely necessary. Say, get rich and opralaski oyatel wd the offer for hope things outsurance. Is he a sildina the offer yourself to impose on yourself the idea of helping your neighbor, if it's not close to your heart. On the contrary, take care of your own enrichment. At least you do it sincerely, and above all, you don't put any shame in it. Do not pay attention to the howls of the adherents of the pendulum, who impose their spiritual values on you. Remember, highly spiritual personalities are never going to impose anything on you. The very first spiritual value for you is your soul. Turn away from the pendulums, turn to your soul, and take care of yourself, for example, of your enrichment. Except you haven't really chosen the right approach to make it happen. What your soul wants is not money, but what you can buy with it. Do you know exactly what you want? A priori, number. So, ask yourself, what do you want to achieve in this life? What will turn your life into a party? Determine your goal. Your mind does not beat around the bush to accomplish this task. Money can pay for almost anything, so you have to go straight to where it is. But the trouble is that the soul doesn't beat around the bush either. She does not share the spirit's desire for money. She doesn't understand money at all because she can't think abstractly. This is why the soul will never be an ally of the spirit in the search for money. And without it, the spirit is powerless, as well as the soul without the spirit. What to do then? Determine a goal and move towards it, without thinking of the means to reach it. The means will present themselves, that is the whole mystery. In other words, if the soul and the spirit move towards their goal hand in front of you will open doors that seemed inaccessible before. Can we consider the game of the stock exchange as your door? I'm not here to judge. You say. I still can't make it a satar splurian seal successful in business. These two. 126. Continued. It's up to you alone to draw the conclusions. Those who become billionaires are about their goals, not the money. When a man goes to his goal through his own door, his soul sings, and his spirit, satisfied, rubs its hands. Does the stock market game bring joy to your soul? Does it satisfy your spirit? You must answer these questions yourself. Esoteric knowledge. I already know this kind of literature, and what is amazing is that in principle, everyone wants to express the same thing, but in fact, everyone disagrees on a lot of points. Me, for example, because of this amount of information, I am already starting to confuse what is on the right track and what is not. Almost everyone says not to take all the information seriously. But what if you are an impressionable person, or if you give alms every day? After all, by failing to understand and accept the misfortune of others, the world will become dry and ruthless. Later, I want to become a journalist. For example, I work for a publishing house where I mainly encounter women's problems. I write essays based on their stories. And it's impossible to be effective without empathizing yourself. What should journalists do when faced with all kinds of information on a daily basis? Does this mean that I will have to move the pendulums all my life or suffer myself? Maybe there is something I don't understand? In addition, I sometimes think that all these ideologies, including transurfing, are utopian. Because, let's face it, transurfing is a pendulum like the others, which was created by yourself and which you make move with the help of other people. So why not simplify its laws? Transurfing was not created, so its laws cannot be changed. It is impossible to create such things. You can't learn it from others, either. Esoteric knowledge cannot be created, nor can it be learned. It isn't a place accessible to all. This place is called, in my opinion, the space of variance. Others may call it differently, but the principle remains the same. In your letter, you say that you are confusing certain points. How to see more clearly in all this multitude of teachings which, according to you, treat the same subject, but diverge all the same. You won't believe how simple it is. After reading a mountain of literature on psychology and esotericism, you can, at some point, stop and forget everything that others have written in their books. If you have amassed the basic minimum needed in some area, you can get the rest of the information directly from the variance space. 127. To do this, it is necessary for you to have the audacity to stop looking for the truth in the writings of others and to speak to yourself. As long as your mind remains turned towards the sages of this world, you will confuse everything and be in the role of the eternal student. Change direction, turn your mind to your soul and you receive answers to all your questions. Do you know what distinguishes those who make the discoveries, create the masterpieces of art, culture and write the books, from other people who admire these masterpieces, read these books? The difference between creators and connoisseurs, masters and apprentices? The first had the audacity to detach their spirit from the creations of others, turning it towards their soul. Connoisseurs and apprentices are not deprived of talent either. Simply, their intention is directed in another direction, to appreciate what others are doing and to learn from them. You may think that I am playing dumb demagogy or brooding over already known truths. What does it mean to turn the mind to the soul? It's not very concrete, not clear, and it looks like a kind of honeyed spirituality. But in reality, I am talking about very concrete things. To say that your soul already knows everything would not be entirely accurate. The soul does not know, but unlike the spirit, it has access to a field of information where the data on the past and on the future are located. All the masterpieces and discoveries are also there. The mind perceives the feelings of the soul as intuitive knowledge and inspiration, and then translates them into conventional concepts and labels. The mind cannot invent anything new. The only thing he is capable of is building a new version of the house from the old bricks. Everything that is fundamentally new is created in the unity of soul and spirit. But to achieve such unity, you need to take concrete and simple steps. Accept the fact that you have access to all knowledge. Address yourself with the question. Take your own path. Use your right to be unique. Take advantage of your access to knowledge. Knowledge will be accessible as soon as you manage to redirect your intention from others to yourself. Simply, tell yourself that you are unique, special, and that you know everything. Ask yourself the question and wait for the answer. It will present itself, either quickly, or in a few days or even a few months. It all depends on its complexity. But she will come for sure. 128. The relationship between spirit and soul is completely different for each person. The main thing is to direct the intention of your mind to your soul. The whole secret is that few people have the idea to do it. But those who try begin to discover new things and create masterpieces. The only thing that keeps soul and spirit from uniting is internal and external importance. Importance locks creativity into a box of classic stereotypes. Here's what you write about readers' problems. It's impossible to be effective if you don't show empathy yourself. What a pretty commonplace, isn't it? We can also add that, without having experienced someone's problem yourself, it is generally impossible to bring him any help. And that rings just as true. But in truth, it is a false stereotype, created by pendulums. You solve people's problems not by passing them through yourself, but in spite of that. Also, if you dive headfirst into other people's problems, then you are no longer able to solve them objectively. People have problems precisely because their heads are immersed in their game. Life happens to them, and they, as in a non-lucid dream, find themselves in the grip of circumstances. But once you step down into the room to see the game in hindsight, a lot of things become clear. As long as you are immersed in people's problems, you are in the same position as them. To understand and solve their problems, you must act in a detached way. Not heartless, not indifferent, but detached. It's here difference between insensitivity and irrelevance. You will be able to solve your own problems, as well as those of others, if only you take on the role of a participating spectator. But until then, you live by your problems, as well as those of others, and you are helpless. Most readers still cannot grasp the difference between detachment and insensitivity. Again, I repeat, irrelevance is detachment, not indifference. Act out your roles by pretending, like children. And you will be the puppeteer, or the master of the situation. But completely immersed in the game, you are a puppet. Indeed, you should not take everything to heart. If you take a closer look, not everything is as important as it may seem. You must help those who need your help. But you gotta do it some way. 129. Detached, without imbuing yourself with feelings and without allowing yourself to be tormented by worries. Your feelings can only hurt. And here too, give your help only to those who ask for it. To your question, what if you are an impressionable person, or if you give alms every day? There's a very concrete answer, but it's going to be unexpected for you. Reject any feelings of guilt. If you give alms consistently, then you feel an obligation. The obligation is generated by the feeling of guilt. It is not so much compassion for the needy that you feel, but rather the duty to help them. This is not compassion, but the manifestation of importance. If you suddenly feel sympathy for a poor sick old lady you see, that's compassion. But if you can pass quietly or without being tormented by a beggar, then that's not compassion, that's a sense of obligation. What to do then? Simply realize your freedom. You don't owe anyone anything. Take your right to know. You are able to create and find answers yourself. Until you are free from importance, you are plagued by doubts. If you are free, you are right. And when you are free, you can afford to have pity for people and to empathize. How to return the beloved on? Please answer me, please. How do I get the man I love back? If he left you on his own, it's unlikely that you can bring him back. Or rather, you will not be able to bring it back through the efforts of your internal intention, that is to say by putting in place actions aimed at its return. These include all attempts to directly influence the person. Even if you get something, that person won't be the same. On the other hand, you can bring it back through the external intention. With the internal intention, you try to influence the world directly, in order to achieve your ends. But the external intention works so that the world itself welcomes you. I can briefly explain to you the principle of operation of the external intention. 130. In their relationships, partners are guided by their internal intention, that is, they want to get something from each other. And if one of the partners does not get it, he ends the relationship. Everyone seeks satisfaction in relationships in their own way. It can be the need to be liked, for sex, for respect, the need for recognition of one's qualities, for understanding, for communication, the need to escape loneliness, to have fun and so on. Is there one thing in common between all these personal aspirations? The common denominator is, and always has been, defending and asserting one's self-worth. Whatever drives a person to action is always related to a sense of self-worth. Man is made like this. In human relationships, the internal intention is always directed to defend and affirm personal value in this or that way. To what is your beloved's intention directed? Towards the search for a partner who will satisfy his sense of self-worth. And your internal intention, where is it directed? First, to bring back the loved one, which will restore your value, and second, to resume the relationship from which you derived some satisfaction. And now think, can you fulfill the aspirations of your partner, if you are guided only by your internal intention? To bring back your loved one, you must give him what he seeks through his internal intention. You should not judge him if what he wants from you is the satisfaction of his own worth, in some form or other, since you also want something from him. As you know, the first principle of frailing is, give up your intention to get, replace it with the intention to give, and you will receive what you gave up. Give up your internal intention, no matter what it is directed towards. Determine where your partner's intent is directed. Put your strength into fulfilling his intention. As soon as your actions are redirected to satisfying the needs of the partner, your internal intention will transform into external intention. Therefore, you will manage not only to make your boyfriend happy, but also to get from him everything you want yourself, and in abundance. If you can give up your intention to get, replacing it with the intention to give, you will inevitably have what you have given up. 131. This principle is so effective in practice, that one has the impression that a certain magical force is at work. But precisely, it is real magic, without any spells or potions to attract the person. But in general, bringing back what is already lost, like bathing twice in the same water, is very difficult. It is better to respect the principles of frailing before relations start to deteriorate. Anyway, before doing anything, in your place, I would think carefully, do you really want him back, or is it rather the burning desire to restore your lost value, that he abandoned, who speaks in you? If you have the feeling of being despised, it hurts a lot, I say. But even if I knew all the details of your relationship, I couldn't give you any concrete advice. All I can do is give you an instrument, but how to use it is up to you. Remember that the layer of your world is your mirror. If you prefer to suffer, then so will you. If, at this point, you use the principle of the coordination of intention and consider the current situation as favorable, then it will be exactly like that. If it is, the break with your beloved rids you of problems that you are unaware of. When you think everything is wrong, tell yourself that everything is fine, because it is you who decides, either to be happy or to suffer. If I were you, I would jump for joy and applaud. Let the mirror please you. I have the same concern. The woman I love, my wife, is leaving me. We are engaged for 3 years and married for 4 years. The main reason for the breakup is financial instability on my side. Often in life, I am too kind, shy, excessively attentive. My wife considers that with my experience and my knowledge, I should start my own business. But it is very difficult for me, with my discreet character, to climb the podium and make a career. And then, the career is not in my creative mind. In many ways, I agree with my wife. In most problems, I go into too much detail, I search for additional information, I try to gain additional experience. In short, my whole career is made in such a way that I never stay in the same place for more than a year or two. Which gives me experience and knowledge in the trade. A great quality of my character is my receptivity. But it is also the defect that disrupts my career. My wife needs stability, security, and she wants children. And my internal motivations are directed in the same direction. Not towards a career but rather to develop a system, business plan, which brings a profit. For this I need experience and knowledge, which has always been one of my highest priorities. 132. 3 months ago, we divorced. Rather gently. She rents an apartment, her salary allows it. She is looking for herself. But our relationship has grown colder. She doesn't want to see me anymore. How can I get my beloved back? It is impossible for me to give you a concrete recipe for solving your problems. I only do this if the situation is completely clear. And even then, my opinion remains subjective, so it may be wrong. If I don't have the answer, I turn to my intuition. If my intuition tells me nothing, I can recommend using one of the principles of transurfing, because I know it can never hurt. In your case, my intuitive answer corresponds to the principle that you must listen to the voice of your heart. Some say success is career, financial stability, high salary. These things cannot constitute a goal. Is the path of man to climb the ladder of professional values? Career opportunities, stability, high salary are, in fact, not goals, but attributes that accompany you. Your goal is something that will turn your life into a party. If you replace the goal with an attribute, you get nowhere. For example, if you become an excellent and unique specialist, you get all these benefits. So you need to seek to achieve your goal, not the benefits it brings. This state of affairs may seem obvious. Everyone understands that. But the paradox is that it lights up in a flash in people's minds, before disappearing behind the brilliance of attributes. People go to the attributes like moths to a lamp, but they never get anywhere. And how can they get there, if they seek to achieve not the goal itself, but its attributes? Hence the myth that ease and well-being are destined for the elect. Public opinion imposes its stereotypes on you. But this opinion is based on the visible and definitive results. Success comes as you move towards your goal. The final results are always visible, while the process of advancement remains in the shadows. As a result, a stereotype is created. You have to seek promotion and money, in other words, fly to the lamp. What everyone sees is the brilliance of the stars in the firmament. But few people pay attention to how far they have come to reach the pinnacle of their success. The stars always go through a whole forest of failures. Sooner or later luck smiles, only on those who are convinced that they have chosen the right path for themselves. It is enough for you to constantly advance towards your goal and to remember, whatever happens, the current of variance will lead you without fail to where you need to be. No one can know how and when your goal will be achieved. 133. If you follow popular stereotypes, you can achieve some success. But this success will be mediocre, and you will get there with great difficulty. To have real, grand success, you must determine your goal and move steadily towards it, without listening to anyone. You can consider the advice of others as a guide, but the final decision must be made in your heart. The only solution is to stop fighting, like a moth against a lamp. The right decision is born in the unity of soul and spirit. The unequivocal criterion of the wrong decision is the discomfort of the soul. If you make a decision and experience the slightest painful feeling that resembles a constraint, then your soul answers you no. If in the context of the decision you have made, there is no soul discomfort, then your soul says yes or I don't know. In this case, the last word belongs to your mind. If the decision is good, the soul sings and the spirit, satisfied, rubs its hands. On the other hand, if you still can't define your goal, don't torture yourself with this problem. Is it really impossible to live without a goal? If you simply love life, without looking for anything, why not? In this case, there is only one thing left for me to advise you: do not float, but go with the current. In other words, respect the principle of coordination, and the flow of your life will return to a channel that is calm and full of comfort. And the goal will probably take shape when you stop your frantic search. As for the question of how to get your wife back, I can't give you any advice. According to the key phrase, she is looking for herself. But our relationship has grown colder. She no longer wants to see me. We can understand that the problem does not come from financial instability at all. If she no longer loves you, it is impossible to bring her back. The intention. I ask myself the following question: can we apply the law of transurfing to influence other people? For example, can a mother heal her mentally ill children? Or if you, or I, intend our country to become rich and its citizens to be happy? Intention is capable of anything. The question is, how powerful is it? If you have the intention of Christ, then yes, you can heal. But the power of intention is not the same as the power of desire. If you want something badly, you are unlikely to get it. It's not even faith, because where there is faith, there will always be doubt. 134. Intention, it is the unmoved, unconditional and absolute determination to obtain the realization of one's will, and the clear awareness that it will be so. Free from desire, fear, doubts and other potentials of importance, this intention is pure. For example, the intention to fetch the mail from the mailbox is pure. If your determination to heal your children is that pure, you will succeed. But don't think you can do it through your efforts. The paralyzed man, no matter how hard he tries, will hardly move. And at the same time, he will easily regain his motor skills if, by chance, he remembers exactly how he was doing. No one will ever be able to teach anyone to master intention. But in transurfing, there are methods that allow you to make the intention work despite your will. This is called external intent. In this case, if the treatment has no effect, you should give up attempts to cure your children. What is a mental disorder? It is when the human soul has attuned itself to an unrealized zone of the space of variance. Normal people are attuned to our realized world, but the mentally ill are not just sick, they have their head in the unmaterialized zone, therefore, abnormal from our point of view. Accept your children as they are. They are not sick, simply, they are not like the others, not like everyone else. And it's very good that a man is not like everyone else, it's even rather normal. What is not normal is the current situation, where everyone thinks and acts the same way. If you want to make your children normal, you will not succeed. As I said before, you cannot control intention by force. By your efforts, your zeal, In a thwarted state, you create powerful excessive potentials which only aggravate the situation. On the other hand, if you manage to accept your children as they are, and to admit their normality, you will obtain the intention in a circumvent way. In this case, your internal intention turns into external. Give your children attention, take care of them and, as much as possible, give them freedom. Free them from the need to be normal, and free yourself from the need to make them normal. And then, not immediately, but after some time you will see the results. At the same time, it's up to you to decide, take my advice or reject it. As you understand, I am not a specialist in the field of psychiatry. Do I have the right in general to give advice of this kind? 135. Your soul can answer all the questions that concern you. Trust the voice of your heart more than the opinion of other people, including myself. My only advantage is that your children are indifferent to me. In this sense, I do not have excessive potentials compared to them, and therefore, my intention to give you an answer is pure. But having said that, I still don't understand why you are so concerned about the fate of our country, if your children are sick. Isn't that too large of a scale? I don't really like these ideas of making everyone happy. Each person only creates the layer of his own world, therefore the person alone will never be able to make the whole country happy. This can only be done if all people do it together. But people, united around a single idea, create a pendulum. And he, sooner or later, will begin his destructive activity, to drive his adherents away from their paths and start the battle with his competitors. You know exactly how all these ideas of making people happy end. Any idea, including the purest of them, based on the love of God, generates a pendulum. In the name of God, and for happiness on earth, entire peoples have been destroyed. A pendulum is not capable of making all people happy. Either way, many will suffer and be unhappy. Happiness cannot be universal. It is a purely individual notion. If society as a whole mobilizes to build general happiness, the same disaster occurs which, according to Bulgakov, is in people's heads, not in their cabinets. Mikhail Bulgakov, Art of a Dog. It is beneficial for pendulums to pass off attention to others as magnanimity. They can skillfully constitute very convincing stereotypes. But all this is just demagoguery. All of these people will only be happy if each of them goes his own way through his own door. In this sense, transurfing is a pendulum for individualists. But it is the only concrete and real path to true, and not ephemeral, happiness. You must turn away from the pendulums, let your soul out of the box of stereotypes and take care of your happiness. On the way to your goal, you're going to get a bunch of really useful bargains. And, of course, you are going to help many poor and unfortunate people, because you will have more means to do so. 136. You say that when a man is on the waves of success, he is happy and lucky everywhere. The main thing is not to yield to the influence of destructive pendulums. And what about the fact that usually not everything can work out well in life? Either it's work that's going well, growth, career, success, or it's home, comfort, peace, love. Yet, in most, tsai, at least, verwita and sagabi as the while both at work and at home. You read the one saying that not everything can work out well in life. It's your personal choice. Since you think so, it will be so for you. The world always realizes your choice for you. You say, yet, in most cases, we want so badly that everything goes well both at work and at home. And again, the world realizes your choice. It definitely reflects the fact that you so badly want everything to be okay. No more, no less. After all, do you want it? So you get to be the one who wants so much. When you just stop wanting and intend to have, then you will have. Pay attention to Transurfing's slogan, I don't want or hope, I intend. Significant potentials. What can you offer against fear, anxiety, panic? How is it actually done? For example, a loved one is gone, a son or a daughter. And a wave of anxiety engulfs me. Did they arrive safely? Why aren't they calling? You touched on an interesting, albeit complicated, point. There is no universal recipe against fear. And if a simple and effective remedy were discovered that would dispel fear without altering consciousness, that would be one of the greatest discoveries of all time. Fear, in transurfing terms, is an excess potential of energy, which arises when one attaches too much importance to the object of fear. The excessive potential disturbs the balance in the energy field and, therefore, generates the forces intended to eliminate it. Suppose you have to walk on the edge of the cliff and you have a panic fear of falling. How can balancing forces suppress this potential? The cheapest way in terms of energy is to push yourself into the abyss to get it over with. Nature always follows the path of least resistance. But, since this variant does not suit you, you are obliged to overcome the resistance of the balancing forces, that is, to master yourself. It turns out that to counterbalance the potential for fear, you have to apply yourself even more. As a result, your energy is spent twice, with the potential itself, and by maintaining it, you have almost no free energy left, and that is why a kind of stupor arises. 137. If the potential for fear is strong enough, you can't keep it under control, and then the balancing forces do what they want with you. In other words, you begin to panic by allowing yourself to be carried away by the forces where the potential is suppressed, that is, towards your loss. If you consciously lower the bar of the importance of the situation, the fear disappears. The whole problem is that deliberately dropping the importance is not possible. This is why the only effective method is the safety net or the bypass. It may be different depending on each situation. If you don't have a safety net, all you can do about it is not to fight worry. There is no need to persuade yourself not to be afraid. Self-deception is useless. Any form of struggle with fear will only drain your energy and aggravate the excess potential. If it is impossible for you not to be afraid, then be afraid. Do what you can, but don't fight fear itself. For example, if you're stressed before a speech, go ahead, be nervous. Worry naturally and with all the pleasure in the world. Give yourself completely to this remarkable feeling. Allow yourself to lose your mind in the way that pleases you the most. As soon as you allow yourself, your stress will evaporate in an amazing way, who knows where. This happens because a significant part of energy is spent on the fight against stress. Anxiety and worry are weaker manifestations of fear. Here, importance is generated by the expectation of the unknown. In this case, you have an opportunity to consciously lower the bar of importance. If there is something that worries you, explain to yourself that it is absolutely not beneficial to you. Fears and worst expectations usually come true. One of the ways to remove worry is through action. It doesn't matter what. The potentials of anxiety and worry dissipate in action. Inactive anxiety oppresses you until you start to act and be active. The nature of this action may be unrelated to the object of concern. It is enough to keep yourself occupied with something and you will immediately feel your anxiety lessen. What can serve as a good point of support for lowering the level of importance is the principle of the coordination of intention. Everything is going as it should. Allow yourself to not know how events should unfold. Let go of control of the scenario and let the situation resolve itself. Circumstances will work out favorably in themselves, as long as you go consciously with the current, without clapping your hands against the water. The principle of intention coordination works well. You 138 can be sure. The world does not seek to harm anyone. Not that there are supposed forces that would take care of you, but because in this way, precisely, you consume less energy. Nature does not waste energy. For her, it is disadvantageous to spend energy on you. The inconvenience always has to do with excessive energy expenditure. Well-being, on the other hand, is the norm and requires a minimum of energy. The mind, without any notion of the path of least resistance, struggles against the current of variations and piles up obstacles and problems itself. Where else could they come from? No one has yet abolished the law of conservation of energy. Just don't take the principle of coordination literally. For example, going straight into a mess and telling yourself that everything is fine. Otherwise, in general, you can completely rely on him. I have the following problem: I set myself very high goals, but I am always surrounded by pendulums, which prevent me from achieving them. Suddenly, I have no one to whom I can talk about my goals, discuss them, and even my relatives tell me that I will not succeed. By observing people, I see that they are almost all the same. Can you advise me something, please? It is normal for pendulums to come in your way. They do it for everyone. In order to minimize their resistance, it is necessary to keep the bar of importance low, to attach excessive value to anything. It's unusual to hear such a recommendation, but most concerns arise precisely because of high internal and external importance. Very lofty goals are, by definition, not unattainable at all. What makes them elusive are the usual stereotypes of the mind. It is with the help of the principle of coordination that we can break these stereotypes. You are able to achieve any goal, if it is yours. If the goal is not yours, then you will experience some soul discomfort imagining the situation where this goal is already achieved. When it comes to choosing your goal and the specific means to get there, you can take note of what others say, but nothing more. What should guide you in action are the calls of the heart and not the advice of other people, especially loved ones, who wish you well with all their might. But, more generally, I don't see clearly in your letter what your problem is. Above all, I don't understand this sentence. By observing people, I see that they are almost all the same. 139. I would like to clarify this: all the people around me, including my parents and my friends, do not understand me, do not understand my desires. They force me to act in their interests. They don't even understand how anyone can think like me. And I am someone who prefers strict discipline, planning my day, who likes to be active, persevering, tireless, diligent in achieving my goal, someone who yearns for new knowledge, etc. But my parents force me to forget it. They tell me that I have to find a job and live peacefully. In my opinion, these are mediocre goals. And all my friends have a philosophy in life, which, in my opinion, is even worse. They seek to skip a class, to hurt someone. They can even insult a teacher. They discuss subjects that I find zero. They also bother me during class. Besides, my parents are constantly arguing. All right, we see a little more clearly here. I wonder if my answer will please you. But it's my business to suggest, and yours to decide for yourself. Because I don't impose anything on anyone. You ask me, I answer you. So, to solve this problem, it is necessary to fool around. Take this literally. I'm telling you in all sincerity. Don't think I'm kidding. You have to choose your idiot carefully. You must use all the positive qualities that are yours: emphasis, concentration, determination. It is preferable that it be an inanimate object, so as not to cause him any inconvenience. Think carefully about what you can use. I can give you an example: a teddy bear. As soon as you find a good fool, make a detailed plan. Where, when and how are you going to fool around? It would be very useful to make a user manual, with a detailed description of your actions, like, to fool around with the idiot mentioned above. You have to rotate it around its longitudinal axis, knowing that the idiot must be placed on a flat surface and in a position that does not prevent its reversal. The reversal of the idiot in question is done by means of a sequence of applied efforts, which one executes with the hands of the one who is doing the imbecile. And so on in the same spirit. In short, the instructions for use and the plan must be written with the greatest care, mentioning all the details, including the safety rules. Take this matter very seriously. In the end, you should end up with an impressive project. I also recommend that you make it officially presentable and file it in a business folder. After completing the preparation of the project, you can proceed to its realization. Prepare well for this event and take all necessary measures, strictly observing the rules of the instructions for use. You must carry out each step seriously and carefully, consulting the instructions from time to time. Look serious and focused. In case fits of giggles invade you. 140. You can suspend this activity for a moment, calm down a bit, catch your breath and continue later. Do you still think I'm making fun of you? The reason for your problems is hidden in the high potential of your internal importance. You say, I am someone who prefers stridsitlig distanktipernlinak, hlavninjengidale.y.com abwathia endektiv b, perinstuvlerminsk, itlertilis, time that keep me from getting there. In fact, you demand too much of yourself, and maybe of others, too. I can't say for sure, but I guess you took on the role of someone who does important things with all responsibility and seriousness. If that's true, there will always be people with completely opposite qualities to fuss over you. For example, you will be harassed by irresponsible, distracted, unruly types, by problem people. In short, you will attract all sorts of rascals who will disrupt your rigorous planning. Why is this happening to you? Because your excessive potential for internal importance creates too strong a bias. You will attract people with opposite qualities, like an iron filings magnet. This is how the balancing forces work, which will do everything to eliminate the potential. The world around you, it's your mirror. But if you create excessive potentials of internal and external importance, the mirror becomes distorted. This deformation manifests itself in the fact that you have surrounded yourself with pendulums which disturb you. More precisely, the people who disturb you are not the pendulums, but their puppets. Pendulums sense the energy of your potential and make people behave in ways that annoy you. You get angry, and the jester jumps even more frantically. It's the pendulum that sways him and receives energy from your irritation. However, it would be enough to drop the potential of importance so that the image of your world gradually transforms. The same people may stay, but their behavior will change dramatically. As soon as the polarization disappears, the mirror straightens and reality returns to normal. But what causes this polarization? Is it possible that these are your qualities? Far from there. You have very good qualities. Which do you credit and which, no doubt, will serve you in life? Polarization is created by dependency relationships. Your qualities generate no change in the energy field around you until you start comparing yourself to others. For example, you think, I am disciplined, and they are lazy, they are good for nothing, and I am determined. It is this contrast that stretches the polarization. 141. So, by practicing this ritual, you will put all your internal importance to zero. But you may find this ritual unacceptable to you. In this case, it is better for you to simply stop opposing other people. Allow yourself to be yourself and others to be themselves. Release your grip. Once you do, the polarization will disappear and the world around you will change its face in inconceivable ways. It will stop bothering you. Then you will understand what is transurfing from reality. You advise a serious reader to play dumb. And what should those who get too carried away at playing the fool? How do you force yourself to take care of serious things? You don't want to get involved in serious things. Not because they're serious, but because they're none of your business. Laziness is a natural state of the soul. Of course, she has no desire to do things that are foreign to her. Maybe she came into this world not to work for a pendulum, but rather to bask in the sun by a warm sea, or to ski in the Alps, or to travel, or whatever. For what other pleasure in this world? And who is going to work then? Asks an angry pendulum. Well, you might answer lightly, with the words of a frivolous student ditty, let that furry bear work, so he won't wander round and growl. Perfectly, After all, the sense of duty and necessity are just inventions of pendulums. In fact, our world is so rich and bountiful, that there is enough wealth for everyone, if everyone is advancing towards his goal through his door. But that is unlikely to ever happen. Having said that, each individual, if he wants, can turn the layer of his world into a very comfortable and cozy corner. To do this, you need to find your purpose and your door. If you are moving towards your goal, you do not need to persuade or force yourself. The soul will leap as it runs towards its goal through its door. Your door may look like hard work to others, but to you it will be a scurrying pleasure. As long as you are moving towards a goal that is foreign to you, through someone else's door, you are working for a pendulum. On this path, your soul will tell you all the time "I don't want to," and your mind will repeat to you "you have to." This path leads nowhere, no matter all its reasonable arguments and the pretty settings it is dotted with. The only solution is to determine your goal and direct yourself towards it. But until then, the cure for coercion might be gambling. Recall how, in your childhood, you played adult games, at the store or at the hospital. So, there too, imagine having to play instead of working. 142. You suffer from the established constraint only in the event that you are fully immersed in this game. Take on the role of a participating spectator. Act with detachment. Don't devote yourself entirely to the work that needs to be done. Act like it's a game. Hire yourself. Inversion of reality. Reality inexorably shifts its images onto the film of time. Holidays come and go. What a pity that they pass so quickly. Hemingway was right, always take the party with you. But this is rarely possible. She suddenly wanders off to no one knows where, and all the colors of life fade. A void appears at the level of the soul, accompanied by an overwhelming melancholy, sometimes explicable, sometimes for no apparent reason. Strangest of all, the world quickly and willingly sinks into darkness, as enlightenment resurfaces in slow motion, after an agonizing suspense. Man's tendency towards negativism is its dirty work. Depression. It's the agreement of soul and mind that things are going badly. In this case, the external intention inevitably and firmly shifts the reality towards the tenebrous zones of the space of variations. The mirror reacts quickly, without delay. And then there's no light for a long time, because you abandoned with your attitude you add even more black tones to the layer of your world. At times, you're so bad that you don't even have the strength to remember the existence of transurfing or anything like it. How do you break this vicious cycle and straighten out your reality? Strictly speaking, it is rather difficult. But in fact, there is a radical method called reality inversion. This happened a long time ago, but not so long, only 20 years. As physics students at that time, we were studying in a positively devastated faculty, where the professors behaved brutally, with all the atrocities of the Stone Age. Out of 75 people registered for the year, barely 25 made it through. Under such conditions, only one law applied: if you want to survive, learn to laugh. So we invented a game that I had forgotten at first. It wasn't until much later that I understood it. This game had been played according to all the rules of transurfing. The principle was to turn our attitude towards the situation from head to toe, that is to say, to carry out a kind of inversion. If a person is in pain, the rule of the pendulum forces him to suffer even more, to worry, to bend under the burden of problems, to lose. 143. Control. But the rules of our game required us to do just the opposite. Here's how: you be the judge. I experienced a very fulfilling frustration. The fact is that it's me an incredibly lucky accident happened. Something irreparable happened, which immediately made me better things. A nice gentleman in his car deliciously doused me with mud. All my efforts were in vain, and it became a guarantee of success. She doesn't love me. No, it's too good to be true. The bitch, she plays her game well. He dumped me. I laughed like Bowdy and these whores. And so on, in the same genre, with all possible refinements. The only thing that interrupted the game was the loud laughter that accompanied all these chess transformations. During class this was of course forbidden, and the stifled laughter became a kind of clucking, growling, snorting, attacks of vomiting, gurgling, gulping, and other noises that ungulates and other amphibians are capable of produce. During recess, all this accumulated energy poured out in completely stupid screams, very much in the spirit of Carlos Castaneda. Russian expression, Semyon Boudiany, 1883–1973, was one of the main leaders of the Red Cavalry during the Russian Civil War and one of the first marshals of the Soviet Union. NDT. American anthropologist known for his books relating his experiences from the teaching of a Yaqui Indian mentor. From Transurfing's point of view, we can see very well what is happening here. First, all sorts of importance immediately fall away, causing excessive potentials to disappear. Then, the parameters of radiating mental energy, of joy, even if it is weak, do not correspond in any way to the gloomy lifelines, and therefore the transition takes place immediately. The mirror reacts quickly, because soul and spirit have finally breathed a sigh of relief together. As a result, reality picks up. One day, we had to take an exam on probability theory. The teacher was a formidable person, to put it mildly. At the student hostel, we are on the eve of the exam. A grim night. My boyfriend and I are struggling to figure out how to get out of this. Who knows what probability is, and how to calculate it? 144. What a dark mystery that is. Our witches are cramming there. No, it's not for us, that. We're real men, aren't we? The bastards. A witch poked her head in the doorway, having overheard the conversation. Shut up, unfortunate, we are the gentlemen. The morons. Young scientists. Morons. Anyway, someone suggested we play poker all night, and we embraced the idea. At that point, I said, "Stop, friends. It's a bit too much for me. I'm going to go to bed." But the gentlemen dressed up in suits and ties and, cigars in their mouths, cheap, and bottles of dodgy liquids on the table, began to play cards. The next morning I found them at the same table. "Idiots," I said, "you won't get anywhere." But they got up, shook themselves a little and went to their loss. In the end, indeed, it didn't really work. They got 3 out of 5 each. But me ... a whole different story. I got 2 out of 5. Really, I had been lucky. How jealous they were. They all stuck to me, looked me in the eyes with respect and admiration and asked me, "But how did you do it?" In the former USSR, the grading system was based on 5 points, and 115 grades as 2-5, deemed too unsatisfactory, could not be recorded and made remediation mandatory. In fact, the worst rating remained 3-5. NDT. But I walked with my head held high, proud of myself. So, you see? I told you so. I hope you understand, gentlemen, where do I want you to put your pathetic 3s? The same day, we had a big party to celebrate my victory. We had a lot of fun. And the next day I went to retake the exam and got a 5 out of 5. And there you go. Have no doubt, this is not fiction. If the inversion is done correctly, the good result is not long in coming. Good. And if your morale is so low that doing the inversion seems unbearable to you? So you have to lower it even more, make it grotesque, absurd. If you increase the contrast of a slide to its maximum, at some point it turns into a negative. That's kind of how we did it. 145. For example, a girl is depressed. To make matters worse, she dresses all in black and announces that she is in mourning. Everyone approaches, expresses their compassion, questions her on how she decided to kill herself and if she has already set a date. Finally, a handful of scoundrels gather around her and begin to moan mournfully a sad song, with moans, lamentations, twisting of hands, in short, the whole affair in its entirety, as among respectable savages. Gradually, the fierce song turns into a resounding howl, then, into a very natural bark, and finally, when there is no more strength to continue, everyone, including the girl in black, leaves in a big burst of laugh like crazy. Of course, everything is simple when you have a great group of friends. But when you have no one, you are forced to cope on your own. Everyone chooses the ways that suit them. Jokes aside, you really have to push your state towards absurdity. But to do so, don't use the processes that modify the state of consciousness, otherwise you will be really badly hurt. In fact, and in my opinion, the contrast method is not ideal if you are alone, which is why I do not recommend it to you, but give it to you as a guide. Feeling oppressed and having a heavy heart indicate an extremely low level of intention energy. It's better to keep your life force at a proper level, and you won't get depressed at all. As you can see, reality inversion is very similar to the principle of intention coordination. The only difference is that the inversion is much more radical and humorous. 146. Abstract. If you don't control reality, it controls you. 147. Chapter 6 Conclusion. Based on the model of variance, certain paranormal and strange phenomena concerning space and time find their explanation. Strange reality. To conclude, I would like to strengthen the anchoring of the spirit a little more. Alas, transurfing contains so many incredible things, that one must tirelessly continue to explain to the mind that all this is really real. Whatever the model at the base of transurfing, its principles always remain in force. In other words, all these principles are invariable with respect to the model. And the general principle is that the irradiation of our thoughts has not only an indirect influence on external reality, but also a direct influence. Official science still refuses to accept this fact, because experimental tests give ambiguous results. But for you and me, the problem is now, and we can't wait for the scientists to decide. We are all used to the world obeying the law of causality, for which every effect has its cause. Generally, by cause, we mean action. But the concern is that the very thoughts of man are generally considered as a guide for his subsequent actions, and not as a material irradiation, capable of influencing the outside world. And as always, the facts are tenacious. The inexplicable manifestations of external intention could not remain completely ignored by science. A famous Swiss psychiatrist, Carl Jung, examined the phenomena associated with the interaction of thought with material reality. He analyzed hundreds of strange cases that appeared to be inexplicable coincidences that had no obvious reasons. Jung defined these coincidences as synchronicities. In his talk on synchronicity, he cites a classic example from his experience. On April 1, 1949 in the morning, I took note in my notebook of an image which represented half fish, half human. And at lunch, I was served fish. In a conversation, someone mentioned the custom of giving someone an April Fool's joke. In the afternoon, one of my ex-clients, whom I had not seen for several months, showed me 148 impressive images of fish. In the evening, I was shown a tapestry representing sea monsters and fish. The next morning, I met an ex-client, whom I had not seen for at least 10 years. She had just dreamed of a big fish the night before. A few months later, while I was integrating this series into one of my works and I had just finished describing it, I went out to walk towards the lake, to a place where I had already been several times in the morning. And this time, on a breakwater, I discovered a fish about 30 centimeters long. Since there was no one nearby, I had no idea how he got there. Carl G. C.G. 1951b. On Synchronicity, Collected Works. Volume 8, Structure and Dynamics of the Psyche. I can't resist quoting yet another excerpt from Jung's talk, for a reason you'll understand later. He writes, I could tell you a multitude of stories which, in fact, are no more astonishing or incredible than the indisputable results obtained by Rhine. These are experiments on extrasensory perception. For example, guessing the cards. And you will understand that almost every case requires its own explanation. But the explanation of causality, which is the only possible one from the point of view of natural science, does not resist the psychic relativity of space and time which, together, constitute the indispensable conditions for the relationship of cause and effect. The heroine of this story is a young client, who, despite our mutual efforts, remained psychologically inaccessible. The difficulty lay in the fact that she always believed herself to be more expert in any field. His excellent education had given him an ideal weapon for this, notably a slightly ignoble Cartesian rationalism, with its perfectly geometric idea of reality. After some unsuccessful efforts to dilute her rationalism with a little more human thought, I was reduced to confining myself to the hope that an unexpected and irrational event or something else would break the intellectual retort in which she was sealed. One day, I was sitting opposite her, my back to the window, and I was listening to the flow of her beautiful speech. The night before, she had had an impressive dream where someone had given her a gold beetle, a precious piece of jewelry. She was still telling me about this dream when I heard a slight creak in the window. I turned around and then saw a rather large insect, beating against the glass, with the apparent intention of moving from the outside into a darkened room. I found that very strange. I immediately opened the window and caught the insect as it flew inside the room. It was a beetle of the beetle genus, Cetonia aurata, of a yellow-green color which strongly resembled a golden beetle. I then gave the beetle to my client and said, "Here is your beetle." This event caused the desired breach in his rationalism and broke the ice of his intellectual resistance. From then on, his treatment could give the satisfactory results. 149. Ibid. After half an hour of thinking about Jung's beetle and still debating whether or not to include it as an example, an impressive-looking visitor walked through my window. It was a beetle that closely resembled the description of the one mentioned above. It's up to you to believe it, or not. I must confess that, although such visits are extremely rare, I was not at all surprised. Not because I have become accustomed to calmly considering the phenomena of synchronicity. On the contrary, absorbed in my thoughts, I paid no attention to this event. I mechanically let the beetle out of the window, to save him from having to search for it. And it was after a while that I realized, my God, what an idiot I am. Each time the external intention announces its presence to me, each time I open my eyes wide in astonishment. You see, I was sleeping wide awake, as I was tugged for a sign. If I had been superstitious, I would have seen it as a sign from heaven. You can imagine how sleepy we all are in life, not noticing the obvious manifestations of external intent. Examples like this, there are many. From Transurfing's point of view, the situation is quite clear. In some cases, the visualization causes a gust of wind of external intention. But Jung does not rush to a definitive conclusion about what caused the coincidences. Did the thoughts create the events, or did the thoughts arise from an unconscious premonition of the events? On the one hand, Jung says that thoughts have created the framework for a series of chance events, and on the other that it is sometimes difficult to get rid of the impression that there is some sort of premonition of a series of events to come. Ibid. In his work Synchronicity, a Principle of Causal Connections, 1960, Jung determined synchronicity as the simultaneous occurrence of a certain psychic state and one or more events from the external world, which appears at significant parallels with a subjective state at a given moment. For a long time, Jung did not dare to publish his work, because the phenomenon of synchronicity did not fit within the limits of traditional scientific thought. Ibid. Jung brings a rather vague but nonetheless bold conclusion by the standards of mainstream science. The phenomena of synchronicity prove the possibility of simultaneous semantic equivalence of heterogeneous processes without a causal link between them. In other words, They prove that the content perceived by an observer can at the same time be represented by an external event, without there being a causal link. 150. Hence the conclusion that either the psyche is situated outside space, or space is of the same origin as the psyche. Obviously, there is no disagreement with the law of causation. The cause is always there. On the other hand, the mechanism of interaction between the thoughts and the outside world manifests itself in an unclear and hitherto incomprehensible way. What is the reason for synchronistic coincidences? Are events formed by thoughts, or do thoughts appear as a premonition of events? From Transurfing's point of view, both answers are valid. The soul has access to the data that is in the information field, which can then be interpreted by the spirit. In turn, the spirit forms thoughts which, in the presence of the unity of soul and spirit, can manifest in material reality. These principles form the basis of the transurfing model. However, I emphasize again that the model of variance does not claim to be an exact description of the world, and only serves as a starting point, a base, for understanding the principles. We still know too little about this world. Nevertheless, this does not prevent us from using the principles of transurfing. And as for the fact that they work, you can check it for yourself. All the phenomena which have a relationship with the influence of mental energy on the external world can be justified by the famous theorem of quantum physics of John Bell, which is the following. There is no isolated system. Each particle of the universe is an instantaneous connection, faster than the speed of light, with all the other particles. The whole system, even though its particles are separated by enormous distances, functions as a unified system. This theorem has been theoretically proven and has already found practical confirmations. It is true that instantaneous bonding contradicts the theory of relativity, according to which energy cannot propagate faster than the speed of light. And yet, this theorem has its place. It turns out that the external intention does not obey the theory of relativity. In general, quantum physics is based on unprovable postulates. This means that she, too, represents a certain model. And there is not just an incomprehensible contradiction in this, but a multitude. This confirms once again that one should not place too much value on the model itself. It should be noted that Jung's ideas received support from the founders of modern physics, Wolfgang Pauli and Albert Einstein. Moreover, it is quite possible that the process of information transfer has nothing to do with energy in general, and that it can therefore be transmitted faster than the speed of light. You can also find contradictions in the variance model, and yet it explains so much. If the model of variance does not resolve certain paradoxes of space and time, at least it attenuates them. So far, we have considered moving on other lifelines and synchronicity with time. Lifelines have always been parallel to 151. The time axis. In other words, the transition has always been from a certain point in time to exactly the same point in time. Now imagine two lifelines that are not parallel to the time axis. Therefore, the projections of the same point of these lines are not located at the same place on the temporal axis. A transfer between these lines will result in a movement in time, into the future or into the past, depending on the direction of the tilt. The relative steepness of the inclination determines the amplitude of the movement over time. Likewise, if two lines of life are not parallel to a given axis of space, the transition between them will mean an instantaneous, or incredibly rapid, transfer in space. The slope or slant direction of the lines determines the distance and direction of movement. This is a fairly basic explanation, but from the point of view of our understanding, it is quite acceptable. A meticulous reader may protest, and how to deal with the paradox of violation of causal links in the case of time travel. Suppose I travel to the past, before the day I was born, and there I brutally murder my parents. How then could I be born into this world? This paradox within the model of variance is only apparent. Indeed, on this line of life, I can no longer be born. So what? Since I was born on another, I remind you that there are an infinite multitude of lifelines, variations of where I am and where I am not. The most thirsty lover of paradoxes can even travel to his childhood, meet himself there and be done with the innocent creature. But in this case, it is not going to meet itself, but a realization of its isolated variant, which exists on its own with all kinds of other variants. It really is not possible to change the past, it has already happened. It happened, not only because the realization of the lifeline segment took place, but also because the variants of past events already existed. We can therefore say that the future has already arrived. This is why the causal links are not broken during the transition from one line to another. You can take a roll of film and cross out a frame, but the other frames won't suffer. Time is static. What is dynamic is the realization of the variants on the line. It is she who changes. It's exactly the same way a ray of light from a flashlight moves through a dark forest. What is really impossible is to travel in the future or in the past on the same line of life. Paradoxes only occur in this case. Is this the reason why the predictions of clairvoyants are very approximate, even often erroneous? Clairvoyants are able to sort of scan the segments of the future. If the scanned segments are on other lifelines, then it is easy to explain the errors in the predictions. Consistent with a variance model, the further one lifeline is from the other, the greater the differences in the scenario. 152. Scientists are perplexed by the way the UFO moves. The instantaneous acceleration, the stop, a sudden change in direction at the right angle. Given the inertia, such a movement is impossible to achieve. In addition, the occupants of these devices would have to experience the considerable overloads. From Transurfing's point of view, there is nothing extraordinary about it. Extraterrestrials do not experience any overload, because UFOs do not fly like our planes or our rockets. It is not the displacement of the object that we observe, but rather its realization in the space of variance. In the domains concerning the soul and the spirit, many things leave us perplexed. Material science represents the world as a mechanical system. In other words, matter is fundamental and determines consciousness. In light of recent advances in this same science, this model is gradually losing its prestige. However, the change of patterns will repeat itself again and again, if man mistakenly assumes that he is able to penetrate the very essence of the laws of nature. With equal success, a hen could formulate her conception of the origin, structure and development of poultry farming. Man, by his intellectual development, is a notch above, but the infinite complexity of the world still remains at a distance. It is beyond man to know everything and to understand everything. The pendulums of science and religion, which claim to be the final instance of truth, have gained their dominance not so much through a correct interpretation of truth, but through the persecution of all dissenters. The constant rivalry exists not only between the pendulums of science and those of religion in general, but also between the separate branches within these pendulums. The battle does not stop. This battle is not fought for the truth, but for the adherents. When I justified the brain's inability to retain all the information, I started from the idea that information can be represented in the form of computer bits. But this pattern may be completely unacceptable for neurons in the brain. Who knows how, in reality, this information is stored? Imagine how a scientist, at a time when neither television nor radio existed, could have examined a television set. He would have tried to press the buttons, disassemble different parts and observe the changes that this causes on the screen. Without knowing how a television works, and relying on the results of his scientific observations, such a scientist would have issued different conclusions, based on a fact which would then be considered indisputable. The television generates all these emissions on its own. They are born inside, through all its transistors and electronic circuits. In much the same way, proponents of the mechanical model elaborate research on the human brain. Indeed, the damage to certain parts of the brain visibly affects the person's perception and psyche. The operating principle of human intelligence remains. 153. Always an enigma. However, adherents draw the conclusion that it is matter that determines consciousness, and it cannot be otherwise. Conservative proponents of the mechanical model, who proudly wear the title scientists, arrogantly declare that what they are doing is real science, based on real data, not amateur speculation. Anything outside the scope of the theory is declared unscientific and not only rejected, but persecuted. Fortunately, there are fewer and fewer of them. You can support or dispute this. Just remember that this is just a template. No one knows how it actually happens. It's the nature of the mind to reject anything that has no reasonable explanation. As long as the mind does not see the rational side of knowledge, it does not integrate it into its vision of the world. There is no doubt that transurfing works, but in order to use it you need to have some form of explanation in your mind. The variance pattern gives us the ability to feel the ground beneath our feet. But not more. It's still just a diagram. It can be transformed into another, more elaborate model. For example, one can reject the hypothesis that there are so-called lifelines, which facilitated understanding at the beginning of the book. So, from distinct at the start, the space of variance now becomes continuous. There are no more paths in the forest. There is just a forest. But that doesn't change the essence of transurfing. Whatever the model, it will only reflect reality more or less adequately. The path to knowledge of reality is infinite, as infinite are the forms of its manifestation. You may notice that the principles of transurfing overlap with principles of other similar teachings. There is nothing abnormal about that. All teaching is autonomous and represents a self-sufficient model. But since we, all of us, are people with a worldview of more or less similar quality, then models can also have similar terrains. It is useless to wonder which of them describes the world more satisfactorily. The only thing that matters are the practical results that can be derived from this or that type of model. Take for example mathematics. The various branches of mathematics are individual models for describing material realization. The same physical problem can be solved in several ways, using different mathematical tools. There is no sense in arguing about which is better, analytic geometry or differential calculus. We can just choose what we lean the most towards. Make your choice, too. 154. The intention of the ancient magicians. In summary, I would like to join the intention of the ancient magicians. I mean, knowledge keepers who lived in our reality before the collapse of the last civilization. Remnants of this knowledge have survived into our time in the form of isolated esoteric teachings and practices. There is information, although unverifiable, that some of these ancient magicians have passed into another reality and are trying to transmit their knowledge to humanity through the transcendental way. Not long ago, myself, I would have reacted with skepticism to say the least to such a statement. But in recent decades, we have seen more and more cases where different people, in different corners of the planet and independent of each other, give identical interpretations of one and the same knowledge. And now I, too, had to come into close contact with this knowledge, which, as I have already said, can in no way come from my head. I can't say for sure if the Watcher I talked about in the first chapter of the book really exists, at least in our reality. But I still have enough good reasons to believe in its existence. In my dreams, I saw many different characters, but they had absolutely no impact on my strongly conservative worldview. On the other hand, my encounter with the observer turned upside down not only all my ideas about this world, but my entire life. Suddenly, for no apparent reason, a former physicist with no particular talent starts writing books. It's too incredible and extravagant, especially if you accept the fact that the boost of it all has been just an ordinary dream. Since that first meeting, the observer has not shown itself to me. But sometimes I feel like I feel his invisible presence. Anyway, I never considered transurfing as coming from me. I am only a repeater, tuned to an appropriate domain of the space of variance. And I don't see any merit in that, even if I confess I had trouble putting the knowledge of transurfing into words and organizing it into a system. It is one thing to learn, but to be able to express it, that is quite another matter. You, in turn, must not only learn, but feel this knowledge. Having swallowed the book all at once, you get not knowledge, but intelligence. And it's not the same. 155. Transurfing offers quite concrete methods to turn the dream into reality. But for some, that won't be enough. If you go looking for techniques like how to tie a tie, you can spend your whole life there in vain, because the control of your destiny does not submit to the rules like 1 and 2 is 3. Transurfing should not be seen as a method of accomplishing certain techniques. It is not applying a technique that counts, but becoming aware of internal freedom and the fact of feeling master of one's layer of the world. Once you get that feeling, everything goes like clockwork for you, on your own, without any specific techniques. But to achieve this awareness, it is necessary to make transurfing a way of life. There is no other way. And this is not at all restrictive, but fun, like playing with a mirror. The world is the mirror of your attitude towards it, but it reacts with a delay. By comparing your attitude with a reaction from the mirror that follows it, you accustom your mind to a simple but difficult to understand truth. It is with your intention that you create the layer your world. Besides that, you also have to get used to such a simple but unusual truth: the ways and means to reach a goal should not concern you. At the base of this idea, a fundamental principle, the direction of the intention determines the vector of the current of the variance. What is necessary is to maintain this direction and not to prevent the current of variance. The means of attaining your goal will present themselves. You cannot and need not know how it will be realized. Whatever happens, if you keep in mind the cliché of the goal and respect the principle of coordination, the current of variations brings you towards the goal. Such is the law. Awareness of the principles of transurfing will not happen to you just after reading the book. Intelligence will turn into awareness only after you practice it. Don't expect immediate results. If you have the intention, you will get there, sooner or later. It is possible that, in this work, I have not succeeded sufficiently in satisfying the intention of the ancient magicians and in imparting to you the knowledge of transurfing in its entirety. But I intend to continue this enterprise, and soon another book will appear, Apples Fall in the Sky. In this new book, other facets will open up to you, the facets from which our world sparkles, a marvelous and fascinating mirror. 156. Epilogue. Lo and behold, our magical journey into the world of transurfing has come to an end. If it was just to satisfy your curiosity, transurfing would only remain a trip for you, without you ever coming back to it. But if there's anything in this book that has touched the heartstrings of your soul, then your magical journey has only just begun. I don't care whether you believed in all this or not. After all, I myself didn't believe it after my encounter with the observer in the space of variations. It is not my goal to gather, as the pendulums do, a cohort of adherents around me to prove this or that thing to them. If you apply the principles of transurfing in life, not only will you see for yourself that they work, but you will make many wonderful new discoveries that were never known to exist. And there, perhaps, you will write to me and we will marvel and rejoice together. All of us, in fact, are isolated pilgrims in an infinite space of variations. Transurfing kindles a flame of hope for the weary pilgrim, who walks in the darkness of false limitations and stereotypes. Use your right to freedom of choice, and you will hear the rustling of the morning stars, and your apples will fall in the sky. Good luck to you, lone wanderer. 157. The Transurfing Center Francophone. In just a few years, Transurfing's ideas have gone around the world, first in Russia, more than 1.5 million copies, then in Eastern Europe, Latvia, Bulgaria, Czech Republic, Lithuania, Serbia, Slovenia, Croatia, Poland, Romania, Estonia, Germany, Italy, English-speaking countries, England, USA, Australia, etc., and Asia, China, Japan, Korea. Along with the book, the first Transurfing Center opened in St. Petersburg to help readers move from the theory of the book to the practical application in reality. The methods and ideas of the Transurfing model are developed through a palette of proven tools, in order to allow the participant to implement the realization of his dreams and desires in concrete life. Transurfing seminars focus on feelings, the necessary awareness of the impact of thoughts on oneself, an essential step towards the position of observer. The French-speaking Transurfing Center was created in Belgium in September 2009 by Tanya Siklerich, certified coach trained in St. Petersburg, and Olivier Maslot, certified coach and translator of Transurfing. Together, they were able to adapt and organize the first personal development seminars, the results of which, according to the participants, were incredible. Following the premature death of Tanya, it was Olivier who took charge of the development of the center, in agreement with the original center in St. Petersburg. The French-speaking Transurfing Center is now fully operational in Belgium and Switzerland and is still looking for partnerships in France and Canada. The personal development programs it offers are based on 4 principles, 4 essential steps that allow you to acquire all the reflexes to move towards the life your soul desires. Module 1, Direct Your Life. Module 2, Freely and Lightly. Module 3, Play a Game. Module 4, Where Everything is Possible. A very practical route to what looks like for the moment a distant dream, but the impossible becomes possible. 158. You can get more information and participate in our training modules by visiting the website www.transurfing.fr. Contact info@transurfing.fr. 159. Printed in June 2012 by EMD SAS, 53110 Le Salé Chateau, print number 26797, legal deposit, February 2012. Printed in France. Should I read more books? If yes, 1. Like this video. 2. Share this video. 3. Comment the title of the next book you want. Thank you for your watching. I see you in the next video.